do it live. We'll do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Yeah, we're here. We're doing it live. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. Here's another tab. I'm not going to get distracted this time. The most embarrassing moment of my Alex O'Connor interview. The whole fucking thing. No, I'm just kidding. It was more embarrassing for Alex. He got absolutely blasted by Hank Green. So embarrassing. So embarrassing for Alex O'Connor. Alex O'Connor. There he is. Okay. So I don't think there's anything on last night on Destiny I need to catch up on. Actually, I want to I'm just going to share. So it's shared. That's one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything on last night at Destiny. I think I'm all caught up here. I already watched this on my own. I don't need to see Destiny react to it. Same thing with this. I already watched it on my own. Let's see, I know we got that debate from last night. Do I want to finish? Yeah, maybe I want to finish him fighting with the liberals or the lefties at Yale. And then I kind of watch part of this. I don't know if I want to finish. Maybe we will. I would definitely want to watch the rest of this. They're deleting evidence shit. The Kirk video looks good. Yeah, actually, I think that's pretty much it. It's just a couple things I need to watch. And then I guess I'll watch the oh, you know what? I guess I'll watch the Dinesh debate. Yeah. So let me load up. I'm gonna finish. Yeah, let's finish this one real quick. This one.
Thank you so much, Aiden. Thank you to Yale Effective Altruism for putting this on.
This is the vegan guy. Nice. Paste. 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 Paste.
Well, then he's a fool. Well, his police chief is also saying they might have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. Look, these Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. It's a fraud. She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it because it's happened. She shouldn't be allowed to be a congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at that. And she should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota. Okay? Minnesota, you have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's crooked as hell, but he's incompetent. Waltz he should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state. It's a hellhole right now, and the Somalians should be out of here. They've destroyed our country, and all they do is complain.
You may have heard my voice before and didn't know it. Hi, I'm Maddie. I'm a professional voiceover actor, and I'm going to share some of the stuff that I have had the privilege of working on that you might have heard me in. First up, we have Zootopia. I played Charla, Gareth, and the baby hippo. But Charla sounds like this. Yeah, I don't have to cower in a herd anymore. Hi, I'm Maddie, and I'm a Republican. Hi, I'm Ariel, and I'm a Democrat. We've been best friends for about 13 years, and we disagree on pretty much everything when it comes to politics and religion, but we both like ice cream. Granted, it's not the same kind, but it's still ice cream. It's really not that hard to find similarities rather than differences. What is something all men fantasize of?
So this is a set of fascinations of fast printings after a long day.
Where is this? Where is this?
Spotting someone with a genuinely good heart. I'm talking they don't have a single enemy to their name. These people, they'll walk into your house and you'll turn around and go, where they go? They're on the floor. They're going, they're doing everything in their power spotting someone with a genuinely good heart.
First, Marshall's
Secrets.
What's the whole thing about Ilhan Omar? It said like she married her brother. Is any of that true? Did Ilhan Omar marry her brother? This was like addressed so long ago. Filed from divorce from her husband Ahmed Hirsi. In 2017, Representative Omar filed for divorce from her first husband Ahmed Elmi. In 2018, Representative Omar legally married Ahmed Hirsi. Now in 2019, Representative Omar is filing for divorce from Mr. Hirsi. Wait, this is so confused. This is already confusing. Legally married Ahmed Hirsi. Filed for divorce from her first husband, Ahmed Elmi. Okay. Representative Steve Drazkowski reacted to the most recent news saying it's the most reasonable moment in time to subvert the truth regarding her multiple violations of the law, which include perjury and tax fraud. What is going on with this? Can I just read the Wikipedia? Let's give me the right information. There we go. She said they had an unofficial faith-based Islamic marriage. The couple had two children together, including Isra Hirsi, strike for climate in the U.S. Divorced within their faith tradition in 2008. 2009, Omar married Ahmed Nur Saeed Elmi, a British Somali. When Omar in 2011, she and Elmi had a faith-based divorce and she reconciled with Hirsi, with whom she had a third child in 2012. When Omar legally divorced, okay. Omar and Hirsi legally married in 2018. I mean, there is something odd going on there. I don't understand. I don't know if it's her brother or what that is, but they're obviously she's like, because here's the thing. When somebody says that they're having a faith-based marriage or faith-based divorce, it means that they don't want to legally marry for some reason. Because there's almost no reason why, if you're in love and you want to spend the rest of your life together, like there's almost no reason to not legally marry, because you get like tax benefits from it. Like you're able to just more easily pool your resources. When you're a married couple, you just have more authority to speak on each other's behalf. Like if you're truly in love and you truly want to spend the rest of your life together, there's almost no reason to not get legally married. Like I don't know why you would, unless there's some very specific scenario, like you need to do it for some other tax thing you're doing. It's because your business from a previous marriage or something, you need to hold on to something. There's some weird asset money shit going on. Okay, if you don't get legally married for some reason, or you don't get legally divorced, like you're hanging on to the legality of the marriage, if you like hate each other, there's a reason for that. Trust me, there's a reason for that. Let me get some water. Oh, and then I'll kind of blast the link out, I guess. Let's blast the link. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bada bonk. Bada bonk. Okay, we'll get on that now. Hello, I'm blasting the link out. Hello and welcome. We're catching up on Destiny videos, and then I'm doing some research for my nonprofit project. So if you're interested in that, stick around, or don't, or don't, or just leave. I'm so good about this too. Like I see, like, oh, 2 people. Let me say hi, and they just leaves. I'm not gonna beg people to stay. I'm just gonna like basically say what's happening, and if they want to stay, they can. I don't know how else to do it. What do you want from me, guys? You want me to sing? You want to dance? Want me to take off my clothes? No, different platform. Different. That's on my OnlyFans. All right. Well, that's on my OnlyFans. Okay.
First heard.
When I first heard that I was an asshole, I was happy. I guess I'll just do like a text post. Too lazy. Too lazy otherwise. Okay. Okay, and then Discord, then bye. 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 What's the Pisco drama? Is there a shock? Where's shock face? Is there a shocked face? I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's the actual video. There's the Discord. Okay. All right.
And thank you to Destiny. As someone who's not a formal debater myself, I really appreciate your ability to just come here on the spot, come up with this on the fly, as it were. So, in 2020, over the course of a few months, pork producers in Iowa Falls packed over 1 million pigs into barns. They then shut off the ventilation and pumped in 150-degree steam. Video shows pigs screaming, collapsing and writhing in
Based.
pain for nearly 3 hours
Based.
before the barn finally fell silent.
Based.
Shortly after, a new batch of pigs were loaded.
I watch this video. Sounds like fun. Kidding. Kidding. Animals shouldn't needlessly suffer, even though they have no moral or legal worth.
In. This event was, by all plausible accounts, a Holocaust. And yet, few people know it happened, let alone that this kind of thing happens constantly. 80 billion land animals a year, that's 200 million every day, are raised on factory farms in some of the worst conditions imaginable.
Pigs. Oh, now I
These
want
facts
bacon.
make
You make
eating
me
animal
hungry.
products, in my view,
love
one of the
pigs and
worst
ham
things
and
a person
shit.
will do in their lives.
Bacon.
My argument is very
Sausage.
simple.
We get so much good food
First,
from pigs.
I claim that it is deeply wrong to cause enormous
Deeply?
amounts of pain,
Voice crack.
suffering, and death, even to
Critical voice
animals,
crack.
for comparatively
debate.
trivial benefit. This is a modest claim. It doesn't require controversial views
What?
about
What's
animal
modest?
rights
Wait.
or how
No, no.
for comparatively trivial benefit. This is a modest claim. It doesn't require controversial
What's
views
modest?
of pain. In my view, one of the worst things a person will do in their lives. My argument is very simple. First, I claim that it is deeply wrong to cause enormous amounts of pain, suffering, and death, even to animals, for comparatively trivial benefit. This is a modest claim. It doesn't require controversial views about animal
Gotta say that
rights
morality
and
again.
death, even to animals, for comparatively trivial benefit. This is a mind that it is deeply wrong to cause enormous.
Deeply? Oh no. First I gotta get to the vegan bullshit. Here we go, veganism, yay, okay. What's a midwit? It's like a nimwit, but a more mid one. Oh, my freezer's still open. Shit! Okay, what does he say? Hold on, I need to get his moral claim here.
Amounts of pain, suffering, and death, even to animals, for comparatively trivial benefit.
It's wrong to cause pain, suffering, and death to animals for comparatively trivial benefit. So once again, this is all I feel like all vegan ethics just comes down to utilitarianism. That's all it is, right? Here I'll just rant about this while I get my soda. It's like everything comes down to utilitarianism, right? It's like whatever benefits the most number of people, right? Whatever, or what it's like whatever. What's actual the utilitarianism? It's like whatever benefits the most amount of people, in the most like efficient way, or like something like whatever it is. I don't know. Like it's so dumb. I hate when like these like false dichotomies form in philosophy, and then we're just like forced to entertain them. It's like, I just need to like, you know what? I just need to go schizo one day and just like email every philosophy professor in like the nation and just be like, yo, this is so dumb. Why do we keep like, why does something come from nothing? How do you get an is or an ought from an is? It's like these things aren't mysteries. You guys are cringe. Like it's so obvious. It's easy. First question. How can something come from nothing? It can't. Done. Next question. Like it's so stupid. And yeah, and then like, how can you get an ought from an is? I don't know. You kind of just did, right? How should we do these things? Oh, well, we're already asking the question. That's what humans do. We ask questions, we moralize, we figure shit out. Like I hate it. I hate all of it. But I love it. I love it. Love it. Okay.
This is a modest claim. It doesn't require controversial views about animal rights or how much moral status animals have. It supports some of our most basic intuitions. For instance, most of us would agree that it would be seriously wrong to light a cat on fire for the sake of hearing its screams. My second claim is that in ordinary circumstances, when we buy or consume animal products,
it would be wrong to light a cat on fire for the sake of its screams. Yes, but why though? Right? This is the thing. People need to think more deeply about why these things are wrong, or why most people see them as being wrong. Why would it be wrong for a human being to light a cat on fire simply to hear its screams? Now, notice what he's already doing there, right? He's already caveating. Well, maybe it wouldn't be wrong to light a cat on fire if it was like the only thing around to eat and you were really hungry, and so you light it on fire so you could eat and survive. Then the vast majority of people would say, it's like fucked up you had to do that, but all right. Whereas we would not feel the same way if it was a person, right? If you were in the woods, hungry, starving, and the only thing around to eat was a baby, a human baby, and you lit a baby on fire so you could cook and eat it, right? It's like, well, okay. I think you needed to find a better, ditter is a combination of different, better. A different, better way to survive. Because if you're having to kill one of your own to survive, I don't think that's like a world you want to live in. Why? I'm like seriously balding over here. Or it just looks like I am because my hair, there we go. Got this little poof, which looks nice, but then it looks like I'm balding in the other direction. I don't know. I'm being self-conscious right now.
Cause massive amounts of suffering for trivial benefits. Consider some of the facts about factory farming as of 2025. Nearly all breeding pigs live in crates so small that they can't turn around. Piglets are castrated and mutilated without anesthetic. Many pigs arrive at
Castrated.
slaughter with pneumonia. Transport alone
Mutilated.
kills hundreds of thousands. For broiler chickens, they're bred to grow so fast that most spend their lives in pain or are unable to walk. About 500,000 birds per year are boiled alive due to improper stunning methods in scalding tanks.
The problem is, like, I can already see Destiny. He just doesn't give a fuck about any of this. He's just like, okay, that they are, but I don't. They just why should we care? Why should we care? And like also like, I'm sorry, but veganism now, like with like the literal like impending doom of fascism at our fucking toes, like. It's just shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. Just shut the fuck up about the animals right now. Like, can we worry about this when we're in like a post-Trump, like post, I don't know what you even want to call it, post like corpo oligarchy, bad faith, disgusting world where we can actually like, I don't know, like if we get veganism is like so far down. It's so far down the list of anything that can be construed as a priority. I don't know. But
Egg-laying hens live in cages smaller than a sheet of paper. Male chicks, about 7 billion.
also, like the most whiny, like fucking beta, beta cock looking dude to argue for this too. Can it ever be like a, like a doctor, like evil Dr. Mike looking guy?
A year are killed on their first day of life because they're deemed unfit for the egg-laying hen industry. For years, scientific consensus has held that non-human animals experience pain and pleasure much like we do. As the 2012 Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness states, the weight of evidence indicates that humans are not unique in possessing the neurological substrates that generate consciousness. What makes torture morally bad is the—
See, this is why I always say, it's not about just having consciousness, because that's correct. Other animals have consciousness. Even a dog has consciousness. Okay. Bonobos, our closest ancestors, have consciousness. And bonobos, even like that's when you get to bonobos, I'm almost like in a little bit of that's a gray area for me. Because I mean, I don't, they still can't deal with like long range concepts though, which ultimately makes me say bonobos don't and can't, and so therefore shouldn't have any rights. But even bonobos, like, which are that's the closest where you're gonna maybe get me to be like, maybe they should have some kind of rights. I don't know. They're getting close. Bonobos are really, really smart. And again, it's not just a matter of smart, right? But that's why I ultimately say no still, because ultimately bonobos still can't like. I don't want to say that holding conversations a requirement, but honestly, kind of yes, because even the most mentally deficient human, you can still hold a very, very basic conversation with them, right? Even if it's just, like burger, hungry, food, come here. What? Like, I mean, well, now you're treating him like a dog. That's more like a dog. But like, so think a little bit beyond that. It's like a step above that, right? So it's like, you can like, I don't, you know what? I don't have experience on this, so I can't really speak. Having a conversation with the most mentally deficient person, I have spoken with severely mentally addled people for various reasons. And like I said, and even like I said, you can still appeal to things like emotions, even very baseline concepts, as long as they're like simple to understand. But they can still like, yeah, they can like converse in still a way that's very human, even though it's like simple, right? But it's above the level of just repeating a word that they know leads to something. It's not just leading them around like a dog, You're yeah, you're like able to appeal to some sense of reason and rationality, even if it's a limited one.
the intrinsic character of the experience, the way it feels from the inside, not the species or intelligence of the victim. A typical meat eater causes animals to spend about 132,000 extra days, that's roughly 364 years, on factory farms. Causing 364 years of torture is presumptively wrong. So the question is, do we have a sufficiently good reason for doing this? For most of us, we clearly don't. Animal products taste great. I will be the first person to admit this. And they're probably better than plant-based products. But our gustatory pleasure is clearly a bad justification for justifying torturing sentient beings.
Yeah, and see, ethical vegans think that they can get around this, right? Because it's like, that's why they call themselves ethical vegans, right? I don't give a fuck if it tastes worse. I don't give a fuck if it makes me feel bad. Like, I don't give a fuck if it makes me unhealthy. I don't give a fuck if there really is no viable alternative to the protein you get from meat, right? They don't give a fuck about any of that. It's just, it's wrong. It's unethical. And now that we've determined that it's unethical, now you can't do it. Even if it means humans have to die. So what? It's unethical. It's like, okay. So actually what you just taught natural selection is that if you can become too smart for your own good, right? You just rationalize yourself out of existence. Good one. Like, so now if we do this, that means that natural selection, right, is gonna it's gonna select for humans who are like slightly dumber than you, so that they don't reason themselves out of survival.
Especially for someone like Destiny, with the platform that you have,
Destiny.
the stakes are even higher. If you convince just 3% of your average viewers to go vegan, you could help spare roughly 210,000 animals from some of the worst misery ever experienced by sentient beings. So my question to you, Destiny, is why aren't you vegan yet?
Okay, I think that there are two huge problems with veganism that I think vegans hand wave away, and they just kind of assume are one is that the thing doesn't matter, and then the second is that
he hates the vegan debate, but he's always ready for it. He hates the vegan debate, but he's always ready to have it. Which I appreciate. It means he's like thought about it. He doesn't just like the word he just used. He doesn't just hand wave vegans away just because he doesn't like it and he hasn't thought about it. He's thought about it, but it's because he's thought about it, right? He's just like, okay, like I've already thought about this. Like I've already heard all these arguments. Like, are you gonna give me something new here, or are you gonna rehash the same shit over and over again? Yeah. Here we go.
We just kind of take it for granted. So the first thing that I will say is it's strange to speak.
He's trying to be so gentle here. It's so funny how you get to know people over time, even though I don't really know him personally. He puts on his like gentle voice. Bless his heart.
About moral ways to treat any class of things that will never themselves be able to conduct themselves in moral ways. I don't think that's a request that we would ever make of any.
Yes, correct. That's kind of like my argument, right? That's what I just said, right? They will never be able to conduct themselves in moral ways. So then how does it make sense for us to protect their morality when they can't protect ours, right? Again, that's a recipe for destruction, right? It's like, here we are trying to like reason and rationalize and sign treaties with gorillas, and they just go boo, like, and they're just like, how do you can't, what? Morality only works if you both do it. Isn't this what we've been learning? That the common theme, right?
A group of people or any individual that you would treat, some person or something or some entity that can never develop morality or any kind of moral systems on their own. So in a world with humans, we talk about farming a pig as being this deeply unethical thing, but if you remove the human aspect from it, you put the pig in the wild and some tiger. I don't think pigs and tigers live together, but whatever fucking animal eats pigs, right? If this thing were to encounter the pig and eat it from the nuts up or whatever, because based on the videos I've seen on YouTube, it's a real crazy way that they hunt, that somehow that situation is like a morally preferable one to factory farming. The reality is that given a world where humans don't exist.
True. That's a good argument, right? these pigs, because hold on, like where did pigs come from? Why are they all like fat and like can't run? Didn't we make them this way? Pig. I'm literally just gonna go to the Wikipedia for pig. Look at these fucking. Hold on, I'm gonna change. Here we go. Here we go. This has now turned into a different kind of stream. We're on the Wikipedia for pig, boys. Hold on. The pig, Sus domesticus, also called swine or hog. Pig, porky, fat. is an omnivorous, domesticated, even-toed, hoofed mammal. It is named the domestic pig when distinguishing it from other members of the genus Sus. Sus. Oh. Look at those things. See, also there, you know what? Vegans are fucking, this is bullshit, okay? Because this is what comes to mind when they say, oh, the poor piggies, right? Like the little cute pink ones, right? But then like, this is what they looked like. Well, wait, shit. This is what they fucking looked like before. Like, come on. Is this worth saving? Is this thing worth saving? I don't know. Is the genus of domestic and wild pigs within the even-toed ungulate family Suidae. Suidae. Look at how like mammals are classified. This is so interesting. Aerodactylae. So wait, so they're in the same. Oh my god, dude, this is. You know what? Biology. I could go down a whole other rabbit hole with biology. I love the way that it's like literally how we do concepts, right? That's why Ayn Rand appeals to it in her epistemology book, because she says like for every definition, there's like a genus and a species, right? There's like the overarching umbrella that it falls under, and then there's the specific thing that distinguishes it from all the other things in the set. And like every concept has this. It's like why it's literally why they use this like for classifying animals. It makes sense to do it. Let's see. The pig has a large head. So wait. Oh wait. Okay. Where does it talk about where they were domestic? Okay. Here we go. Some authorities consider a subspecies of Suscrofa, the wild boar. Others already consider a distinct species. Pigs were domesticated in the Neolithic Stone Age. So how long ago was that? So you're telling me that we domesticated pigs, we brought them out of the wild. Yeah, because that's the thing. It's like in a fucking video game when you deal with like a wild boar. They're like violent. I don't know. That's dumb.
Exist where factory farming doesn't exist. All of the same type of animal suffering basically exists, you know, completely
Anyway,
unstopped and unchecked by any animal, because nobody would even develop any moral system from these
True.
creatures until
True,
humans
true, true,
evolve.
true.
They would ever check any.
And that's the thing, right? That's just it, right? You can't forget about where the morality that you're appealing to came from, right? We are the reason why you're an ethical vegan, right? Where do ethics come from? Human beings, like, right? Like that's why no matter what, it can't be an ideology that destroys humans, right? Or even leaves humans in any sort of like incapacitated way, because we are the reason why even animals will fare much better under us, right? Like dogs live a chill ass life. This is the art. This is the memes, right? Dogs just like are roommates that just like live rent free. They just get fed and they don't have to do shit. They just lay around, right? Yeah. What a nice life. That's because humans are so skilled and abundant and can provide them with that life because of our morality and our systems and our reasoning and our technology.
any of it. And so I don't know why there is a morally preferable world where animals exist that hunt other animals to the one that exists right now where humans factory farm animals, unless we just say animals themselves never develop the mind to have the agency, to have any kind of moral culpability for any of the actions that they take. I'm not aware of any vegans saying that we should be charging animals that are carnivorous with crimes if they murder another animal, but for some reason we consider it unethical if a human consumes one for food. The second issue has to do with this concept of a mind like ours. I'm aware that mammals all possess like similar substrate, similar parts of the brain that do the things that our brain does, but I think it's pretty clear that none of these animals seem to have developed a mind like ours, such that there is no emergent culture, no emergent like real language capacity or communication skills, or the ability to understand things in the past, present, and future, or in other areas at different parts in time. These are all like really sophisticated things that humans have developed, and I think also go into our understanding of things like pain and suffering as well. You can see an animal that gets hurt and it seems to have pain, and it might even develop some kind of like associative responses to stimuli in the environment, and it looks bad, and it pulls at our heartstrings, and I definitely understand that. But I mean, I would hearken to the first thing in that for the moral argument, in the wild, these animals will never develop these moral systems. And then to the second thing, to say that we understand that their understanding of pain or suffering is similar to ours is a statement that I just don't think we can make. I don't know if we'll ever be able to make that statement. We can't even see consciousness really in other people. We just kind of assume it's there when the parts of the brain are communicating, and they seem to have a conscious experience like ours. But to just automatically assume that animals that lack a whole bunch of other traits that humans have magically have that same capacity for pain or suffering, I just don't see where the argument would come from to support that statement.
Well, not pain. I mean, clearly animals can feel pain. I wouldn't go that far, but I do have sympathy for the argument that I don't know if it's clear to me that animals can actually suffer. I don't know if they have the capability to suffer. I don't know that. I literally just don't know. It's an open question. Can they suffer? Can they like, be on their knees in the rain, in the mud? Oh God, fuck, my life. It's ruined. Like, I don't know. Like, can they suffer in a way that human beings can emotionally suffer? I don't know that. I don't know. They can certainly feel pain. That I would say with certainty. But can they suffer? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
So there's a lot to parse there. I guess the first thing I would ask is, I don't think you fully addressed the claim that I'm making, which is this intuition that we have that it would be wrong to torture a dog for the sake of hearing its screams or something like that.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. I should be mean. Okay. He's doing a good job coming up here. He has an argument ready. He's good. He's fine. Just, I don't know. I don't have like the best, most Rico Suave voice in the world. Okay. Certainly not. I'm a nasally little guy. Okay. But like, I don't know. Take a voice and diction class. That's all I'm saying. Just take a voice and diction class. It will help you so much in life. So much. Thank you, Tracy.
Most of us have this kind of intuition. My question is, how can we explain this intuition except for the principle that it's wrong to cause massive amounts of pain and suffering to beings, even animals, for the sake of relatively trivial benefits like, the pleasure of hearing them scream? So how are you going to explain that principle without,
Yeah, I would argue there's two senses of intuition pumping that's happening here. The first is that I think we heavily associate dogs with like man's best friend. Like, we've bred them to literally be domesticated animals that are friendly with humans. So the idea that you would be killing one, especially in a way where you're literally just doing it to, have some kind of like weird pleasure, I think that hits against that. But I think people also get similar feelings, funnily enough. I watched this unfold in a Twitch stream once where a bunch of people were abusing this robot that was walking back and forth. They were kicking it. It was falling over. And people were like feeling kind of sad. I'm sure people watch Blade Runner 2049. They felt sad when the one like stick lady got stepped on or whatever. And even though she's a robot, like we have intuitions for these things, but I don't know if that like tells us anything about the nature of the animal itself. Because if I were to look historically, it seems like hunting developed as a strong thing that was intuitively correct from basically all of human society. I'm not aware of any like huge civilizations. I don't know how common it is that I guess Indians are vegetarian or vegan, but like for the most part, like every human civilization seems to have developed some form of like hunting or animal agriculture, and there wasn't this huge intuitive pushback against everybody doing it. Sorry, that was a long. Yeah, go ahead.
True.
Yeah, I'm still not sure you fully addressed. So you addressed some like reasons why we have these intuitions, but you didn't explain why these intuitions don't show that the action is wrong. That I guess what precisely is it that makes torturing a dog for the sake of hearing its screams, or kicking a robot or something? What makes those actions wrong?
Well, I mean, I feel like the thing that's wrong is it feels like if you anytime somebody is engaged in some kind of like needless destruction or is getting some kind of like
Ah,
pleasure out of seeing something else, either break or be in some kind of pain, I think that as people, that just kind of throws up a red flag that it's unlikely that somebody.
yeah, this is, you know what? Say what you want about this guy. What was his name? Craig Biddle? He's the Ayn Rand guy who debated Alex O'Kuckner. But he had a decent argument here, right? He was like, well, like we wouldn't want, like if somebody like, he's like, basically he said, even if somebody, if I see somebody just like kick a pretty flower just to see life, stamped out and destroyed. He's like, I would not want to like be friends with that person, right? If they just get pleasure out of destruction and death, that's like just a psychological red flag. Like stay the fuck away from that person, right? Because if they're willing to, kick a beautiful flower just to see it die, right? Shot a man in Reno just to watch him die, right? Like it's a funny line from that song, but actually not. It's like that's actually kind of unhinged. Why are you just killing people just to watch them die? That's kind of like sick. That's sick. It's like psychopathic behavior. Not cool, not chill. Yeah.
Somebody's going to do that to an inanimate object or an animal, especially one that's bred to be like friendly with us, and not also do that same thing to other people. I think that's the thing that we just immediately kind of recoil from.
Okay, so I mean, to be clear, we put people who torture dogs.
No, but this guy's argument though is going to be, well, why, Destiny? Why do we recoil from that, right? Is it we must mean we have some kind of intuition that this is wrong, and because since you're the motherfucker who says that we just get morality from our fucking intuitions, and you have no real thing that is like serves as a standard, Destiny. See, the thing is if they understood morality and philosophy better, they could challenge the fuck out of Stephen way more harshly. Like way more harshly. Way more vigorously, right? Because ultimately, Destiny doesn't have a good answer for this, right? He doesn't have a good answer for this, right? Because he's I don't know if he agrees with Alex O'Connor on this. Like I don't know. I actually don't know if Destiny calls himself an emotivist. You just think that morality is like intuitions? Well, I guess intuitions are different from pure emotions, right? Because Alex O'Connor just thinks it's literally just boo murder and like hooray for equality. Equality makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Murder makes me feel icky, yucky, and that's that's morality. That's where it comes from. I guess intuitions are like a little stronger than that, but not by much, right? Yeah, not by. I don't know. Yeah, it's not. No, it's not. It's not like. Okay, well, or you could. I guess there we do. It makes sense that we have this intuition that life is valuable. So maybe that's why we project that onto animals and to plants, right? We like to grow and build things. That's why like you have, women who are obsessed with their plant life in the house, right? Because we like to grow. We like to grow things. We like to see life flourish around us. It's just it makes us feel good when things are alive and growing and doing and being. Yeah, and that's why we feel this way about animals, right? But it doesn't mean that we need to include animals in our like moral and legal schemes that benefit us, that we created to benefit us. It just means we can acknowledge the fact that animals are things that are alive. They're alive just like we are, right? So in some sense, that we can have some kind of like, I don't know what, maybe some level of relatability. We're all like things that have to self-propel to, get the values that we want to get and achieve our goals. Like, life is all the same in that sense, but there's no, I don't know. I mean, honestly, really just depends. I mean, here's the great thing about animals. If we want to have laws that say like you can't just like fucking kill dogs or do this, we kind of already do, right? Like arbitrarily, we just decided like cats and dogs are just like, that's not okay. You can't do shit with cats and dogs. Other animals, whatever, right? Like that's kind of been the old American way. But it's like that's fine. If we want to be arbitrary about it and just because like we feel icky yucky about, see, that's where emotivism can come in, right? That's fine. If you just want to say like, I just don't like when people kick dogs because that just makes me feel yucky. I just don't like that. Well, then that's the extent that it can go. That's the extent that it is, right? Because there's no actual, you can't appeal to like a principle, right? What principle do you appeal to, right? The dog doesn't have anything to speak of that can be protected in like a legal way. Only to the extent that it has some kind of like meaningful relationship to a human being.
In prison for many years. First, I think it's up to 7 years in some states. So you're saying the reason we do this is because it's indicative of some kind of. We put people who torture dogs in prison for many years. First, I think it's up to 7 years in some states.
They're gonna get to this.
So you're saying the reason we do this is because it's indicative of some kind of cruel disposition that they might, behave in other ways and other wrong ways to other humans. Is that fair to say?
Well, if you're asking me where the law comes from, I mean, that's a complicated. But I would say,
what would justify that putting people in prison for 7 years? I mean, maybe you think that we shouldn't put people in prison for 7 years who, ruthlessly torture a dog for the sake of hearing their screams.
I mean, I would find more alignment with vegans there, and that I think it's strange to put people in prison for, torturing animals like dogs, but animal agriculture is acceptable. But people obviously have a lot of issues with that who are meat eaters. So, but yeah, I mean, I would argue that it's probably because of there's some kind of like sociopathic tendency or disposition there where you're just beating on a thing to feel good about yourself, whether it was an inanimate object or a dog or a cat or whatever. I think most people would view that in a very reprehensible light. But I don't think it speaks to like any kind of like intrinsic moral value or.
Right. See, and that's why we'd want to have laws against people just like torturing dogs for fun, because we just don't want that behavior, and we don't want that type of person in society, right? Because again, even though she was wrong about it for abortion, Lila Rose is right that the law is a teacher, right? To some extent, or well, not even to some extent. Like this is true, right? I mean, this is why we don't want to have laws against abortion, because it will teach people that abortion is wrong, right? And we don't want that, right? It's not not desirable. Whereas for this, we want people to kind of be like we want to highly discourage this behavior, and the law is a good way to do that, right? It's like if you're caught like just straight up like endlessly torturing and kicking a dog and not feeding it, and like, right? And because usually the way they catch these people is because they're chronically doing it. It's not just because they did it one time, right? The dog's like in a shitty way, and somebody finds it, and then whatever, it takes a video, but we just don't want this. Like that's just ew. Because also there's actually a good argument here for like this is the reason we have like laws against like luring a minor, right, or like sending material to a minor like before you even a meetup happens or any physical interaction happens, because those are preventative laws, right? We're trying to make that behavior illegal. That is the pre-behavior to something worse. That's why they do the stings where they have the decoys and like Chris Hansen, right? Because then, thank God, not thank God, because God had nothing to do with it. Thank our smart human schemes that we come up with, right? That's why we do that, right? So that real minors aren't harmed, right? The only person who's slightly harmed is the adult who has to pretend to be the minor. But that's fine. Usually you pick people too that can like handle it, that don't have like triggers when it comes to weird sex stuff, or typically, or either you pick somebody who wasn't molested as a kid, or maybe who was, and maybe this is a helpful way for them to take ownership over that again. But it just depends. Every like victim is different. Yeah.
Moral character from the creature itself.
Okay. And
otherwise I would ask, well, like, why were so many different civilizations okay with developing hunting? Like, how were they able to get past this built-in? You say we have a deep moral intuition against animal cruelty. Why were so many people okay with hunting for animals?
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine that's extremely divorced from the kind of suffering we inflict on animals today. It's I mean, hunting.
Well, okay, because you can go with the Native American argument here, right? Like, there's a long Native American tradition that like they understood that they had to like kill the animal in order to eat it and survive, but they had a whole code. Oh, see, there I go. Me and Mr. Cracky voice. They had a whole code around it, right? It's like they would like kill it, and then like it was actually like you were seen as being more skilled, one, because you were able to like shoot it in the head, and like more honorable if you could like shoot the boar or whatever in the head and be like, like fast death. There's no reason to like sit there like stabbing it, ruining the hide and the meat, right? And there was, but there also was a practical application, right? It's because, well, you were ruining the fucking meat. You're like ruining the thing we need to use for like either clothing or probably for clothing and for food, right? If it's a boar, I think they wore boar skin or boar whatever. I don't know. Or I guess they did that more for buffalo, right? It would eat the buffalo and they'd use it for clothing. So that required it to be a clean kill. So once again, yeah, they could say, oh, they felt better about themselves because they were doing the clean kill and they weren't making the animals suffer or whatever. But really, it was more for practical human application. Anyway, though, you could get that argument. I get where you could go with this. So let's see if he gets there.
For an animal is nothing like the way that we procure and consume animal products today. As I mentioned, factory farming is one of the greatest sources of suffering on the planet. If you think that animals are sentient, and I think that probably sufficiently explains the difference.
Do you think? I'm just curious, just real quick on that. Would you be okay with animal agriculture if it was like I forget what they call, like torture-free farms or
humanely raised.
Yeah, whatever, like that kind of stuff. Is that an okay form of animal ag to you?
I think it would significantly reduce the badness of something like industrial animal agriculture. But I think there are like a lot of problems with this today. I mean, first of all, there are virtually no.
I like that he admitted it. I like he didn't take like the hard line. He said no factory farming. Ultimately, that's what he's arguing. But I like, at least he said like, well, he admitted like that would be a lot better than it is now. Like I would accept that if that was implemented. That's a nice admission. It's nice when people just like don't pretend that they can only hold to the most radical position ever on everything. Like he admitted like, yeah, like that would be better. But like ideally, no, I'd rather get rid of all of it. Like I appreciate that admission.
There's no such thing as a humanely raised animal. At least it's very hard to find them and like eat them multiple times a day. For one, if you purchase eggs, no matter if they're the pasture-raised eggs, you get them from your aunt's backyard or something, that it is almost 100% likely in the United States that this egg came from an egg-laying hen who was hatched in a hatchery where the male chicks are macerated because they're just not, you don't need them to lay eggs in the egg-laying hen industry. So, I mean, in practice, there's no such thing as a humanely raised animal product, at least completely humanely raised. And then the second thing is just, I mean, when we think about the way that eating animal products affects our psychological attitudes towards beings that we think have some sort of moral value, it's clearly going to affect it negatively, right? I mean, there have been psychological studies that show people who, consume meat, humanely raised meat, the most humanely raised they can find, tend to care less about the suffering of animals. They've done studies on this.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? People that find the most humanely raised meat possible care less about the suffering of animals? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So I can't remember exactly how the study worked, but they found people who claim to consume only humanely raised meat, and perform a few like psychological evaluations and find that they're less likely to care about the suffering of animals. They're more careless about the suffering of animals, or callous to it.
Why do they eat more humanely raised products? I'm assuming they cost more then. No, isn't that kind of weird? Or what was the explanation for that?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
But besides that point, I think in practice, like I said, it's extremely hard to find humanely raised products in the real world. So you'd have to be like extremely diligent, almost as much as a vegan, in how your effort to reduce the suffering you cause with your animal product choices.
Theoretically, if you
that is a good decent argument, right? Like, because that's the that's the thing is like if you're gonna go half-assed about it, you might as well go the whole way, or just not do it at all. Because I see what he's saying. I get it. There's a point I was trying to think of earlier. I might still be wrestling a little bit with this idea, but maybe that's my emotional side, right? I'm like wrestling with this idea. I'm wrestling with this idea about the dog, right? Like, oh, dogs, like, oh, I love my dog. Oh, I don't want somebody to hurt my dog. But it's more like, see, it's like my dog, right? It's mine. It's not really. It's not really like. Yeah, I'm not really, but I'm not saying like, oh, that's morally wrong. Like, we can't have that. Like, well, I guess I am saying we shouldn't do that, and we should enforce some kind of norm around not hurting dogs. So is that morality? I guess, but I think it's morality as more applied to human beings, right? I think the reason why it's upsetting is not because the dog is being harmed necessarily, but it's because like that's just a shitty thing for a person to do, right? Yeah.
could do it though,
Sure.
Yeah.
That was the original question.
Because then my next question is going to be, it feels like then we're already closer in agreement on my end because you're putting them in some different category, because I don't think we would ever agree that there's like a morally okay way to raise and eat humans, right? So it seems like we're already putting animals in some different
Yeah.
category, therefore saying it's okay in some ways to morally raise and consume them, no?
Again, I'm willing to concede certain facts about animals generating them having less moral status. I think that there are just still so many problems with the current system that it's in practice, it's not something that's a real concern. For instance, I mean, most of the animals that are killed in the United States are babies. I mean, they're killed at a fraction of their natural lifespan. If the reason killing is wrong or death is bad is because it deprives a being of the future they would have otherwise had, then that seems like
That's not, see, he already has it wrong. That's not why. Well, first of all, killing is not wrong. Murder is wrong because murder is wrongful killing. Killing's just killing. Murder is wrongful killing. So he's already messed up on his ethics. He's saying, what did he say? Killing is wrong? Wait, let's go back.
I mean, they're killed at a fraction of their natural lifespan. If the reason killing is wrong or death is bad is because it deprives a being of the future they would have otherwise had.
The reason why killing is wrong or death is bad is because it deprives a creature of the. Did you say a creature?
Babies. I mean, they're killed at a fraction of their natural lifespan. If the reason killing is wrong or death is bad is because it deprives a being of the future they would have otherwise had.
A being. Oh, it depends. It deprives a being of the future they. I'm like this guy, right? It deprives a being of the future they otherwise would have had. Yeah, no, that's not what makes it wrong. That's not what makes it wrong. That's just not the central principle. That's an effect that happens, but it's not the central thing that makes it wrong. What makes it wrong is. Let me think this through this for a second. I need to know this. It's like ethics shit. Right? There's a reason we have a right. We call it a right. You have the right to this because it's right. It's the right thing to do. That's where like rights are the crossover between the bridge from ethics to politics, right? So you have a right to this thing because it is right. What is right is valuing life. Now I know what you're going to say then is, well, why aren't you just a vegan then, Marshall? You value life. Well, life serves as the standard for human beings because we are alive. But we are alive in a particular way, which is why then you have to go back to epistemology, right? You have to like look at the way we gather knowledge and why that's important. And it's actually necessary for our survival as a species. So all this comes from science. And then the way you get to that morality, where we then say killing a human being is wrong, right, is because you are acting against your own survival. Like, right? Say I have to be very careful here because it's like you're acting against a being survival. Well, that's what you're doing when you kill dogs, like, right? But see, that's the thing is like we actually are just at war with these other things, unless we didn't have to be, right? If bonobos tomorrow started developing sophisticated consciousnesses to where they started like building like structures and systems and started talking to us, well, then we would reason with them. We'd say, oh, you guys are talking now. Okay. See, that's what talking is such a big part of this, right? If they just started talking, even like I said, very simple words. They said like, I talk to you, human, need help. Right? If they had like very basic like phrases they could use to where we could actually like reason with them and talk with them, that would be huge. That would literally that would change the way we deal with them, right? It was, oh, you can be a part of our schema that helps us to survive, right? Now we don't have to act so harshly against you because you understand us now. So it literally this all could change if the underlying facts were different. But this is the underlying fact of the way the world is, and so this is our morality, right? Let me just hold on. I'm going to brush up on this real quick. Just want to get I get what her take was, even though she doesn't always have necessarily the right answer right away. So it's going to come back to force for her, right? No man may initiate the use of physical force against others. No man, because that's this. It comes back to politics first. So really, it's not even in ethics anymore. It's just like how we deal with each other, right? When you abandon reason, physical force becomes the only means of dealing with one another's settling disagreements. Rational mind doesn't work under compulsion. Does not subordinate a grasp of reality to anyone's orders, directives, or controls. Force is the antonym and negation of thought. Understanding is not produced by a punch in the face. Intellectual clarity does not flow from the muzzle of a gun. What if she deals with like, why is it wrong to kill a person though? It's actually like a really good simple question that I realize I haven't given much thought to. Like, what is the singular what is like the central reason why it's wrong to kill a person and not an animal? Maybe I'm going to become vegan now, guys. Life is still the center of value. Actions that promote, sustain, enhance a rational human's life or moral. Oh, right. It's the right to engage in self-sustaining, self-generating action, the right to live one's own life by the guidance of one's own mind. Killing another person is the ultimate violation of this right, as it forcibly deprives them of the ability to think, act, and pursue their own values. Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so it's not that it's a future. You're not depriving them of a future. It's that you're literally stopping the process of human life, which is like thinking, moving, negotiating, decision making. Like, right? You're like stamping out something that is a value because it's the only type of creature that can even have such a thing called value. So it's like a fundamental wrong. Yeah.
Then that seems like a seriously, wrong action to take. And yeah, I know. I think most people, they don't know this, but if you ate like a meat, animal that came, an animal product that was from an older animal, it doesn't taste as good. It's like a much tougher meat. Most people wouldn't enjoy it. So,
you gotta get that fresh meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess the point I want to just fully reiterate is that someone who is trying to like eat humanely raised products would have to be as diligent as a vegan, because they'd have to admit to be charitable with this argument, you'd have to admit that if you make a mistake and you accidentally eat, a fast food or something, or from a restaurant where you don't know what the animal product is, you'd have to admit that you've just done something that's somewhat equivalent to torturing a dog for the sake of hearing its screams. Yeah. Stop you there. 5 minutes.
Wait.
That if you make a mistake and you accidentally eat, a fast food or something, or from a restaurant where you don't know what the animal product is, you'd have to admit that you've just done something that's somewhat equivalent to torturing a dog for the sake of hearing its screams. Yeah.
What? When it's an accident? Didn't he literally frame the question by saying you accidentally went to, or you didn't know? How can you have moral fault if you didn't know? What? Oh, I have to go back further. What is he talking about?
The point I want to just fully reiterate is that someone who is trying to like eat humanely raised products would have to be as diligent as a vegan, because they'd have to admit to be charitable with this argument, you'd have to admit that if you make a mistake and you accidentally eat, a fast food or something, or from a restaurant.
That's a mistake. You made a mistake. What is it? What? It's not the equivalent. It's not the same thing. He says it's equivalent. It's not at all. You just framed it in a way that's made it not equivalent, right? There's the person, you're saying the person who just literally like eats an animal just for shits and giggles, right? And there's a person who's trying to eat only humane raised animals, but then accidentally goes to a place where they're not sure, and they find out later that they actually ate the wrong kind of thing. It wasn't humanely raised. These are not the same people, right? That this person's gonna be like, haha, get fucked, and this other one's gonna be like, oh shit, I feel bad. I was trying not to do that. That's like, there's two different. What? This doesn't make any sense.
Restaurant where you don't know what the animal product is, you'd have to admit that you've just done something that's somewhat equivalent to torturing a dog for the sake of hearing its screams.
Somewhat. It's not. Not at all equivalent.
5 minutes, Stephen.
Want to talk for 5? No, I'm just kidding. That was a 5-minute warning. Sorry, you said that eating an animal would be the equivalent of hearing a dog scream. Well, I feel like there's a big difference there because the person eating the animal is engaging in like a biologically necessary function where we eat and we know we need to eat to survive. Now, obviously, we don't need to eat animal products to survive, but I think that's a lot different than just torturing an animal for the sake of getting some kind of joyful response out of torturing the animal.
I kind of wouldn't even concede that much, though. We don't need animal products in order to survive. I mean, that might be technically true, and maybe if you have like a really strong gut, immune, respiratory, all the shit systems, like maybe, but animal stuff like really helps fortify a lot of shit in our bodies. Like I said, unless you're like I don't know, unless you're some weird fucking, I don't know, matcha tea grown, hipster fucking weirdo from California, San Fran bullshit. I don't know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
I think that even when it comes to animal agriculture, this is the reason why like the PETA videos or whatever videos of animal ag are so effective, is because if people see somebody torturing an animal and all they see is like pain and suffering from the animal and somebody getting some kind of sick, twisted enjoyment out of it, even for an animal that we ordinarily eat, I think most people would be really uncomfortable with that. But I also, does it not bother you, or I guess how do you address or deal with the fact that in kind of like the animal kingdom, absolutely no moral systems or no moral treatment emerges from any of these animals either? So why would it be, for instance, unethical or immoral for a human to eat an animal, but it would be more ethical to leave that animal in the wilderness where another set of animals could kill it, often in kind of painful, excruciating ways, before they consume it?
Yeah, I mean, the first problem with this kind of justification for why animals don't have moral status is that when we look at our own human species, we find beings that are incapable of this kind of reciprocal moral behavior that
like conservatives. I'm so joking. I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
That's what I said earlier, though. It's kind of true. It's the same parallel, right? Here we are trying to baby and coddle these conservatives who aren't on the same playing field as us, and they don't want to be. It actually is an analogous argument. Like, they're trying to laugh at him for schizoing out there for a second, but it's true. It's very true. Now, I'm not saying we should like kill. I'm not saying that. Do not. Okay. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, right? That parallel is analogous, right? We have a group who's not playing by the same set of norms, right? Now, this guy, the vegan's obviously going with the idea that like we have helpless people who can't fend for themselves, and we think they're worthy of protecting, right? But the answer to that is, well, because they're people. If it was a helpless animal, I mean, I do my best, but I wouldn't waste a ton of my time and resources trying to help. For people, yeah. For people, I'll go the extra mile. I'll move mountains if it's a person. But if you're not a human, you're not a person. Sorry. I'll try, but like not very hard.
And we still think that these beings have moral status. Infants, severely cognitively disabled people, the elderly, the senile. Not the elderly, the senile.
So I understand this argument. It kind of runs into like this kind of like name the trade place. Like I would make an ontological argument here. I would say that like mankind or people kind, I don't know what we call it now, but like humanity has like these qualities to it, where a fully developed person that's as realized as you can be biologically would be able to do all these things. One of these things is have the capacity for thought and reason such that social contracts and moral systems emerge. Now, maybe every single member of that class, for some reason, a brain injury or some other type of developmental error, isn't able to do it. But as a class of people, like we would say that we have this thing. Therefore, we treat, our moral status only kind of works if we grant it to every single person in that category. We can't like pick and choose people in the category, because then the whole category itself becomes suspect. So I'm not fully convinced that just because some senile or very young children are incapable of reciprocating morals means that, well, that's the same thing as the whole animal kingdom of.
And also what I just said earlier, it's how I see. I'm glad I'm onto this, right? I'm glad I was already onto this. Even when we get into these arguments, like I said, even the most mentally deficient human, I don't think is even on the same level as like a dog or a pig, right? You can still talk to them in some very baseline tangential way. You can still like talk to them. You can still kind of like get a sense of what they think, what they're feeling about things. but like in an articulated way. It's deeper than just an animal, right? It's still deeper than just even the most mentally deficient person, even the most like physically, mentally helpless person, is still very, very human in a uniquely human way.
All of which will never reciprocate morals. I don't find that argument very convincing.
Sure. And before I address
Yeah.
before I address that, I just want to point out that the view you're claiming is to be that you're claiming to be more intuitive is highly unintuitive. The claim that the particular kind of being a being belongs to determines whether the pain that they experience matters morally is highly unintuitive, I think, to most people. I mean, suppose you woke up tomorrow, a being
This might be a decent argument.
belongs to you. You're claiming is to be that you're claiming to be more intuitive is highly unintuitive. The claim that the particular kind of being a being belongs to determines whether the pain that they experience matters morally is highly unintuitive, I think, to most people.
No, I don't think that's true at all. I think it's very intuitive, right? If you see something that you think looks similar to a person or the type of creatures you tend to care about being harmed, you're going to get emotionally upset. But then when you step back and you gather the facts, then you can determine, okay, I got upset about seeing that, but then, oh, now that I know more about this, that's not a real dog, that's just a CGI dog? Oh, okay, well, it's fucked up that you showed me that, but I guess it's not wrong because it's not a real dog, right? Like, so this isn't even true. It very much matters what type of thing it is.
I mean, suppose you woke up tomorrow and you didn't know what you were, and all you felt was just the most extreme agony you've ever experienced. It's like an unreflective agony. You're not thinking, "Wow, I'm in so much pain right now. I'm rational and I'm in so much pain." No, it's just extreme agony. If you ask yourself, or say you find out you're a pig, or
How do you see that? I actually like this question a lot because he just kind of fucked himself there. Imagine you were in this just pure agony. You couldn't think through it. You were just facing it. Once again, then is that agony? I think agony and suffering are these things that we've learned from being human. But when an animal goes through a lot of pain, might be a lot of pain, might be feeling pain in specific parts of their body, but are they suffering? Is it agony? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know the answer to this. And I don't think he does either.
or something like this. I don't know how this would be possible. I guess maybe you're behind a veil of ignorance and you like step back or something. If you find out you're a pig, should we think, wow, I guess my suffering didn't matter at all? This just seems highly unintuitive. But I guess to address your point about
Wait, just real quick on the
Sure,
for the example, again, I find this is a form of intuition pumping because it always feels like imagine
Yeah.
one day you wake up and you're just screaming in agony because you're part of a factory farm, and then the alternative reality is it's like Charlotte's Web where you're on a farm and everybody's happy and the spiders and the
Yeah.
pigs and everybody get along with each
Right.
other. Well, like
Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine what's it like living as like a deer and you wake up and there's like a leaf that's moving and you don't know if there's like 15 animals about to jump out and eat you, and that's literally every single day of your existence for your
Yeah.
entire life until you get old
Yeah.
enough that something finally catches up to you and eats you and you die.
Terrifying.
I don't know what I mean, like it's hard to even imagine, what is it like? If I think of like a cat or a dog, I'm a bad example because I do sit on the cat.
Actually, yeah, that is scary, right? Actually, imagining what a like say animal is scary because they don't know what anything is. It's true. That's why animals are so jumpy, right? For like any little ones, they like learned how to scurry away because that's how they survive. They don't know what anything is. It's scary. It's very scary because they don't know shit. They don't know anything, right? We can just like sit, chill, calm, cool, collected because we kind of know like, oh, when I hear that rustle, that's like that machine or I know what that is, right? Like, yeah, it's very scary being an animal. Very scary. We should be very thankful that we're humans.
Computer all day, but for most humans that like to go outside and see the sun and everything, like the idea of being locked up in a house all day seems horrible, but we consider that to be a more humane way to treat a cat than to let them roam the streets for a variety of reasons. So I understand we can intuition pump one way and say, well, this thing would definitely be bad, and it's like I don't even know what it's like to have an experience like an animal like that, and I certainly wouldn't, because there are other experiences that they have that would be totally not okay to me, but they seem to enjoy or they seem to live in naturally. So
Yeah, I mean, you bring up the problem of wild animal suffering, which is interesting. I mean, there are obvious analogies between the suffering of wild animals and the suffering we cause to animals on factory farms. I mean, for one, we cause the suffering to animals on factory farms. Animals in the wild, no moral agent is causing the suffering to another, another being, another sentient being. So maybe that plausibly explains the difference. another thing is maybe you just accept that, like, yeah, wild animal suffering is bad, and we should do what we can to prevent wild animal suffering without, preventing or without allowing some similarly bad action like destroying an ecosystem. Yeah, so maybe that's one way you could explain that.
Does this argument? Okay, I'll make a quick comment. Can I give him the last? Because I feel bad if I have the last one. Well, I feel, does this argument not collapse into like a weird like anti-natalist argument where you can say, well, factory farming is bad because it introduces a lot more suffering into the world, and if you just have like the wilderness as is, then there's going to be less suffering. But like, could I make the argument, for instance, like, well, I actually think it's super ethical if you eat only cats because they're obligate carnivores. So for every one cat you eat, you're actually saving like 1,000 other animals. And then could you just not run this ad infinitum until like the larger creature you eat, the less harmful and suffering there is, until like all the animals on the planet are dead and nobody's suffering anymore? And then you can have the last crack at it.
I'm not sure I follow that. I'm wondering, could you repeat?
Well, because cats have to eat other animals to survive generally, right? They're obligate carnivores, carnivores, not carnivores. Some cats are fun, but not that fun. So I'm just saying that, like, would it not be more ethical to kill or eat animals that only have to eat other animals? Like if I eat one cat, that cat's not eating 100 other animals, so I'm reducing the suffering. And then could you just not run that same thing with every larger creature until you've eaten or eradicated everything on the planet so there's no more suffering? Like a form of like animal anti-natalist argument.
Yeah.
Kind of true. Yeah. That's a decent thought experiment. I don't know if he just came up with that on the spot, but yeah, that's decent. That's pretty decent, right? Like that's kind of what we've been getting at, right? It's like, well, they don't even have the capacity to even think about these questions, right? So what? and right, and because it bothers us as human beings when we see animal suffering. We're like, oh my god, that creature's just getting eaten alive. Oh, and again, and reason why is because you put yourself in that, right? You imagine imagine yourself being like tackled by a cheetah or whatever, or like just getting like fucking mauled to death, right? Well, yeah, it'd be horrible, right? But that's it's the state of nature. This is the way nature has been. Like, not to say that we could or shouldn't change it or whatever, right? But you have to have a way to get there. And once again, unless we get bonobos who start talking and writing constitutions or something, like we just have to treat animals the way they treat us. We're actually using our own morality, right? We're saying this shit's got to be reciprocal, or else no dice. We can't help you, right? No dice. Now you're gonna come at me because you're gonna say, well, what about little babies and fucking people who can't help themselves more? So that's not reciprocal. They're just a drain on the resources. I mean, then I'd go to like maybe a similar argument that Destiny pulled, like, of like, because they're in the same class of thing, we can't really like disrupt that, right? Or have that be questioned. So we kind of just need to include everybody who's part of the class, even if they're like the weakest members of the class or not the most representative members of the class. But also, like I mentioned, I think even the most mentally deficient, most helpless human that's not like a vegetable, and even if you are dealing with a straight up vegetable, right? There's something to be said for propagating your own, right? I mean, usually very helpless people have like family who loves them, and that means something. I don't know. I mean, really morally, they are kind of no more equivalent than like a pet at that point. Sorry, it's just true. But they're a person, so they deserve a little bit more respect. Not even more respect. They deserve just respect. So are animals, though. See, it depends on what word you use. If we're talking about just respect, then yeah, every living thing really deserves some form of respect, right? Like even Craig Biddle says, like I wouldn't want to be friends with somebody who just like kicks a flower or pulls it out and just like throws it just for fun, just to like see something beautiful be destroyed. Yeah.
I mean, again, it seems implausible that you'd be able to do anything like this without destroying the ecosystem. But I mean, it's an interesting question whether we should, reduce the number of natural predators in a population.
What? Also, what is this? What is this cucked? Let's just get rid of everything that kills everything else? Okay. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you want to like God, I guess this is, veganism feels so philosophically both behind the times and also way too ahead of its time at the same time, right? Because like maybe some theoretical world where we're all like, where everything is completely different and not the way it currently is, like maybe, right? Maybe we could like have this whole like kind of ecological schema where like nobody kills anything else and we're all just like living peacefully, happily together, right? But you have to be assured that that would happen, that the other animals would be able to abide by that and honor that. But we don't have that right now. There's no possible way, right? Part of the reason you keep a human being alive who's a vegetable is because we sort of have this glimmer of hope that maybe like our technology will improve or something, that we'll have some breakthrough and they'll like come to their senses and come alive and be a regular human, right? Because they're a human being, right? When they're fundamentally not human, there's literally no physical chance or hope of anything happening like that. But if they are human, well, maybe they got a brain, like they're good.
I think it's kind of it's irrelevant to the question of whether we should be causing massive amounts of pain and suffering to sentient beings for trivial benefits. But it is an interesting question. I'm just not sure how it fully relates to the factory farming question. And I guess, yeah, I mean, the last point I just want to emphasize is that the amount of suffering we cause to factory farmed animals in a few years is probably equivalent to the amount of suffering that every human on Earth has ever experienced in the history of humanity. This is just true if you run the numbers and you look at the neuroscientific data that suggests that non-human animals.
I kind of don't like when people do this. Like, also, break real quick, even though nobody's watching me, but maybe somebody watch this later. That's what I always say when I'm like, when I feel bad about like talking to 0 people, it's like maybe somebody watch this later. I'm just like recording it for posterity. I don't know whether to call him Destiny or Steven sometimes, like, because he said he doesn't really like to go by Destiny because that's just sort of his online name. Is his brand. His real name's Steve. But then I feel like I don't know him on like a first name basis well enough to. So I feel, since I'm like technically a fan, like it's proper for me to call him Destiny. But then like, I don't know. But then he's like debating people who use their name. So maybe I'll just start calling him Steven more often and see how it like lands with people. Or maybe I'll say his first name, Stephen Bonnell. Stephen Bonnell. Stephen Bonnell. Bonarelli.
Especially land mammals, experience roughly the same amount of pain and pleasure that humans do, given the same amount of aversive stimuli. That fact makes veganism such a heavy moral imperative. I think it's an interesting question whether animals have a right to life in the way humans do, whether it's okay, it's permissible to humanely raise and kill an animal. The fact of the matter is that this is just not how the world is right now, and people should be vegan. Contingently, Destiny, you should be vegan until we develop cultivated meat, better plant-based meat. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Cole. And thanks again to.
That was surprisingly wholesome and kind. That was a fine debate. He was a nice enough guy. He was polite. He had his facts. Like, he held his own. Yeah, that was good. Of the vegan debates I've watched in my life, that like was definitely not the worst. Definitely was not among the worst ones I've watched. Maybe I would even say among the better ones I've watched. Maybe. As good as vegan debates get.
To all our student debaters and Stephen, for those 4 rounds, we're going to have a few questions from the audience.
Oh, now we're doing Q&A.
If you have a question, please line up.
Actually, wait, real quick. You could just take this mic down there if you want. You just have to take it back because it's taped down a little bit. And then you can ask your first one and I'll repeat it. Go ahead. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, in your debate with Ben Shapiro, one of the biggest concessions.
Yeah, Steven. I'm gonna call him Steven. Steven controlling the audio visual of everything. He's such an AV control freak. He always he's like, real quick for the camera. That's good though. He's that actually goes a long way to being media trained when you care about that kind of stuff. Yeah.
You got was that the right, and you could argue the media sphere itself.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Sorry
speak
about
loudly.
that.
Go ahead.
I do the same shit. Like when I see something not being run properly, it's like everything in my power to, especially if I can't say anything. I'm like, oh, just like move that tent or like tape that fucking Like those cords down, that's not safe. Like the other night I was at something, the fucking cords weren't taped. It's like amateur hour. You never run an event before?
Should I start from the beginning or should I?
Yeah, you
just
said
keep
in
going?
my debate with Ben Shapiro, one of the largest
So you got a
concessions.
concession that Trump is graded on a curve. I agree with this proposition, but I wanted to ask what this kind of means for, in the sense, the future of politics. Will there be, if in a sense the right ends up producing a similar candidate or a candidate on the level of Trump, what will things look like for the upcoming 2028 election or the midterms in the 2026 upcoming election, and specifically targeted towards voters that are disinterested or disengaged with politics just because they see how much Trump has made things very trivial?
So when you ask like where the future of politics is going, the reason why it's hard to see beyond where we're at right now is because I don't know how much we can possibly do, and I don't know how much damage we can undo. So I think the issue that you run into is when you tell somebody that they can behave in a certain way, you set a new standard for how they'll behave. And if you allow somebody to push this boundary, if
and
we're
over and
from
over
0 to
again.
100 and the boundary is normally at 50, if
Yeah.
they push it like all the way to 99, you're going to have to fight to bring it back to like 95, let alone back to the 50 where you would want it to be.
Yeah.
So Republicans have just been unhinged for a long time. You know, they talk about how evil it is that we call conservatives fascists now. And I remember Michael Savage and Glenn Beck and Rush Limbaugh and Sean
Oh,
Hannity and Billy Cunningham and all these.
Communist. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like screaming like communist, socialist, or whatever. So like the issue is that like now obviously I do it in a far more inflammatory way. You know, saying basically like, well, if you're going to act like this, then the other side could act like this, and I don't think you want that. So maybe we should all like take a step back and go back to where we're all being like nice to each other, because that's a better world for everybody. But we have to find a way to one is to it really it's such a boring topic, but it goes back to this misinformation thing, because something that my one of the debate opponents brought up earlier related to the rhetoric thing is, well, the other side thinks that the liberals have already done this, and that's an issue.
Hold on, I'm going to call Steven out now on this. But you need to stop doing this. We need to stop saying things that are boring. Because I used to do this too, right? That's such a boring topic because nobody cares about it. Make people care about it. That's your job. That's right. Potentially my job. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with my life yet, but like it's our job to make people care about these things and make it not boring, right? Because it shouldn't be boring. It should be the most fascinating topic you've ever talked about in your life, because it's critically important. Yeah, sure, it's fucking boring. It's about as boring as eating gets sometimes, okay? Sometimes eating is really fucking boring and I don't want to do it, but you have to. Brushing your teeth is boring. There's so many things you have to do that are boring.
That's a fact-based issue.
Yeah.
And as long as one side has been able to hijack like what is real and what is true in so many people's minds, if I can invent the past for you, I can justify any future I want, because I can show you these things have happened and these people have justified it. Therefore, you're justified in acting the same. So I would hope that politics somewhat goes back to normal, but it's going to require half the country to completely wake up from the Delulu land they've been living in under Trump too, that we're only not even 1 year into.
Yeah.
And then it's going to require us to acknowledge as a country, there's a lot of foreign players that have a big motivation in how our politics plays out. And there's a lot of bad incentives that exist right now in the United States that the average person can't navigate our media landscape and expect to see what's real and true, because we just don't naturally select for that. We select for things that make us feel good.
Agreed.
Okay,
Awesome.
thanks.
I'd love to debate you sometime.
Sure. You should have signed up for this.
Hi, Stephen. Thanks so much. So I'm not a vegan, but I was kind of surprised about some of these answers, and I kind of want to go down at least one of the answers that you gave for some of this. So you seem to privilege human sentience and qualify it with abstract reasoning over phenomenological consciousness. And the type of consciousness where we know is conserved in animals, where...
Did you say phenomenological consciousness? Phenomenological consciousness. There we go. Phenomenological consciousness. Study conscious experience from a first-person perspective, focusing on what it's like to see, feel, think, or remember, examining instructions, meanings, these subjective appearances rather than just brain states. Emphasize this intentionality. Consciousness is always about something, and explores pre-reflective awareness, embodiment, how consciousness makes the world possible. Moving beyond simple introspection to uncover universal features of experience through methods like bracketing out assumptions. See if we're actively reflecting on it. For example, just feeling thirst versus thinking, I am thirsty. It's about the lived experiences. Yeah, okay.
the nociceptors are the same, the alamocortical loops are the same, limbic systems are the same, the mechanics of misery are the same. The inference that the capacity for suffering is conserved, you don't seem to actually address these sorts of arguments around why shouldn't we care about this. You sort of answer, well, they're not human.
I mean, there seems to be something different in kind to the human mental experience than there is to the animal mental experience. I mean, we can point to a lot of similar structures and a lot of similar, underlying mechanisms, but for some reason, things like culture, things like morality, things like, complex thought and speech have just never emerged. So it seems like there's significantly something different in kind there. Now, would I say that there's like a 100% chance that there's no conscious experience happening that is happening in a mind like ours? I mean, I can't say that with certainty, but I think that the vegans overstate their argument and saying, well, there's enough similarity here that for sure they definitely get more consideration.
Well, to be fair, it doesn't seem like the similarities that is being stated there isn't the fact that they're the same or they're able to
consideration things like, and there is to
you sort of answer, well, they're not human.
I mean, there seems to be something different in kind to the human mental experience than there is to the animal mental experience. I mean, we can point to a lot of similar structures and a lot of similar, underlying mechanisms, but for some reason, things like culture, things like morality, things like, complex thought and speech have just never emerged. So it seems like there's significantly something different in kind there. Now, would I say that there's like a 100% chance that there's no conscious experience happening that is happening in a mind like ours? I mean, I can't say that with certainty, but I think that the vegans overstate their argument and saying, well, there's enough similarity here that for sure they definitely get more consideration.
Well, to be fair, it doesn't seem like the similarities that is being stated there isn't the fact that they're the same or they're able to do tax code or write speeches and stuff like that, but the capacity to actually suffer is the thing that is conserved, and the fact that things are different and there's something different in the complexity of our behavior doesn't seem to be warrant for torturing people.
I mean, maybe not. I guess you could explore that further. I would argue that suffering is generally bad for people, but I think that we just kind of like take that for granted because of how our lives exist today. Like, I mean, I could hypothesize like the ideal optimal human life would be at 10 years old, you continually take enough morphine or something until eventually you die in like some euphoric blissed out state of drug overdoseness. And, if you're just graphing somebody's life in terms of like optimal happiness, it's probably about as happy as you could be. But I don't think that would be a very satisfying answer to a lot of people in terms of satisfying like a person's life. Like, I don't think that we measure like pain and suffering and like happiness and joy on just this like very collapsed axis of like, are you in pain or not in pain?
Well,
so
it seems like what we
okay.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like
well, you want to do one last thing, I guess, or I feel bad.
Well,
they're more sophisticated, yeah.
Instead of like a very simple
Capable of that.
I said is we care about the capacity for the experience there and put that the foremost what we consider. So if we learned that like some action or some peanut butter is now causing cancer to kids, it's that knowledge that actually invites the moral obligation to do something about it. It's the capacity to actually inflict diminishing well-being on some other conscious entity that we really care about.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Oh, so sorry. I see what his argument was there, right? Like, we wouldn't say, well, I want to keep eating peanut butter because it tastes good, right? Well, if it was causing cancer in kids, but, well, like, notice the example in kids, right? There is a harm, but why is it a harm? Because it's people. Always, yeah, it's always gonna
Hi,
come back to that.
Destiny. My name's Arik. I'm a bit of a fan,
Arik?
but my question is, since we can use history to help direct our future, where do you see the root of the collective psychosis of the right? Like, how do we prevent another Trump 30, 40, or whatever years from now? What was wrong with our country that led to all of this?
So this is like a question that will probably be studied for a long time, and there's going to be people way smarter than me that have answers to this. But like, I would argue that a big thing that happened was, I would say in a way, like a microcosm or a macrocosm. Like the argument that I had earlier of like, well, you don't want to be just like them. That's like a microcosm of I think what's happened with liberals and conservatives over the past like 30 years of this country, to where liberals have been expected to govern both like morally and in a way where they can communicate the rightness of what they're doing, and conservatives have just been expected to kind of show up and then just like do their song and dance, and however they govern, who actually cares? Although now they don't even have to show up and dance. Now they just get on social media or they hide on military bases and they tweet unhinged stuff. So for example, like when I look like historically, if you want to talk about the economy, really if you want to talk about anything, I don't think it's an accident that we had a massive economic collapse at the end of the Bush regime, where we had the 2007, 2008 global financial crisis, and then Obama has to come in at the tail end of that, clean all of that up, right the American economy, and then get everything working again. And then for some reason, after 2 terms of that, then Trump gets to come in, right off all of that. Even though things like his illegal immigration was higher than Obama's ever was before COVID hit, his budget deficits were increasingly past where Obama's was when Obama left office. None of that mattered. COVID came in. His response was terrible. I'm not saying it should have been a perfect response, but like it was measurably terrible in a ton of different ways. He lied about the number of infections. He constantly downplayed it. He admitted to downplaying it. And then after Trump was gone, then liberal Biden had to come in, clean things up, kind of like right the ship, get things going again. And then now a Republican president is coming again and is like making a mess of things. When you have a world where one side is expected to lead and govern and has to act in a moral way, and the other side gets to come in and just knock everything over, and we're not allowed to tell ourselves an honest history of what happened, at the end of the day, you are destroying people's ability to learn and to actually have informed decisions going forward about what they want the leadership to look like. Because the collective delusion we have to live in is, I would argue, I'm not trying to argue too much for the other speaker because it's rather than out of here, but
people just only want to ever go to ethics, right? That's as far back as they think it goes, but that philosophy goes back further than that, people. How do you know ethics? How do you know, right? Right? Morality is knowing right from wrong. How do you know right from wrong? Well, you have to go back to how you know anything at all. Epistemology, right? And our epistemology is the thing that has been thrashed, battered, pulverized for decades. Okay? That shit goes back probably to, let me think. I have to get my history. I have to put my historian cap on. The only reason I'm tempted to say it started in, maybe I'm tempted to say it started in like I think a really bad breaking point for us was probably Nixon, right? Nixon caused people to lose trust in the government really badly. And like after Nixon, we get the whole kind of Carter term mess, right? He was like kind of weak and the economy went to shit. But Carter was like doing his best and trying to make it better in like a moral way, right? And then we get Reagan. We get Reagan in the moral majority, which, funnily enough, he fixes the economy. Kind of takes him a little longer than it should have, but he does, right? And then, but look at what happened to the morality of the country, right? And that's really when you started having a lot of this bad faith shit. Yeah, I don't know. All that's so disappointing. And the fact that even like Ayn Rand and Alan Greenspan are like kind of like involved in this, like kind of pretty directly, is pretty gross. That's why I'm glad I'm not an objectivist anymore. I'm a momentumist.
Like this, they say like, well, you guys need to be more civil. It's not fair when you do the same things they're doing. I would argue that thought process has driven liberal politics for the past 2 decades, and it's why we're here now, because we've allowed the other side to live in this delusional fantasy land where they think they've governed appropriately, like the Democrats have, but they haven't. They've made a mess of things constantly, and we're constantly expected to pretend otherwise. And I think that's why we're where we're at right now.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Destiny.
Hi.
So we agree on a lot,
Hey,
so I want to do
Destiny.
something a little spicy. So in the vegan debate, it seems to me that you're removing animals like entirely from your moral framework. So I'm wondering, how do you justify animal cruelty laws? It seems the way you did it in the debate was by saying that it predicts behavior in the future, but it seems to me that that's not really how our criminal law works. Like, we don't try to criminalize things because we predict that someone will do some negative action.
No. That's so wrong. He's so wrong, right? Like, yes, I'm all for the Minority Report argument, right? Like, no, we should not have a pre-crime department. No, we should not arrest people for what they might possibly are going to do, maybe theoretically, right? No, but this is, oh God, I'm so glad he asked this, because it directly goes back to what I said at the beginning of this, right? The reason we have these laws like against luring a minor or sending them lewd material is to prevent the greater harm. And that's actually, that's the same argument here, right? That answered my question from before, right? Why do I treat a dog differently? It's because there is a value in preventing the greater harm by criminalizing some like before behavior. As long as it's actual conduct that can be objectively demonstrated and verified, and there's elements of a crime, of a specific crime you meet, and it's because of something you did in fact do, right? Then we're fine. We're not in the pre-crime department, right? We're not like detecting people's thoughts. Although, you know, the whole thing with that movie is, and I knew this was going to be the case, right? The whole reason why that movie goes to shit is because it turns out, right, that they were actually wrong, right? The system was corrupted. It turned out to be wrong. So, but that's right. But if we could actually accurately know when someone's about to do something, and we had a way of somehow knowing that that's 100% correct, that wouldn't be wrong. The only reason it would be wrong is because we have fallibility. Fallibility. Fallibility is what everything comes back to, right? Because the nature of human beings is that we get things wrong. We make mistakes. We're not perfect. Everything we do is going to, there's something bad is going to happen. It's going to go wrong. It's going to break. We're going to have to fix it and correct it. This is just what it means and what it is to be human. Until that changes, none of our fundamentals can change. None of our other fundamentals can change. Because that's the fundamental that so much is based on. Our epistemology is based on that. Our ethics is based on that. Our politics are based on that. Right? That's why you can't have pre-crime until you have a guarantee, some kind of guarantee that we are now omniscient and we know everything perfectly well and correctly.
The future.
I don't know if I would justify animal cruelty laws. There's a lot that goes into that. It's an intuitive thing that a lot of people just have a feeling about. But yeah, I am who I am. So, but I don't know. Like, I think, like, I always make fun of people that are meat eaters that get like really mad about Cecil the lion or some dog or cat being, killed when they're totally content eating chicken nuggets and cheeseburgers all day. I think it's a huge hypocrisy from some people.
Yeah.
There's also laws against, sodomy all over the place, and there's probably a lot of laws that I couldn't justify personally. So, yeah.
Okay. So you don't agree with animal cruelty laws?
I don't know. Like, if insofar as they might be predictive of crazy future behavior, maybe. I don't know if we ever have any other law like that. I'm not sure. I guess I don't think it, but yeah, I'm kind of indifferent to all of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's consistent. Thanks.
And for our final question,
gotta save the best for last.
Hi.
Hello, Stephen. Thank you for visiting us here today at Yale. And
oh, did you call him Stephen?
Final question.
Gotta save the best for last.
Hi.
Hello, Stephen.
Stephen.
Thank you for visiting us here today at Yale. And I'd like to ask you, if the average American suddenly became significantly smarter and more emotionally intelligent, how do you think political communication and strategy would have to adapt? Also, how do you think the current American populace, mainly non-politicians, would look back at the current administration's actions and rhetoric and put that down in the history books?
Almost seems like a softball question, but maybe kind of a weirdly interesting question. I'm curious to see how he answers it.
Man, that's a hard one. If we all,
it's kind of hard. It's kind of
Joe
like
Rogan and Candace Owens
good
would
and bad
immediately
questions
lose 90% of their audience, I would say. No.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. That's a hard one.
Candace
If
Owens.
everybody, it's also kind of a selfish thing because obviously we all imagine ourselves to be the enlightened ones, in terms of what everything would, everybody would look like me or think like me. The thing, I'll speak about it in this way.
Yeah.
The thing that I think that we lose the most is that I don't necessarily think everybody needs to agree with me on everything, but there are some things that we should agree on, like ways to arrive like at epistemically sound positions, being able to evaluate news and stuff. And we should be able to have an argument over things where the conversation is rooted in like actual real fact, and then we can have a debate on where things should go from there. So
yeah, like all of our conversations ideally should be in a state where like I come with one set of facts and you come with a different but also still true set of facts, and then we basically just say, well, my facts are more relevant here because XYZ. Right? And my facts are more relevant, or you come with a fact that I didn't know about, right? Which then changes the evaluation, because what changes evaluations? The facts, right? So really we should be arguing over the facts in some sense, not the fact that they're facts, but you should be coming with like either different facts, new facts, relevant facts, right? A set of facts that you think are going to challenge mine, or maybe kind of coincide with mine. You can go, see, we actually agree on this. So I don't know why you're going so hard on that, or whatever the case may be, right? That is where our conversation should live. Yeah. It's like in the world of facts.
So, like, I think it's an interesting conversation about like housing, or COVID is one that I bring up a lot, right? Were the lockdowns too aggressive? Should there have been vaccine mandates?
Yeah, like you can haggle over this COVID stuff. There's so many different ways you can talk about housing, like what we should do. I don't know if I'm fall cleanly onto the YIMBY or NIMBY side. For instance, I'm mostly YIMBY, but I have a little bit of NIMBY in me because I have like kind of a bleeding heart when it comes to the environment. I'm kind of like a little bit of a tree hugger guy. Not like a lot. I don't like super care about trees, but like I care about the idea of like preserving nature. Maybe I fall more into the old school like conservationist. Like wasn't Teddy Roosevelt? Was Teddy Roosevelt a Republican? No, he was a progressive. Was Teddy Roosevelt conservationist, not a conservative. Was a highly influential, dedicated conservationist. But okay, but there's a difference though. Difference between conservation versus preservation. Yeah, two different concepts. Focus on wise use and sustainability, balancing human needs with resource protection. Includes regulated hunting, logging, fishing, resource management to ensure future availability. Preservation aims to keep nature untouched and free from human alteration. Emphasizes intrinsic value, setting aside areas as sanctuaries. See, once again, I'm kind of on both sides of that. I think it depends on the land. It depends on the area. There are some areas of land that I think are worth completely preserving. So humans just should not fuck with it, right? At the most, make it a national park, like we do with Yellowstone, right? You can walk through it on a designated, very small path, and you basically mostly preserve it. So it's not humans, nothing to do with humans, right? Yeah. And I think it might even be worth it to have some land. Well, again, depends on I don't know, depends on the land. Depends on the context. I'd probably mostly be a conservationist though. I think most land should be utilized in some way by humans. But yeah, make sure you're using it wisely, responsibly, sustainably, all that shit. Yeah. And then I think that again, when it comes to certain things, like humans have no use for this, have no practical, immediate, reasonable use for this, and people are just like sitting here destroying it. Like it's kind of like the vegan shit, right? Why just like ruin the pristine tranquility of nature just for fun? I don't think that's fun.
Or not. I think that there are really compelling arguments between intellectually honest people on both sides of that conversation. There's something to be said for like, can the government really tell me that I have to inject something into my body? Like that's a statement that a lot of people just assume is, well, no, I'm completely anti-government mandates, but that's not true. If there was a virus that, lurked silently in your body for 2 weeks and then had a 90% kill rate, I think the most libertarian person in the world would say, you absolutely need to mandate vaccines, or I should be able to kill you if I think you're infected. Like people would go to that level. But then, when the disease becomes less significant, people start to pretend their principles are changing when it's actually more like an outcome-oriented question. So yeah, I think the biggest thing that we've lost by not being a little bit more, I don't know if you call them emotionally or intellectually intelligent about things, but we've lost the ability to debate policy, and we're just constantly getting stuck on debating reality.
Debating policy,
is it Ukraine's fault that Russia invaded, rather than what are the reasons why both sides might be fighting with each other, and what should we be doing to alleviate those reasons? Or like, is Israel like a bloody apartheid state that's only interested in genocide?
More realism in foreign policy.
As many Arabs as possible, or is there a complicated interplay between the history of both of these people that other players internationally have fit into in a negative sense in both sides, and like what can we do to alleviate the suffering, especially on the Palestinian side? I think I would imagine, looking back on this era, the biggest.
I just want, again, nobody's watching me right now, but for posterity, okay, I just want the world. I just want everybody to hear. This is his actual position on Israel Gaza, by the way. But no one will ever hear it because nobody watches his real stuff like this, right? Like this is, listen to that position again. He says, especially the Palestinians, right? This is people. People accuse him this guy being a Zionist, okay? This guy, I mean, there you go. Now you can see my mouse, right? Well, listen to this position. Let's hear it again.
Reasons, or like, is Israel like a bloody apartheid state that's only interested in genociding as many Arabs as possible, or is there a complicated interplay between the history of both of these people that other players internationally have fit into in a negative sense in both sides, and like what can we do to alleviate the suffering, especially on the Palestinian side,
especially on the Palestinian side.
I would imagine looking back on this era, the biggest disagreement or the biggest issue is that you're not having like real conversations about literally anything. All of my debate that I had 3 days ago with a couple lawyers about the Venezuelan boat strikes, one guy was screeching that shipwrecks aren't blown up ships, they're just ships that get wrecked, like in Pirates of the Caribbean, they like crash on rocks. And I'm like, this isn't a real conversation. This is the most delusional stuff I've ever heard in my entire life. And every single conversation is like that. Why did you pardon this one guy who's this crypto billionaire? I don't even know who you're talking about. And then Trump just moves on. So yeah, I think that's the biggest issue, is our inability to even have a back and forth on things. Because I'm not right on everything, just like 99% of things. But like I recognize that there are people that could disagree with me on the other side, and then we could have like an interesting convo back and forth, rather than us having to argue, like, is the Earth flat, or did we go to the moon, or is the French government really putting hits out on Candace Owens, or is Macron's wife actually another husband?
Yes, Candace
so
Owens.
Stupid. Yeah, and these are the most popular podcasters on the planet. It's really sad, I think. Yeah.
Beautifully said. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah, see, and he set that up. That was such a setup question. I like that he did that, though. Good job, questioner. Set it up.
All right. We're going to end it here for tonight. On behalf of Yale Effective Altruism, I want to thank Stephen Bonnell for coming to campus and debating with us.
Stephen Bonnell.
Thank you as well to our
Really?
debaters, Hassan Kadir, Sherry Huang, Hannah Owens-Pierre, Cole Haynes, and to our moderator, Giuseppe Di Massa, and to all the volunteers who helped with this event. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening and engaging with the arguments. Please exit the hall calmly so we can hear the room and break out down the setup.
Okay, you know what? This shit pisses me off. I'm sorry. This is what triggers me to be like, I think everyone should be required to take at least one theater class in their life. Just one. That's all you need. You don't have to go on stage or anything. Like, at least like voice and diction, or some type of movement. Take a math class. Do Meisner. Or just do like acting 1. Well, no, because stagecraft is not really related to the skill I'm talking about. Something that this is such a short message that he has to say, and like, just like it, I'm sorry, like, you just can't have that memorized. Like, you can't just prepare a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe it's coming from somebody who has it as a skill, and other people don't have it. But I don't know. I feel like it's something you can kind of learn, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe you have to tell me to that. Whatever. Okay.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. Peace. Peace. All right. What's next? What's next, bitches? Go back to. I'll click on this channel. So we watched that one. 4 months ago. I was like, wait, what? A new one? People will die. I basically watched most. I mean, I watched the best part where the guy fucking leaves. Leaves. I'm gonna put this one on, but I'm gonna go. Whatever. Fuck you. Gonna get some food. Oh, I'm like really hungry. I have a headache. Ouch. Okay. Whoa, that's a weird feeling. Whoa. Okay, I'm freaking out. Guys, I have cancer. Okay. Is that? I probably shouldn't joke about that. Probably not cool. What? I'm allowed to joke about it. I think basically all my grandparents died of cancer. Wait, is that true? My mom's parents both died of some form of cancer. I think my dad's mom died of cancer too. I want to say. And then I think my dad's dad died from like meningitis or something, like kind of gross like that. Yeah, I don't know. My dad died because he drank himself to death. Good job, Dad. Good one. You did it. You win. Okay. Yeah, let's put this one on, and then I'm gonna get some food.
Okay. Kind of on that mention how you can find like common ground with people. I'm kind of curious from like a personal or maybe from a scientific recommendation standpoint. Sometimes there are people who are just like in a epistemically in a totally different world. But I remember one of the jokes I made about RFK Jr. was that there was a world where, despite how much just crazy stuff I would say this guy believes in, there's a world where, in a roundabout way, people end up becoming a lot healthier just because of some of the recommendations that he would make related to like exercise is good. Everybody knows that exercise is good. Or like this obsession with certain dyes or whatever, or ultra processed foods might just cut down on the amount of junk that people are eating, which is a good thing. How do you build a bridge, or do you build a bridge and agree with some parts of a person if like their core kind of like engine or driver is so fundamentally flawed? Is there like a risk in that, or like is that like a deal with the devil, or how do you see that, I guess?
You know, for me, like when the secretary was coming on board, in my mind, he was coming. So you got to work with him. And I was actually the transition lead for the agency, meaning I was the one that oversaw like how we would, bring in the new administration. So we looked for exactly what you're saying, those priorities like around food and water and ending chronic disease, and where there could be alignment with him. I had actually read several of his books before he started to try to figure out where our priorities align. The one thing I would just say as a side note is I was disappointed that in his books, many of his references like were retracted stories or Snopes, and so that gave me a little bit of pause, but I still was trying to figure out where we could have alignment. And if he could advance on a couple priorities together, that would have been great. He just chose never to meet with us.
Gotcha. Do you think that there is a, like, that Americans might be a little bit below the threshold of the understanding needed for how
Steven's
government
like asking these
functions to be able to
questions in, like,
have
a
real
neutral way, and
conversations
if she
about
coming back to partisanship,
the government? So like, for instance, I saw one of the questions you got a lot was, why does the CDC
Horrible.
force us to get vaccinated? Yeah, and then sometimes when you're talking to Americans, it's like
she
with
roll her
the
eyes at that?
stuff relating to the Department of Education.
I
It
missed
wouldn't
it.
surprise me if over half of America thought that the Department of Education like
I love the
mandates
lady.
curriculum K through 12 in every state. It wouldn't surprise me if half of America thought that. Is that like is that a thing that the CDC on its own can combat just when it comes to like scientific stuff, or do you think this is a whole like some kind of civic education overhaul, or what does that look like?
I do think it's broader. I think it's a civic education overhaul. And certainly, each agency can try to speak more about what they do and don't do. But when I use kind of jargony language and we'll say something like, well, CDC is not a regulatory agency, people say, well, what does that mean? And so like, no, well, we're actually regulatory when it comes to looking at like cruise ships and sanitation, but we're not for this. That just makes it really hard to understand. And it's also easy. I remember,
regulatory power, yeah.
when we passed one guideline around, prescribing opioids, I had colleagues saying, yeah, we knew it wasn't mandatory, but we would point to the CDC because, it's like when you're a parent, like, and you want to just say something, it's easier to say, well, the school made me do it, or something like that. And so sometimes I feel, other organizations might point to the CDC because it's just easier to kind of shift to somebody else. But I do think we can, as a nation, better understand, what is the role of government in these different agencies and what do they do and don't do? Because that way, if there is an issue, you can actually address where the issue is at.
Do you think that I guess it wouldn't be happening now, but like if you could make huge changes to how the CDC does communication, like what would some of those changes look like?
Yeah, and I would say, what is sad to me is after COVID, there were so many lessons learned. Like there were certainly issues around lab, and being ready for responses. CDC rose to the occasion. Like we did a whole staff effort called Moving Forward, to where we looked at lab quality and made sure that staff were ready for responses. And so communication, we worked on that too. We started doing things called like clinical pearls that we would send out to doctors so they could understand some of the takeaways. On the website, there were more data dashboards. So you could go and see what in your community was for measles. And then we started doing things like, more regular media briefings, putting out press summaries, and trying to use, as you and I were talking about, like some of these trusted messengers to carry messages on things like flu campaigns. So I think we were
Oh,
starting
government's like
to move
advertising
forward on that.
Mhm.
And I think that's where you need to work a lot with private sector and others too, because you don't want the same talking heads doing it all. You got to have
Right.
creativity being brought in.
Gotcha. I guess I was maybe disappointed in myself. I didn't realize until pretty late on that the CDC website towards the end of like 2023, and maybe this was updated earlier, was actually like a fairly useful resource that when vaccine stuff was there, you guys were like directly linking to studies and you could look up a question and look at stuff and it would be right there. And it was actually like a pretty good resource for that. So if that was part of that drive, that was
Yeah, actually, that's a great point. You know, one of the things we did is we realized the website was so overwhelming with so much material that we reduced more than half of the material on it and tried to have some of those bullet points so people could find out like what's on this website and here's where you go for more information. So that was part of those efforts as well. Unfortunately, in the past couple of months, the website has become much more ideological, which is not what should ever happen. You know, it should be evergreen.
What was the when the CDC is evaluating evidence for guidelines, what does it look like, I guess? Like, maybe in a boring, almost like bureaucratic level, what does that look like? So research comes out, you guys are trying to decide whether or not you would incorporate, mRNA vaccine guidelines or whatever. And like, what are you looking at? Are you looking at other bodies and what they've determined, like the WHO or other people's, like CDC's? Is this strictly a US process? Like, what does that look like?
It can be many different things. So one, if you see that other organizations already have guidelines that, look really well researched, sometimes you can just point to those and not reinvent things and just say, we're going to adopt, XYZ guidelines. Other times, if there's a gap where people think it needs to be generated because of the time, the need, or something from the US, you look at what's the evidence to date. So you do like a systematic review, which means you do huge literature searches, of like how many studies are out there. Then you narrow them down. So, are they randomized controlled trials? Meaning, where you have an intervention, you're testing it against an experimental one and one that hasn't been exposed to that intervention versus, anecdotes or case controls would be towards the bottom of it. And you put most emphasis on the more rigorous studies. And then you try to determine what are the findings from that and how would you then, change guidance or clinical care based on that. So it's not like hey, we're going to change the guidance overnight. Usually there's a significant process to it. And that's what's been disappointing about some of the recent vaccine committee meetings. They talked about, gosh, we're rookies, or we'll just add something to the agenda when there should be this whole year-long process of reviewing the evidence when there's not an urgent critical reason to have an update.
For people that review evidence at the CDC, are these like full-time government employees, or do you have boards that are sat on by like research physicians, or where do those people come from, I guess?
Yeah, it's kind of all of the above. So there's, unfortunately, I believe they were part of the October 10th layoffs, but the library was one area to where they would do these long systematic reviews and help staff, pull the evidence around it. We also would have a lot of federal advisory committees, which means bringing external people in. And then the scientists at CDC would help provide a lot of that data and evidence for them. But CDC knew they don't have all the expertise. And oftentimes you need to bring in those outside researchers. But it was done in a very structured format using what we call GRADE, which is, an acronym about how you really look at the data from the different levels of quality. So all of it was done to minimize bias, to minimize outside conflicts of interest. And that's the other thing. There's been a lot of talk about, CDC with conflicts of interest and getting money from pharma and things like that. So I looked at that about a year ago when we knew there was going to be a new administration coming in. Extremely few even patents at CDC. And most of the people that had patents weren't even currently at CDC. Conflicts of interest for things like the vaccine committee, really minimal because they go through a whole process. And then myself and other senior leaders have to disclose, what mutual funds like we even invest in like publicly. So there are very few conflicts of interest and ties with pharmaceutical industry.
Why don't they do that for Congress?
How do you respond to people who say things like they'll take this default adversarial position opposite all doctors, all pharmaceuticals, all hospitals? How do you respond? Somebody says, well, of course, big pharma or the hospitals are going to tell you that these drugs work or whatever. That's their job. They get paid for it. How do you respond to that kind of broad, mistrust?
Yeah, that's when I just try to ask some follow-up questions. I'll say, that's interesting. That hasn't been my experience. Can you give me a specific example? When you try to drill down a little bit, those generalities, oftentimes there's not much substance to it, other than they'll just keep saying, well, that's what I've heard, or that's what I know. And I'd say, happy to address it or look into it, but you got to give me something I can work with.
Gotcha. Okay. I agree with you there 100%.
Well, yeah, and that's a really important point, right? Because like, if you come up to me and you're like, Marshall, shit's fucked right now. Like the government, they're coming after us. Like they're coming for our kids. They're coming for our churches. They're coming for your pocketbook. No, they're like, what? What do you mean? What's going on? They're taking everything from you. They're going to take everything away from you. The government's getting bigger now. Passed the one big beautiful bill, and it's all just fucked. Actually, say even that's too specific, right? Like because if you come up to me with a problem, you're just like naming general. It's like I don't even know where to go. I don't even know what to Google. I don't know who to call. I don't. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Like, yeah, people who come up to you with just this general vague sense of everything being fucked, but they don't tell you what it is. They don't want to seek a solution. They just want to vent, right? They just want to like express woe or anger at the world or whatever. Yeah. And they want you to agree, right? We're just all swimming through the matrix, helpless.
Well, for how do you deal with people who make I'm asking you more like debate or just rhetoric things. I'm just kind of curious. I'm half just venting too. Sometimes you'll hear people say things. This came up in your congressional hearing, and you just mentioned it now, that you check for conflict of interest, where people will say, I call these things like level 1 assertions, where somebody will say things like, why don't you guys, when you study, you shouldn't let like conflict of interest shouldn't be a thing, because you guys might be biased, and Fauci's making billions of dollars because he owns all these interests, and people just don't know like the extensive level of vetting that goes into a lot of government stuff. To step to the education world, I have a few friends that work with like grant programs that work with colleges, and the amount of like hoops that you have to jump through and everything else to get like approved for government funding is just insane. But then if you go to the public, the feeling is just, oh, well, NGOs get free money from the government with zero oversight. And it's like, there's so much oversight. It's unbelievable. And then, on the back.
You know what the thing to say to these people is? Okay, go do it then. If you think the system's that rigged that you can just go call yourself an NGO and get free money from the government, go do it. Go do it. Go try. Right? Well, they're able to do it, Marshall, because they're well connected. Or what do you mean? No, it's because they built something, right? And what is an NGO? An NGO is a non-governmental organization. Okay, that's like every student organization on every campus. Those are all NGOs. Okay, you're gonna call those like fraudulent or no? It means your club actually has to have enough people to where it actually has enough things going on that cost money, and then you get more appropriations from the school. Okay, that's how it works. But you have to fight for it. You have to like fill out forms. You have to be very diligent. You have to prove that you need it and what you need it for. And they ask you a lot of questions, and they want a lot of evidence. And if you're missing even one thing that they're asking for, they say, if you don't turn this in time, you're done. That's it. Next. You've got a whole line of people behind you waiting for that money who they're going to be more on top of it. They're going to have their form. That's part of how they vet. That's part of the vetting process, right? They sometimes the government makes things so intentionally complicated when it involves giving out money, because they want it. That's part of the vetting. They want to make sure that you're really there. You're a real person. You show up on time. You follow directions. You give all the forms you're supposed to give, because that shows like a basic competency and reliability. It's the whole reason. That's like at least half the reason the government makes shit so complicated. Okay, it's vetting, because they're running away, terrified of this accusation that there's waste, fraud, and abuse. There's so little of it because there's so much bureaucracy. Trust me, I wish there was a way you could just go get free money from the government. It's not that easy. It's really not.
Back of this, you'll hear these things, I call these like truisms. People will say like, I can't believe kids get 70 or 80 vaccines. It's too many. And I was like, well, what is the appropriate amount? Like if it was 500 and we reduce it to 100, would you say that's enough? Or if it was 70, should it be 30? Which ones do you want to get rid of?
And how do you break it down? Is it is it the same methodology or mechanism, now that it was then? And, vaccines right now have, when you look at them, they're done in a much more, I don't want to say cleaner way, but like there's a lot less antigens in them. And so you can actually have more vaccines and there's less of a response. So even though there might be more numbers, there is less reaction to them because the science has evolved. And so I think just being very clear.
True. A lot of vaccines I've even got recently, like I used to kind of feel weird after getting a vaccine. Well, now I don't really. No, it's fine. Maybe my arm, maybe that area of my arm is sore for like a day. It's fine. I feel completely fine. She's right. Vaccines are like painless. But really, if you think about it, vaccines should feel like science fiction to us because they kind of are. Like for like pretty much no pain, a fully painless experience. Just, boop, right? It's like just like getting little prick pinch, right? Just for that, you get full protection from deadly diseases. That's insane. Like, good job, science. You're right for science. I don't know. I know. I'm a nerd and I'm gay. Fuck you. Okay.
On things like that too. It's really tough because some people will really be set in their ways and don't want to hear. And you have to be willing to change your mind. Like I have to be willing to change my mind too. I know we were looking at one of the vaccines and could we even reduce, the number of doses of it? I thought that was fair to look at, but you have to use data to drive that decision. You can't make the decision first and then try to backfit it because that doesn't help anybody. And I think that's the issue we're seeing right now is people have foregone conclusions and they're trying to force data or science. And that's never what it should be. Science is about learning and exploring.
When the CDC makes recommendations in regards to like the vaccine schedule, some people will point out that some of the vaccines are for diseases that like people are rarely coming into contact with anymore. So in the US, things like tuberculosis, or I've heard people criticize like, well, how many people get tetanus or how deadly is tetanus even, considering how rare and the medical treatments available today. How does the CDC ever reevaluate, or how does the CDC decide that like this is a vaccine that we would recommend on an ordinary child's vaccine schedule? Like, what are they weighing there, I guess?
Yeah. So I think you look at, what are the treatments available for these diseases? Are they preventable? What are the long-term consequences? And what I would say is, I've seen kids that had measles, that had meningitis. I actually saw a case of tetanus in my residency training. And I can tell you it was a pretty horrible disease that the person had. I mean, they were on a ventilator spasming. I mean, with high fevers. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And it's preventable. And so in my mind, if somebody could die or they could have something that would prevent it, we should prevent it. Or at least ensure people are aware of the risks and the benefits of it. CDC does look, over time as to, well, here's an easy one, smallpox, right? It's eradicated, so you don't need to vaccinate for it anymore. So I think you can just look at what's the prevalence of diseases. And there's some vaccines, like yellow fever, we don't give in the US that you get when you're traveling abroad. So I think you just look at what's the, how likely is it that you're
right? Because because we know the data that we know there's, I guess like maybe little to no risk. I don't know, or if they have to literally have to be 0%. I don't know. But yeah, you don't get vaccines for certain things unless you go to another country because we know that the prevalence of those diseases is higher over in those places.
You're going to get in the U.S. versus elsewhere.
Yeah, we have the data for that.
When you mentioned lessons learned, or you mentioned that over COVID, there might be things that could have gone differently. I guess retrospectively, and maybe even prospectively, do you think at the time there were mistakes that were made, or maybe not mistakes, but like, this is a thing that definitely could have been handled better in terms of public communication, in terms of recommendations. And then I guess like going forward, hopefully not under this administration, but in a more responsible one, like how does it look different in another, kind of epidemic environment where the government is trying to put out information quickly but effectively and might have to change guidelines as it goes without losing trust? Like, what kind of, do you think any mistakes were made and what would you change going forward for those kinds of responses?
Yeah. And I think, to be fair on both sides, like COVID was new. you know? So I think it was a pathogen where you knew what was going to happen, you know?
This is gonna sound like a super cucked, like bleeding heart liberal thing, but like, why couldn't we all just have looked after COVID and been like, see, the thing that we don't want MAGA to, or like the world to do after Trump, like be like, huh, that was weird, right? I think we should do that with COVID because that was weird. The whole fucking thing was weird, okay? COVID was just fucking weird. We all acted weird. We had to be weird and inside and like not touching each other. It was a weird, fucked up situation. That was something we could just go, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Bye. But with MAGA and Trump, no, we can't just go, what the fuck was that? LOL. Right? It's the two different things. Because COVID was like nobody's fault. It just happened. We had to deal with it. Like, I don't know, man. But see, because the problem is that takes too much emotional intelligence and maturity, right? People want it to be somebody's fault because it's easier, right? It was China. It's a conspiracy. It's a government, right? No, it literally just happened. It just fucking happened. Okay, that's the real truth. It's boring. It's not as sexy, right? But because that's reality, right? When you just get the cold wind and the rain of just real life, it just sometimes it sucks, but sometimes it feels great too, right? Because I was like, sometimes it's like refreshing, right? It just depends on your mindset, okay? Reality's not boring. It's beautiful because it's real. You're alive.
It's easier to have guidance and then adapt it. I think, you know, with COVID, people were learning, like, are you infectious when you have symptoms versus when you don't? And so that was something, you know, that was new. And I think it also changed when there were vaccines versus when there weren't vaccines for it, you know, like what your risk levels might be and how you treat yourself. But certainly I think
you couldn't even touch your groceries until you sprayed them down.
being much more
It got real wild.
saying what we knew and what we didn't know and how it changed would have been more helpful. Like the whole thing around, you know, social distancing, you know, and inside versus outside, and really being able to talk more about like, what's the science behind it? What do we know? There's not a lot of studies on it. How we're going to determine that? And it could be that you say something like, because we don't know that much right now and there's no vaccine or treatment, here's what we think we should do to keep you safe. To me, that makes sense. And then when you learn more or there's a vaccine, you can say, hey, now that we know this, we can change this guidance. That makes more sense. So I think really being able to be more comfortable in the gray area versus having everything be so black and white sometimes.
Gotcha. Do you have, when you were working, I guess for this last year,
gray or there's a vaccine, you can say, hey, now that we know this, we can change this guidance. That makes more sense. So I think really being able to be more comfortable in the gray area versus having everything be so black and white sometimes.
Gotcha. Do you have
more? There's not a lot of studies on it. How we're going to determine that? And it could be that you say something like, because we don't know that much right now and there's no vaccine or treatment, here's what we think we should do to keep you safe. To me, that makes sense. And then when you learn more or there's a vaccine, you can say, hey, now that we know this, we can change this guidance. That makes more sense. So I think really being able to be more comfortable in the gray area versus having everything be so black and white sometimes.
Gotcha. Do you have, when you were working, I guess for this last year, did you ever feel, I guess like more like personal pressure insofar as like death threats or public harassment from individuals related to medical stuff, I guess more so in the past, or maybe over COVID, maybe it was when it was at its worst, or?
Yeah, I'd say, you know, I've probably over the past 10 years, it's kind of been up and down depending on what topics, you know, I was working on. And even in the ER, I'd have, you know, patient threats, or afterwards patients, you know, might try to attack me. But this past year, there's been, I'd say, a lot more personalization, you know, to where people focus on.
Again, I'm going to sound like a whiny, weenie little butt, but like, I just have, I felt like I've never had this problem. I would never dream of biting the hand that feeds. I don't know why that's such a hard concept for people to understand. Why would you lash out at the one person that is like your savior in that moment? Dude, when I'm in the hospital, I'm like, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God, thank you. I'm like the least demanding patient ever, right? They come in and they say, all right, we need you to do this. Yes, 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 of course. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for helping me. Oh my God. Because like, I don't know. It's because I know nothing about medicine or how to keep my body okay. So I'm depending on them. And I know this. I am one of those cucks who puts my trust in hospitals and institutions and shit. And I'm thankful for them. And I show it. Because also, because they go through so much bullshit all day long. Like, someone like me comes along and they're like, oh, thank God, this guy's like nice and patient and thankful, right? That goes a long way. It's not that hard to do. I don't know. I would never dream of like attacking my doctor. Like, God, I don't know. I don't know.
CDC scientists. And the one thing I would say is, CDC was violently attacked in August. A shooter came to CDC and shot over 500 rounds of bullets, each one meant for a person, took out 180 different windows. Yes, I think that's where a lot of staff did feel very personally targeted and threatened. Each one where people focus on CDC scientists. And the one thing I would say is, CDC was violently attacked in August. A shooter came to CDC and shot over 500 rounds of bullets, each one meant for a person, took out 180 different windows. Yes, I think that's where a lot of staff did feel very personally targeted and threatened.
Gotcha.
So not just by a name, but like because you're associated with CDC.
Yeah. I think that got all of like 3 days of coverage, and then we moved on to the next thing. But that was pretty crazy. I think
pretty crazy. Yeah, pretty unhinged.
It was a couple months ago, right? A few months ago.
August 8th.
August 8th. I don't remember. Did they find? Did they find like his social media and everything?
Yeah, like do we know anything about this? Like what the fuck? This shit just happens. I forgot about this. CDC shooting. My brother in Christ. PBS. I love you, PBS. Let's give them a click. I love PBS. Honestly, just looking at PBS might make me cry. I fucking love PBS. Just what a just wonderful organization that we've had in our country. This is where we get Sesame Street and Mr. fucking Rogers. Like, fucking God bless you, PBS. I'm feeling so liberal tonight. Okay. Shooter attacked CDC headquarters to protest COVID-19 vaccines, authorities say. Did somebody get killed? The man who fired more than 180 shots with a long gun at the headquarters of the U.S. Centers for the CDC broke into a locked safe to get his father's weapons and wanted to send a message against COVID-19 vaccines, authorities said Tuesday. Documents found a search of the home where Patrick Joseph White lived with his parents expressed the shooter's discontent with the COVID-19 vaccinations. Georgia Bureau of Investigation Director Chris Hosey said. Oh, this was in Atlanta. Okay, yeah. Oh, so they're headquartered in Atlanta? Yeah. White, 30, had written about wanting to make the public aware of his discontent with the vaccine. While White also had recently verbalized thoughts of suicide, which led to law enforcement being contacted several weeks before the shooting. He died at the scene Friday of a self-inflicted gunshot wound after killing a police officer. Oh, God. So someone did die. Jesus Christ. We just move on from this shit. A police officer got killed. That's fucking insane. He died at the scene Friday of a self-inflicted gunshot wound after killing a police. What a piece of shit, dude. God damn. It's like he had to kill somebody before he fucking dies. Like, God damn it. Ugh. I hate. Let's look at this guy's face for a little bit. Like, honestly, moment of silence. I just highlighted his name is David Rose. David Rose, an officer killed on August 8th in Atlanta, Georgia, while stopping a gunman. Like a hero, just like that Muslim guy who stopped the shooting at Bondi Beach. Doing his fucking duty. Has to get killed by some insane fucking unhinged conspiracy theorist who wants to express his discontent over the vaccine. And you wonder why I get so pissed off about this topic, right? Like, because of this. That's why. Oh wait, shit, nobody can even see that. All right, hold on. I feel stupid, but hold on. I'm glad I noticed because now I can actually do it. PBS. Here we go. This is the guy I was looking at the whole time. David Rose. That's who I thought we were looking at earlier. Anyway. Okay, I'm done with that now. I'm good. People will die. Some of you may die. But that is a risk I'm willing to take. Was that a good impression? Some of you may die, but that is a risk I am willing to take. Some of you may die, but that is a risk that I am willing to take. Or I think he says that as a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Some of you may die. Some of you may die. But that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. I love John Lithgow. He's so badass.
Or what was driving this guy?
And my understanding from some of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation reports was that the person believed that he had been injured by a COVID vaccine and was angry at the CDC for that.
One of the things you bring up, like the vaccine injury. So one of the things I used to always feel is that sometimes people will over-index on anecdotal information. Something that I feel that has kind of like happened over the past few years is something else is happening where even the anecdotal stuff is not changing people's minds. I had a debate with a couple guys who wanted to get into the vaccine injury stuff. And I think I remember asking them, I was like, do you even know anybody who was vaccine injured? And I think they had like one example. And it was like, we bought a car at a car dealership and the car dealer guy was saying that his daughter was vaccine injured or something. I was like, okay. And then I was like, do you guys know anybody that died of COVID? And they're like, oh yeah, like 3 or 4 people. And I'm like, what is the difference? I don't understand. Like, it seems like if anything was like anecdotally moving you in a direction, it feels like the people actually dying of COVID would. And then also anecdotally, and I guess just like looking around, the media, like we were told for years that there were going to be mass deaths, mass blood clots, like everybody that was vaccinated was going to basically drop dead or their bodies were going to explode or something was going to happen, stringy things would be pulled out of them. And nothing came of that. I guess it feels like sometimes it feels like there's like an impenetrable wall. I know I have a lot of physician friends and stuff who will have family members that will tell them they don't know what they're talking about. And it's like, Mom, I went to medical school for this. I work in internal medicine. I'm a cardiologist. Like, what's going on? Yeah, man, it feels like it's very, very, very hard sometimes, even on a personal level, to break through to people, to get through a lot of the misinformation that's kind of floating out there on these alternative media platforms these days.
Yeah, it can be. And that's where I try to personalize it a little bit, not too much because I like to, keep people around me safe. But I'll just say things like, I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter, I'm a scientist and a doctor. And I chose to get people that I care about vaccinated, just to try to let people know that, I'm human, I've got humans around me and that, I personally get vaccinated. I make sure my family members do. Mm-hmm. And then I found that data is not enough, so like you have to talk about the data, but then also pair it with, gosh, this prevented, this many number of people from being hospitalized. Or I had a colleague who pre-vaccine now has long COVID because they were in the ER and exposed to so much. And now used to be a marathon runner. Now can't even see patients on shift because they're so tired. Gosh, I wish we'd had a vaccine to have prevented that.
Mm-hmm. Do you, on another, I guess, like kind of personal level, one question my audience has had, and I've kind of had it, and I give an explanation, but I'm not sure if it's correct. sometimes when big events happen, big firings happen, this happened in the Southern District of New York when it came to prosecutor stuff related to Eric Adams.
So
Instead
emotional.
of people kind of like staying and fighting within the admin, people decide to resign. Sometimes they'll write a public letter and make a statement. What goes into that decision of like, I'm going to resign and make a statement instead of staying to continue to give your input, or staying and fighting in the position? Yeah, how do you weigh that, or how do you make that decision personally?
Yeah, I say for me, it was
wondering that.
extremely tough decision. And I actually was given a list of, I saw the number in the programs that were going to be terminated end of March. And I saw that list, couldn't sleep, woke up the next morning, walked into the agency and told my political team I was leaving that day. I actually couldn't do that to the agency, wouldn't be part of it. I got to meet Doge that way. I got to join on Zoom and talk about why I thought some of these programs were important, was able to appeal. And so I did stay after that and thought, but what I found was I realized the second you say you're going to walk out the door, that it could actually happen. And they could have said, okay, go that way. So I wrote a resignation letter later that week, just because I wanted to, if I ever do leave or did leave, to have it be on my terms with what I wanted to say and to have thought through it, not be a rash decision. So I fought for 4+ months there. I was given things like a measles toolkit, asked to put medications on it that aren't approved for measles and don't have evidence for it, in my mind could cause harm. We were asked to approve the COVID guidance the secretary tweeted out that we had never seen. That was like on a video. And we had to ask, show us like what the memo is. And the memo that they produced didn't match the video. I'm like, I can't just provide guidance for the nation without like rationale and data. And there kept being decisions like that over time got tougher and more of them. And so, Dan Dimitri and I realized that we were fighting, for probably the last month. It was really tough. And that's when the CDC director was also told, she'd been there all of, I think, 2 weeks, that she wasn't going to be able to make any staffing or policy decisions without approval. And a leader can't do that. And so I knew that I didn't have a scientific leader at that point. And so we decided that the best way we could fight was from outside, because then we could use our voices more.
Okay. Oh, because while working in the administration, you're probably a lot more limited in terms of what you're allowed to say publicly. Gotcha.
Yeah, very limited.
One personal frustration I have is I feel like sometimes people don't realize, especially working in the media side of things and knowing other people that work in the media side of things, I feel like people don't realize sometimes how passionate but also underpaid a lot of government work is. I had a friend that worked at the Kennedy Space Center, I believe, and he was talking about a lot of the Doge cuts for the letters that went out to get people to retire. And the way that he explained it to me was that all of the old guys working there could have made way more money in the private sector, but they loved working for stuff related to NASA. It was just like a lifelong passion for them. And that overwhelmingly the people that took these buyouts were just young people, because they were like, oh, cool, I was here for a year. I'm getting a 8-month severance. I could take a vacation and then get a job afterwards. And that, they were just bleeding all the new talent out because of the people that were there and established, like didn't really want to leave. And I guess like the framing that, like Fauci is now a billionaire and all the people at the CDC had huge shares in whatever bio lab company was in Ukraine that was manufacturing the COVID-19, whatever. It's very frustrating that the same people making those criticisms on the media side of things are at least like 7-figure jobs, 8 figures, depending on how big they are in media. And the fact that you guys have so many built-in things for like checking for conflict of interest and remaining transparent. And sometimes people will come up like, I wish you guys would just be more open about this. Like we've been doing this for decades. Like we already are open about this. Just the information out there is just so frustrating. It feels like when I have to start a conversation with somebody, I'm having to fight through so much bullshit just to get to a neutral platform where we can even start to have a conversation,
And when I resigned, I'm still figuring out what I'm going to do next. I didn't have all those conflicts of interest that people think we do, and so it was a difficult decision to decide to do that, just from a personal financial standpoint too. But you have to be able to sleep at night, and I also didn't want to hurt the American public.
For one of the things that a lot of people are thinking right now on the left, I guess, is if assuming the government comes back, or people that are just unhappy with how a lot of the executive administrations have been kind of, or how the administration has ruined a lot of these executive agencies, or that they're perceived to ruin. I don't know why I'm trying to say this apolitically. They've messed with a lot of these. Some people are thinking we need to have different laws, or we need to have different federal rules. We need to build in more guidelines to prevent this type of stuff going forward. And my perspective or position on it is more like, you can't really create like a perfect rule set if people have come in and decided that they just don't want to follow the rules. Because sometimes people are doing things that are already expressly against the rules. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, is there's already a lot of those processes in place. They're just not being followed. You know, when you look at even things around the advisory committee, you know, there's time for public comment. You're supposed to post things in advance. You're supposed to, you know, minimize conflicts of interest. That hasn't happened like it did prior. Usually, you know, you would ensure that there's continuity in an agency, that there's a, you know, principal deputy or a chief medical officer that could step in as acting director. And we had a whole continuing operations plan, but the secretary chose not to implement that. I would have been the acting CDC director when Dr. Menares was off waiting to be confirmed. But he didn't appoint anybody during that time. He would step in and sign things. So there are processes in place. It's just you have to choose to follow them. So I don't think more rules are necessarily the answer.
Looking forward, if somebody wanted to make the argument that the things that are happening at the CDC or with a lot of executive agencies are really bad, but particularly with our medical stuff, with our recommendations for, you know, epidemiological things, what would be things looking, you know, forward that you could say, when we defund these things, when we are lax on these things, here are bad outcomes that we can expect going forward that you can kind of look towards and predict now, so that hopefully in 2 to 4 years you can say, look, there are more measles, there's more whatever else. This is why we need to have these things. What are like some indicators, I guess, that you could give somebody to kind of like harp on?
Yeah. The whole spectrum, right? There's like one, I can look at like what's already lost. So like we lost the concussion program at CDC. That does all the training for almost all the coaches, you know, for high schools. So going forward, many coaches will not be trained to look at concussion for kids and won't know how to recognize it. And, you know, all of those athletes out there, that's going to result in, you know, more traumatic brain injury, more, you know, issues. Maternal mortality, that program isn't functioning right now at CDC. Smoking cessation has also been cut. And so people are going to start smoking again. We're going to see rates of cancer rise. All of that is cheaper to prevent. Maternal mortality is devastating in this country. And if we aren't working with hospitals tracking it and intervening, more young moms and babies will die. As you mentioned with like measles and vaccines, we're already seeing that with, you know, increased vaccine hesitation. Last year, we had to cancel a flu vaccination campaign during one of the worst flu seasons. So we're going to see more people die of flu, of measles. We had a polio case a few years ago. People aren't getting vaccinated. We're going to see that. There's been whooping cough cases in Louisiana where babies are dying, young kids are dying. We're going to see more and more of that. And then if you even look at things like lead, there was a lead outbreak in April in Milwaukee, and we didn't have the staff. They'd been fired at that time to respond to communities to provide that support. Fortunately, that was one of the programs that was reinstated. But you can't fire and reinstate programs when you need them. You need continuous support for public health.
I think one of the frustrating things is when somebody's active and working, it's not very visible, and sometimes it can be tempting to say, "Oh, we don't need this and this and this. We can just cut this. Why do we need this? Well, because we don't have these problems. Why do you think we have these problems?" Yeah. If there was what are like the biggest pieces of stuff that you wish that people would know, maybe epidemiologically about public health, or maybe about the CDC, that you wish like more like other people outside the CDC were harping on? Like you're listening to Joe Rogan, or you're listening to Theo Von or some podcast, you're like, I wish that they knew this, or I wish that they'd stop saying this because this is like so wrong. Like what are the like top like 3 pieces of things that you're like, God, I hate that people still believe this thing? Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things is I would hear like they need to get back to their original mission of only infectious disease. Well, like public health and health doesn't work like that, you know, and infectious disease is linked with chronic disease. During COVID, we saw the people that got sickest had other chronic diseases. During Zika, you know, we needed environmental health to know, you know, how to spray for mosquitoes. We needed reproductive health specialists to understand the birth defects that were happening, you know, as well as sexually transmitted infection specialists, because it was then being, you know, transmitted that way. You needed all of those disciplines together. And I would say the other thing is Congress has appropriated those dollars. So it's not like the people just switched from one thing to another. Specialists were brought in for that. So it wasn't mission drift. I think the other thing is, you know, people will say it doesn't work. You know, you haven't ended chronic disease yet, you know, so obviously you're ineffective. Well, when you look at the amount of funding that goes into prevention versus what goes into treatment and recovery,
you just haven't been good enough yet. You haven't done enough yet.
Minimal funding. And so if there's actually more focus on prevention and then ending chronic disease, we wouldn't need as much for treatment. And so I think it's just being able to really look at those returns on investment. And then
I will say real quick on that, something that's very frustrating, because I don't even know this unless somebody brings up my attention. There has been a lot of progress on different diseases that a lot of people just aren't aware of. even things that people complain a lot about. I know a lot about like type 1 and type 2 diabetics, like the advancements in insulin and these like continuous glucose monitors and the automatic pumps for type 1 diabetics. The advancement in HIV, retrovirals is insane. The all-cause mortalities for things like leukemias and I think all cancer might have just passed like 50% or something on the 5-year or whatever. I think we're on like the precipice of having drugs to treat things like Alzheimer's disease. But it feels like as soon as like a thing gets found, it's like forgotten, and then they just move to the next complaint. Like these GLP-1 agonists are amazing, and to see that like the origination for them was like trying to isolate a hormone in like a barracuda fish or something. I was like a really random thing that you would never, or I would never think or whatever. And then to see all of that funding get cut. And it's like, you guys are all using these drugs now, and then you're trying to defund all of this stuff in the future. And it's so frustrating. I saw the, I don't know if you know who, have you heard the name Scott Adams or Adam Scott? He was the comic book author for Dilbert. He's a very MAGA guy.
Yes,
on X. Dilbert. Yeah. But he's an insanely MAGA guy. And to see him tweet out and beg Trump and RFK to help hook him up with like an experimental
I saw that. I did see that. Yes.
And I'm like, yeah. And the same guy, obviously everybody's looking his tweets about like, oh, wow, we just cut all of this experimental research funding. I'm sure this saved exactly 0 people. And it's like, my God, like where's the shame?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. The advancement is there. It's just hard to see sometimes. Do you think that how do you view the USAID cuts? Is this like a totally separate thing from the CDC's mission in your mind? Or do you think that there's some interplay between, like international aid and disease monitoring stuff and the CDC? Or
yeah, no, there's definitely, I'd say we used to collaborate closely with USAID. In country, CDC had people in over 60 countries. Yeah, so oftentimes we would work with USAID. And USAID supported the President's Malaria Initiative, which prevents malaria from coming to the U.S., even though we've started to see increases in it. But as we lose that footprint globally, we're going to see cases of Ebola.
Donald Trump's legacy: malaria outbreak in the United States. Nice, epic, bro.
If USAID and CDC aren't there to prevent them, we're going to see Mpox come to the U.S. more. That next pathogen, because there isn't that support in countries, is going to come to the U.S. and we won't be prepared. And it's also, when you look at economic development overseas, that's going to have an impact on the U.S. if other countries are having significant outbreaks.
Do you think that when it comes to some of these international relationships, like with say the WHO, are these things that you think can come back in a single administration, or what is that? I guess I don't know if you have context there.
I think the relationships can come back. I think the structures and the agreements and building things will take longer. But I think finding ways to maintain those ties, with those organizations in the meantime will be important, where we can. I mean, the World Health Organization, we might withdraw funding, but certainly if there's another outbreak or something, we need to have a relationship to understand, what is the outbreak and what is the risk to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that you were happy that you finally got the CDC to study gun violence. I think most people are unaware that, I don't know if there was a bill or something in Congress that in a roundabout way kind of like prohibits the CDC from studying.
Amendment. Well, it prohibited CDC from doing advocacy work in firearms, which CDC wasn't doing. And so, when we did receive the funding for research, it was very clear we had very, focused areas on what we were working on, like, veteran suicide deaths, safe storage, what does that show? Even things like on 4-H where kids, were doing sport shooting, like how are you making on like with CDC?
There was a bill or something in Congress.
And so, when we did receive the funding for research, it was very clear we had very, focused areas on what we were working on, like, wasn't doing. And so,
roundabout way kind of like prohibits the CDC from studying.
Amendment. Well, it prohibited CDC from doing advocacy work in firearms, which CDC wasn't doing. And so, when we did receive the funding for research, it was very clear we had very, focused areas on what we were working on, like, veteran suicide deaths, safe storage, what does that show? Even things like on 4-H where kids, were doing sport shooting, like how do you make sure that they're safe? How do they learn how to handle guns? So that there aren't injuries. And so that's what we were working on. And you look at things like youth violence, and community violence. How can you look at community level approaches to it? Unfortunately, that funding and those staff are all gone now. But that is something when you look at leading causes of death, for younger people, that's a significant one for both homicide and suicide. And so, in my mind, if you can find ways to prevent those deaths.
No, I like my guns. I like my guns. I like my guns.
Shut up,
I like my guns. I want to shoot.
And then I guess one more question I have is it kind of relates to the other one about the biggest pieces of misinformation you see out there. When you see people who are trying to be public health advocates, what are like the most important things that you think that they should focus on? And what are some forms of public health advocacy that you're like, well, I don't think this is effective, or this might be doing more harm than good? I guess when you look at other people advocating outside of like the CDC or anything.
Good question. I'd say right now when it comes to public health advocacy, I think really focusing on things like, vaccines, and these preventable diseases. A lot of people keep talking about measles being, just a self-limited childhood disease, that people used to get and be fine with. Well, no. Some people then die years later from like what we call encephalitis, kids were hospitalized with pneumonia, and severe dehydration. So it's not a harmless disease. And so I think really doing more advocacy work around what are these diseases like and that they're preventable. And then calling out misinformation, I think, is really important. In my job when I was at CDC, I used to send corrections to our leadership team every time the secretary misspoke, because I was trying to support him to say the correct things. Obviously, he didn't read my emails or listen to my talking points, I guess. But I think it's important to correct that misinformation. I think the other thing that public health advocates really need to focus on is talking more with those in their communities about each community has different needs. It might be infectious disease, it might be food insecurity, and so how do you ensure that people understand where they can go for resources, what they can do? And simple things like blood pressure screening, that is so important if you want to prevent long-term chronic disease. So I think not forgetting some of the fundamentals of prevention, like blood pressure screening, cancer screening, and stopping smoking. Those are and exercise. Those are some of the fundamental things you can do to prevent cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer.
Okay. I'm trying to think. Do you have any?
Cardio, what they can do, and simple things like blood pressure screening. That is so important. If you're
negative
exercise.
I'm trying to think. Do you have any? Here's a random kind of question. How did you view like foreign stuff influence, I guess, in a negative manner when you guys were at the CDC? Was that a thing that you were ever made aware of, that other intelligence agencies might say there's a push from Russia, China, from some country about some disease or medical misinformation? Was that a thing you factored in, or are you just thinking like we just need to message as best as possible, whatever? Like how do you factor that into everything?
Yeah, in general, we just try to message as much as possible, and then we would work with the other countries just to learn, like what are they seeing in that country. And if there was something around like bots or misreporting here, I mean, we just tried to do what we could with the limited funding, to promote accurate messaging.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate the conversation. Do you have anything else you want to say, or any other points you want to bring up, or anything?
I really appreciate y'all having me here for this discussion. I was excited to join and talk with people around public health and how important it is. I think I have talked a bit about how it should be apolitical. There's certainly politics that always comes into things, but if you're just talking about health and what's needed, you need to focus on, how we can save lives together. And I'm very concerned about the ideology that is driving non-scientific principles right now and is really dismantling public health in our country. And it's not something you can rebuild quickly. And I'm very concerned that when there is the next health threat, we will not be prepared. We had started rebuilding post-COVID on lessons learned. There's been a huge backslide now in our country around public health. And when something happens, people, unfortunately, will suffer and die.
So here's the sick irony of all this. We had Trump 1, and then which led to COVID 1. So yeah, do I need to say it? God damn it. Another pandemic in 2028. Great. Great. It's gonna interrupt right when all my shit's about to take off. I know it. That's the timing. Cool. Nice. Good for me.
And that's a direct consequence of dismantling public health.
Can I ask kind of a personal question on this? I'm curious. I'm 36, almost 37, and I have a feeling right now, but people always do this. It's it's worse than it's ever been. I have a feeling that things are more political today than they were when I was growing up. That when I say that, I mean like everything is political. The TV shows you watch, whether you go to the gym, the types of foods you like, everything is political. And then obviously this extends to healthcare as well, that it used to be in the domain of like kind of like the far left, not even far left, like the really hippie people were like, I don't trust vaccines. My dad is vaccine injured from the Air Force, and my parents never mistrusted vaccines, although today they don't anymore. They're ride or die MAGA people. Is it actually, in your experience, do you feel like every single thing has become more team sports today, or do you think that everything always has been and it just wasn't as visible before? Or
I feel like it's become more polarized. Like I think there was always politics, but I feel like now it's become much more extreme. And I've seen that just even with many of the congressional members I've worked with on both sides. I felt people used to be a bit more moderate and centrist, and now I've seen just over time people tend to drift more to the left and the right, which makes it harder to have some of those meeting in the middle conversations.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we really appreciate it. Maybe we'll talk at some point in the future. Hopefully things change course. I guess we'll see around midterms and next presidential cycle, but we really appreciate the conversation. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
My pleasure. Happy to come back anytime.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Cute. It says chat with us. DGGL. With us. Yeah, we're there too. Bruh. 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 You just burp it out, bruh. Bruh. Like, bruh. Like, seriously, bruh. Bruh. Like, for real, bruh. 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 All right, so what else we got? Back to just Tiny's chat. Oh. What do I have to oh, I have to, oh my god. Oh my god, such a fancy feature. Collaborators. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Drama, deleting evidence. I fell asleep during this one. Here we go. Yeah, we actually got two like kind of long.
She also testified a whole bunch of other things. Bunnell did not share any sexually explicit material with, this is the Rose account, or the Rose person, the underlying person, or any other minor. In light of this testimony, Bunnell demanded the plaintiff file a notice of errata and corrected opposition without the false and defamatory allegation included therein. Despite this demand, plaintiff and her counsel have failed and or refused to do so in violation of their obligations under Rule 11. The court should impose.
I get the whole.
So we filed this, I think 3 or 4 days ago. In our October 3rd, 2025 opposition to defendant's pending motion to dismiss, and for the sole purpose of causing harm to defendant Stephen K. Bunnell II, plaintiff falsely asserted that he exchanged sexually explicit material with a minor. Specifically, plaintiff claimed to have identified Rose as censored name. Some of this has to be redacted because some of this is under seal. The purported recipient of the video Bunnell allegedly transmitted in April of 2022, based on plaintiff's purported investigation. She alleged that Ms. Blank was a minor at the time she supposedly received the video and falsely concluded that Bunnell had exchanged sexually explicit material with someone who was under the age of 18. So if you weren't following this, they basically decided to try to stick in a footnote in one of the filings. We hired a private investigator. That was a lie. They lie on everything, I guess, because that's okay. They just went by what was posted on Kiwi Farms. They lied and said they had a private investigator, and then they said that, and they decided to put in a footnote, this girl was a minor, which has no bearing on our case whatsoever. They're just obviously just using whatever filing they can to try to attack me. Not only is plaintiff's allegation knowingly and demonstrably false, but also the age of the purported recipient of the video is irrelevant to plaintiff's claims and has no bearing whatsoever on whether this court has subject matter jurisdiction here. So they managed to, well, not they, but somebody in Gisticle's Discord server threatened the victim and her family across multiple email accounts. All of Gisticle's Discord server knows this, so they laugh about it. I think I've shown pictures of that. It's I think the Sabasexual dude, but basically harassed them and threatened the family until they contacted Joan Peters in order to sit for a deposition. Unfortunately, that deposition was a fucking train wreck for the subhuman filth pixie and her counsel. And what we find out during the deposition is that this person never was in charge of any of the accounts that they'd ever been posted publicly online. So the Twitter account, any Cash App account, the Discord account that apparently I was talking to for 2 or 3 years was actually ran by another guy who
They started it.
you should be able to understand how unbelievably fucked everything is related to this other dude. So that comes out in the deposition. I think about halfway through the deposition, Pixie and Joan basically just start accusing the girl of lying because that's all they can do at this point, because now they've lost completely on their subject matter jurisdiction related to the video transfer date for this person, because the international sex trafficker
he
dude
was
is
a minor.
in the UK. So that explains the timestamps. And then the fact that I've never had a conversation apparently with this girl means that their footnote is also incorrect, which should have never been there in the first place. And so obviously after the deposition, we made a request from them like, hey, can you file a correction on this? Because you kind of are just like sticking this in public filings. I think they don't respond maybe for like a week. And then we said, hey, we basically said, if you don't do this, we're going to file a Rule 11 sanctions against you. And then they said, well, if you file a Rule 11 against us, we're going to file a Rule 11 against you. And it's like, okay. Destiny, you said on at least 2 occasions you had phone calls with her. I thought I talked to this person on the phone, but apparently I didn't. I know that it mind fucks some people that you could get something wrong from 2 or 3 years ago. I know that in the court of Gisticle's Discord server's opinion in Kiwi Farms, that if somebody says something at some point in time, you can use one message to try to win an entire court case. There's a reason why this case is dead. There's a reason why none of that is true. And I know that it's fun online to try to have like one message, like, well, you said this one thing, so it must mean all the blah, 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 blah. But unfortunately, that's not how the big boy world works. And you have to actually like build a case using real evidence and not a single sentence or a single statement. Keep in mind that at the time I'm talking to Pixie on this thing, remembering my conversations with this girl, or supposedly a girl, but I guess there's some creepy fucking weirdo on this account the entire time. I am standing in the shower, getting notified that 27 plus videos or whatever of me have been posted online. The majority of them are just fucking single solo masturbation videos of me. So sorry if my memory recollection wasn't absolutely flawless or perfect at that particular point in time. But I know that you love the single messages because it's literally all you people have. So knock yourself out. The record is the record. Get fucked. As an initial matter, plaintiff and her counsel have been on notice of the falsity of their allegations since at least October 23rd, 2025, the date of the person's deposition. At the deposition, she testified to a bunch of things. Rather, she also testified a whole bunch of other things. Bennell did not share any sexually explicit material with. This is the Rose account or the Rose person, the underlying person, or any other minor. In light of this testimony, Bennell demanded the plaintiff file a notice of errata and corrected opposition without the false and defamatory allegation included therein. Despite this demand, plaintiff and her counsel have failed and or refused to do so in violation of their obligations under Rule 11. The court should impose appropriate sanctions. I think Rule 11 just has to do with like filing things that I think Rule 11 just has to do with like making sure the stuff that you file with the court is truthful. Destin, you said they were fairly close to you, to Pixie too, because this was a person who I thought was fairly close to me. I'd had 2 or 3 years of conversations with this person. Yes. Yes. Factual background: on September 19th, 2025, Bennell filed a motion to dismiss the operative complaint on the grounds that the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction over this dispute because the date of the alleged transmission of the video preceded the effective date of the federal statute, which forms the basis of the plaintiff's complaint. Pixie knew this from the very beginning as well. Maybe more will come out about this, maybe not, but basically I can say with 100% certainty that Pixie and Lauren have been collaborating to hide and obscure evidence. When I keep complaining publicly and I keep saying, they're not giving me discovery, she's not giving me discovery, she's not giving me discovery, that's bullshit and I'm lying to you. I know why they're not giving me discovery. It's because the both of them have collaborated on destroying stuff so that they have nothing to turn over to me. That's what I really meant when I was saying that. But that's what's been going on the entire time. That's why I said I'm going after Lauren's legal license as soon as this case is over.
Yeah, I kind of missed
I'm going to be filing trying so that and I keep saying, they're not giving me discovery, she's not giving me discovery, she's not giving me discovery. That's bullshit and I'm lying to you. I know why they're not giving me discovery. It's because the both of them have collaborated on destroying stuff so that they have nothing to turn over to me. That's what I really meant when I was saying that. But that's what's been going on the entire time. That's why I said I'm going after Lauren's legal license as soon as this case is over. Maybe more will come out about this, maybe not. But basically, I can say with 100% certainty that Pixie and Lauren have been collaborating to hide and obscure evidence. When I keep complaining publicly and I keep saying, they're not giving me discovery, she's not giving me discovery. Factual background: on September 19th, 2025, Bennell filed a motion to dismiss the operative complaint on the grounds that the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction over this dispute because the date of the alleged transmission of the video preceded the effective date of the federal statute, which forms the basis of the plaintiff's complaint. Pixie knew this from the very beginning as well. Maybe more will come out about this, maybe not. But basically, I can say with 100% certainty that Pixie and Lauren have been collaborating,
was
knew
the
this
what,
from the
though?
very beginning. Dismissed the operative complaint on the grounds that the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction over this dispute because the date of the alleged transmission of the video preceded the effective date of the federal statute, which forms the basis of the plaintiff's complaint. Pixie knew this from the very beginning as well.
About the date? Okay.
Maybe more will come out about this, maybe not. But basically, I can say with 100% certainty that Pixie and Lauren have been collaborating to hide and obscure evidence. When I keep complaining publicly and I keep saying, they're not giving me discovery, she's not giving me discovery, she's not giving me discovery, that's bullshit and I'm lying to you. I know why they're not giving me discovery. It's because the both of them have collaborated on destroying stuff so that they have nothing to turn over to me. That's what I really meant when I was saying that. But that's what's been going on the entire time. That's why I said I'm going after Lauren's legal license as soon as this case is over. I'm going to be trying to file the mother of all fucking bar complaints in Florida to get her disbarred. And then Pixie, if she ever tries to do character and fitness or whatever, for whatever bullshit, dog ass law school she's going to, it'll be the same fucking thing.
Dog ass.
On October 3rd, plaintiff filed an opposition to the motion. Plaintiff falsely asserted the bundle exchange sexually explicit material with a minor, specifically in a wholly irrelevant footnote. Plaintiff falsely stated, after finally ascertaining Rose's legal identity, plaintiff has obtained evidence that Rose's date of birth is October 30th, 2004. Thus, when Bonnell was exchanging pornographic content with Rose between March of 2022 and until October 30th of 2022, Rose was a minor, referencing the footnote that they put in this filing. To support her basis claim, plaintiff identified blank as the individual referred to in her pleadings as Rose, and to demonstrate that Miss Blank was a minor at the time of events alleged, plaintiff filed a copy of Miss Blank's official certification of Department of Motor Vehicles driving record, Exhibit B, to the opposition. On October 23rd, plaintiff deposed Rose in Rockford, Illinois. At her deposition, Rose testified to a bunch of things. Basically, this is more or less that I've never communicated. Posed at the time of events alleged, plaintiff filed a copy of Miss Blank's official certification of Department of Motor Vehicles driving record, Exhibit B, to the opposition. On October 23rd, plaintiff deposed Rose in Rockford, Illinois. At her deposition, Rose testified to a bunch of things. Basically, this is more or less is that I've never communicated with this person ever in my entire fucking life, which was a mind fuck to me. But do her lawyers not realize how absolutely unhinged and unprofessional they look? To be honest, I'm surprised the judge hasn't come out yet and said,
I cannot believe that they deposed the person, the whole person at issue, the central cause. They deposed Rose. And she said, I never spoke to him. I never communicated with him ever. Ever. Bro. I mean, I truly did not think that his case had that much of a plot twist. Because really now, it's really I don't know. It's it's barely like he did anything wrong at this point. Barely. Very minutely. To the point where I think of the whole blowout and schism over it. I think this is something that could have been resolved at a personal level and not made public. At this point, the stupidity of this, none of this was worth it at all. All y'all involved in that should have just gotten your shit together and met up in private and said, the movement does not need this. But now we're seeing who was really on whose side. So, you know what? Maybe it's better that it happened. Reveal that everybody's true motives.
That you guys need it. Who knows? We'll see when the rulings come out. I mean, there's still a non-zero chance I just wanted the motion to dismiss, but they don't care about looking unhinged or not. This is a purely 1 trillion%. Just look at whatever people say about me and know that it's probably just about them. This is just a spite-driven endeavor where Pixie and Lauren are doing everything they can to cover for an actual international fucking child porn producing sex trafficker because they just want to keep hitting my reputation. That's the only thing this is at this point. But yeah. Bonnell did not share any pornographic content with Ms. Blank or any other minor. Plaintiff and her attorneys know this now. On October 30th, 2025, counsel with Bonnell sent a letter to plaintiff's counsel demanding the plaintiff file a notice of errata and corrected pleading to retract plaintiff's knowingly false allegation in her opposition. To date, plaintiff's counsel has not provided a substantive response to the letter, nor have they taken the corrective action requested. Rule 11 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure provides, in pertinent part, by blah, 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 so it's just all this, you can't lie in your shit. Here, plaintiff's false allegation that Bonnell exchanged pornographic material with a minor was included for an improper purpose, namely, to publicly humiliate and harass Bonnell and sway the court's opinion of him. Critically, the age of the purported recipient of the victim, of the video has no bearing whatsoever on plaintiff's claim in this action, nor does it have any bearing on whether the court has subject matter jurisdiction in this case, which is the threshold issue sub judice. Judice? Moreover, plaintiff and her lawyers have been on notice of the falsity of their allegations since at least October 23rd, 2025, yet they have failed and or refused to correct their knowingly false and unsupported contention in the opposition. Plaintiff and her counsel's refusal to correct this egregious and intentionally inflammatory misstatement warrants Rule 11 sanctions. Would you prefer not to win on the motion to dismiss so you can get subpoena info from Lauren for her No, I'm never getting anything via subpoena from Lauren. Her and Pixie have been maliciously and intentionally covering their trail and doing stuff to make sure that nothing will ever be produced from her that will be incriminating. This has been in place since the very start of these proceedings. So it doesn't matter if anything happens court-wise or any of that. It literally doesn't matter. For the reasons stated herein, Bono respectfully requests that the court sanction plaintiff and her counsel jointly and severally? Severally?
Sanction.
This is a legal term. I don't know. Pursuant to Rule 11, including but not limited to awarding monetary sanction. Okay.
Severally?
This is a transcript from the deposition. This is under seal until, I don't know if this technically ever gets unsealed or not. I don't know. This is our email that we sent to them saying, hey, you should correct this because this is not true. This was sent on October 30th. Oh, you have to give them a notice before you file a Rule 11, I think of 3 weeks before you can file it. I don't even know if they responded to this, other than to say that they were going to file a Rule 11 against us if we file a Rule 11 against them, which I don't even think you can do. I don't know if that's... Wait, I say they didn't respond to the Rule 11 sanction request in the 3 weeks. I think they just said that if we file one, they'll file one. That was it. So I'll get to Jones' motion soon. I've got a lot of stuff to post about this guy later as well. So Esports Batman is one of the only fake lawyers left in Just Skills Discord server that likes to poke holes in this. I just want to say that a few weeks ago, I laughed about the fact that people were like, how could any of this possibly be true? Like, it seems so unbelievable. True. Thank you. I agree. It does seem really unbelievable, which is one of the reasons why it was such a mindfuck. So like Joan Peters and Pixie, they have switched gears into saying that, oh, well, the other girl must just be lying about everything because there's no way that any of that could be true. If that's the road that you want to go down, then feel free to do whatever you want. Remember, no matter what happens, I have to be the devil, and literally every horrible thing in the universe must originate with me. And if anything else seems to say otherwise, that thing must be lying. But I thought she was impersonated. How does she know exactly what happened if someone else was acting as her? I'm not saying she's lying. Just she can't know everything if someone is impersonating her. You can't have someone testify to personal knowledge if they weren't there / involved with the event. So the person who was operating the account, who was catfishing me with her stuff. So this is a common thing that these fucking retards keep bringing up. It's like, oh, well then, how did he get, tell me then, Destiny, how is it that she's wearing your fucking merch? Haha. Because this guy ordered it, sent it to her house, had her take pictures of it, and then posted those pictures of her in my merchandise to me on the catfished account. This person went way the fuck beyond to try to mindfuck and catfish me and make me to ensure that I really thought this person was who I was talking to. So yes, if you think it's incredibly fucking crazy and unlikely and weird and whatever, yes, welcome to my fucking life.
Crazy.
But you also could just accuse, the actual victim of all of this as just somebody who's lying over and over again with absolutely no evidence. But yeah. Did he order it from your store? Wouldn't you have his payment details then? Yeah, I would. The issue is that all of my legal work initially was going to be plaintiff work. Also, ignore everything I'm saying because apparently I'm lying about all of this, despite the fact that multiple people have seen this packet that I was putting together, but everybody says I'm lying about this on Justical server because that's fine because these people are all subhuman. But the initial firm that I was working for in New York was going to be plaintiff work to go against the person who leaked everything. As soon as the defense work started, the plaintiff case took not a backseat. I axed it because I can't afford psychologically or monetarily to run two huge lawsuits at the same time. Okay. So theoretically, the payment information would be available from the person who initially the merch was sold to. That was a road that I was going down. But in order to get the information from them, their legal team won't release it to me because it includes addresses and everything else without a subpoena. And since I didn't file that lawsuit yet for the New York case, because we weren't ready to file that lawsuit yet, I didn't have anything there that I could use to do legal pressure against them. So yeah. Anyway, that was our filing on December 1st. We have 3 new filings from plaintiff filed today. Oh boy. All right. Number 1. Plaintiff
Case
Jane
goes
Doe's
down
motion
big
to
right now.
modify the scheduling order.
Go down big right now.
Plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through the undersigned counsel and pursuant to federal rules, civil procedure, blah, 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 paperless, hereby moves the date for modifying the scheduling order. So this is her begging to kick back discovery, despite the fact that they've found nothing, produced nothing, and done nothing so far, and have operated in the most bad faith manner possible, including but not limiting to fabricating a person like Abby, who is clearly like fucking mentally ill or has brain injury, to get a statement from her and then refuse to produce her for any deposition.
Holy
have not
shit,
sat
dude,
her for
yeah.
deposition at all. We've got no statements, no evidence, nothing from her. They simply got a piece of paper to the night before our evidentiary hearing, and then off into the wind she fucking disappears. Despite the fact that initially they said they fully represented her, and then apparently they changed their mind on that, and then they said they represented her for matters of the subpoena, and then they changed their mind on being able to provide us information about that. So they literally just stuck a fucking post-it note on this girl's mentally fucked brain, and then sent her out into the wind so that they could keep the case long enough for whatever the fuck we're at now.
Yeah,
there is no excuse and no reason why they couldn't have sat any of these people for deposition, why they couldn't have filed anything earlier for Molina or anybody else. But because they've dragged their feet on everything,
Look how
because
that
it's
went,
not even
though.
they dragged their feet on everything, to just have nothing, and they know they have nothing, and they know that nothing will come up. But now they want to move back. Discovery was supposed to end in 2 weeks. Do you know who Solo is now? I know everything now. But it doesn't matter until this court case is over. Discovery is supposed to end on December 16th. This is supposed to be the thing that I was like petrified and terrified of, because apparently I was hiding so much stuff. But alas, it has been plaintiff who has been engaged in a rampant deletion of and obscuring of and hiding of materials, while she continues to send me a whole bunch of irrelevant, random, stupid shit, while she visits her fake wife that she has in fucking Miami, that she illegally married to get a green card. I know for a fact that this is exactly what she did, because Lauren De Laguna also helped facilitate this. All of this is 100% fucking true. She doesn't like it, because truth is an absolute defense of defamation, and I know how litigious she is, so knock yourself.
You know what? You know what, Steven? This is your fault. It's because you hung out with these fuck-ass psycho bitch conservatives named Lauren. Stay well away. Stay well away from I was gonna say hot conservatives named Lauren, but like, I think only the southern Lauren is hot, and even like just on the scale of it, she's not even like Lauren Southern's pretty hot actually. She's attractive. Lauren Lagooner, not so much. That's just my opinion.
Out. Like I said, this is all stuff I'm going to be fucking going on hardcore after this fucking case ends, which is probably one of the reasons why they want to delay it ending. But more specifically, plaintiff respectfully requests an extension of the discovery cutoff of 60 days, which would place the new...
Lauren Southern kind of is like the vibe of like, if there was actually like a hot, like actually like, not even I want to say hot. Let's take the word hot out of there. Just like a very like almost traditionally sexy. Damn it, I had it. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, like an actually attractive, warmer, right? More nurturing. Ann Coulter. There we go. Okay. Like she still has like the snoot, but it's endearing. Whereas on Ann Coulter, it's like actually like icy and like ugh. Right.
Discovery cutoff date on February 17th, 2026. With a proposed new deadline for dispositive motions of March 16th, 2026, and a pre-trial motions deadline of April 18th, 2026, with the current trial date of May 18th, 2026 remaining in place, unless the court finds a brief continuance of the trial date to be appropriate. There is no fucking world where if this got extended, the discovery all the way to February, I don't believe that that the trial date would remain the same. They're going to try to kick it all down the road as much as possible. The active discovery period in this matter did not commence until the protective order governing discovery is issued. This leaves no more than 3.5 months for the parties to conduct discovery under the current scheduling order. As of today, and further detailed below, the following discovery has not yet been completed. 1, written discovery has been exchanged, but there are unresolved objections to defendant's document production. I have produced way more than she has, and I produced everything that's responsible to what she's asking for. The only stuff that they're still asking for is like retarded shit, like we need like like Lycan's address, or we need cryptographic hash. Like if you want, I could just go generate a hash on all my text files. It's just the most retarded random shit in the universe. But there's like 7 or 8 outstanding things that nice. Sorry. There's like 7 or 8 outstanding things that we've requested that we have nothing of. I don't have any of Pixie's conversations with Aaron. I don't have any of her conversations with Lauren. I don't have any of her conversations that are super responsive to any, like all of the people that we found for subpoenaing are people that we've had to find on our own. She didn't disclose any of them initially, and they've tried to throw up roadblocks to us subpoenaing or doing depositions for anybody that would, well, I mean, maybe would they help our case? Who knows? We haven't deposed them yet. The depositions of plaintiff and defendant have not been rescheduled despite plaintiff's good faith effort to do so. So the thing that scares me about this, about trying to move back the dates here, is that this argument is decently strong, and generally, like, we're going to fight the motion, but like generally speaking, you have to depose the parties to the case. So because the judge hasn't ruled on our protective order, and because neither party, so me nor Pixie, have been deposed yet, I feel like the judge will extend the discovery. I guess I'm hoping maybe it'll only be a month instead of 2 months. I don't know. But like we haven't done anything. So is that allowed? If it is, why don't you do it too? Why don't I do what? There's nothing for me to do. I don't have anything to hide. I don't need to do anything like that. I don't need to. And also, technically, all the depositions they've done have just been incredibly helpful to me. Their deposition of Rose, which they thought was going to be this slam dunk fucking crazy thing, ended up biting them in the ass hardcore halfway through that fucking deposition. They realized they were completely and totally fucked. So no, I don't have anything to fucking hide on this shit. Like all my shit is leaked to the public, is out in the open, is whatever anyway. Like the only people with shit to hide right now are Lauren, who is apparently stalking and harassing me fucking publicly when I visit other states, and then fucking Pixie, who likes to just close her eyes like the retarded dipshit she is and pretend that none of this is even happening while she, travels around to Miami and hangs out with her fake fucking wife and posts these fucking videos on TikTok or whatever. And then, does her 7 years of law school in Illinois or however the fuck long it's going to take her to get her 4th degree. The deposition of non-party witness Melina Jurgensen has not yet been scheduled.
Ooh.
I don't even know what they could possibly hope to talk to her about, but okay.
Many degrees, I think, yeah.
Furthermore, while plaintiff diligently sought and participated in a discovery since the issuance of the protective order, defendant's production of documents has been demonstrably deficient and tardy. Plaintiff engaged in a meet and confer with defense counsel, which resulted in supplemental productions of documents, including the most recent production on November 25th, but plaintiff contends that the production is still deficient and thus anticipates filing a motion to compel. Yeah, we'll see. The last stuff, actually, I should say, the last stuff that they tried to ask for was, I think they were saying, like, we need all your recent conversations with, like, food shops and Zip or whatever. And it's like, excuse me. I'm sorry, you stupid fuck. You don't get to just, like, mine all my random personal conversations because you're fucking bored and you're some loser who has nothing to do with their life but read through my Discord logs.
Bro.
Like, eat shit, kick rocks. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's so stupid. The last three, and there are, like, 3 or 4 random Discord people like, we need all your reason. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Give me a single conversation that's actually responsive to what we've asked for. And but plaintiff will also require adequate time to investigate her forensic expert's findings of potential spoliation and tampering of evidence by a defendant. Well, how much more time do you fucking need to sit there and read some guy who's tech illiterate who filed a bullshit SIR reply to retract 2 paragraphs of his quote unquote expert witness testimony like the day after he fucking filed it? Give me a fucking break. Which plaintiff could not have anticipated. In view of the incomplete discovery and the looming discovery cutoff date, plaintiff's counsel proposed that the parties file a joint motion to extend the deadlines and suggested dates for the depositions of plaintiff and defendant in Miami during the same week in early January. Oh, so now you can schedule it in the same week? Oh, I thought before that was impossible. But if it's going to be past the December deadline, now all of a sudden you're willing to do it. Good one. Good one. See Exhibit V or Exhibit B. Defendant's refusal to agree to a reasonable modification of certain deadlines smacks of bad faith and gamesmanship and an ulterior motive to prevent the defendant's deposition from taking place.
Hell yeah.
Even the moderate request of a 60-day continuance plaintiff proposed would make it difficult to allow the parties to reasonably conduct discovery and resolve any discovery disputes, given that it would set an active discovery period spanning less than 6 months. It would be highly prejudicial to plaintiff to be unable to take the deposition of defendant or complete other discovery in this matter. Courts have routinely extended discovery, blah, blah, blah. Relevant factual background. That's just not the case. Plaintiff diligently conducted and participated in a discovery. That's a fucking lie. None of the earlier things that I said. Destiny, how does she benefit from pushing the deadline back? Because her case is a loser, and she knew it before she filed the fucking case. So she doesn't want to go to trial. Or maybe she does.
Bullshit.
Whatever she wants to do, the only thing that damages me is however long this goes on for. The last thing that Pixie wants is the case to be dismissed, for me to win on the motion for summary judgment or for me to win at trial. She wouldn't care if I win at trial because in that case, it's gone on for as long as possible. The only thing she has left is to shit post whatever stuff the mentally retarded Joan is willing to throw in whatever fucking court filing that ChatGPT is willing to write for her. And that's it. That's all she has. So the longer they can keep it going, the more motion practice that she can do. I'm glad that Joan found a new map to grind her motion writing skills in, and has probably leveled up 400 fucking times. Writing more motions than every fucking than every attorney in the state of fucking Florida for the past, I don't know. What? So when is Discovery over? Discovery was supposed to end in a week and a half. They wanted to go on for another 2 months. What happens after Discovery ends? Well, after Discovery ends, you can file for your motion for summary judgment. So right now we have an outstanding, there's a lot of outstanding stuff. Right now we have an outstanding motion to dismiss saying the court doesn't even have the subject matter jurisdiction to hear this case because they don't even have any allegedly bad behavior that is even in the time frame of like this, of when the law was even written.
Right. No
The chances of winning on that, I thought were low, but they might be higher than I thought. But after Discovery ends, you can file a motion for summary judgment. Motion for summary judgment is where the judges are allowed to look at all the data, not all the data, is allowed to look at all the evidence and like a more determinative thing based on what's actually in the record. The motion for summary judgment is where I plan on winning. The only way, it would be really surprising if I didn't win on that. But after Discovery ends, that motion for summary judgment can be filed, but with Discovery still ongoing, there's no way you can file an MSJ. I mean, you could, but it would be retarded because the judge is more likely to refuse it because he's saying, well, you guys haven't even finished Discovery yet. What the fuck? And I believe you only get one shot at a motion for summary judgment. This is just random excuses that her lawyer's writing for her.
God, that's
We would have sat for these depositions months ago if they hadn't dragged their fucking feet on all the fucking filings and dragged their feet on scheduling anything. Do you have any background info on why this Joan person hates here, fucking guts, or what is her problem? I don't know. Like I said, my guess is a family friend. She's an immigration lawyer from Puerto Rico who is appearing pro vice for this case. My guess is she's just a family friend. How many people are maliciously participating on the legal side of this? On the legal side, I mean, it's just her lawyers. Lauren De Laguna herself has contacted at least 9 people. Where she's reaching out to people
Lauren
to make
De
videos
Laguna.
on me. She gave Amy Dangerfield. You remember how she randomly made a video about the court case? It was because Lauren
Amy.
was giving her guidance on that. Lauren has spoke to
Yeah.
ABBA. She spoke to Irrelevant. She emailed Hassan and Ethan to try to hop on their shit. She's reached out to so many different people. It's
Oh my
absolutely fucking
God,
unreal
dude.
how many different people behind this. I don't know how she has the time to do all this shit. It's unbelievable to me.
Ethan, so you do a hit piece.
Jesus. Defendant's deposition might also shed additional light on plaintiff's spoliation claims,
God
which
damn.
might result in additional motion practice. I cannot wait. I hope, Joan, I hope you show up for the fucking deposition. You don't send Carlos to do it. You fucking coward piece of shit. Please, God, show up for this. Because I noticed you skipped the evidentiary hearing. So embarrassing. The spoliation of what? They have nothing on this. It is grasping at the thinnest straws possible to try to claim that I've evidence tampered or whatever.
They want to have
Oh
a
my
hater
God, I
so
cannot
big.
wait for these for the party depositions. District courts have unquestionable authority to control their own docket. Blah, 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 blah. List of prior motions to modify certain order. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's this. Carlos. This is just about him testifying the discovery stuff. This is our
Carlos.
trial scheduling. God, I don't even know if I read these emails. On December 2nd, this was 2 days ago, counsel, the discovery deadline is December 16th, 2 weeks away. The court has not yet ruled on defendant's motion for protective order, and dates have not yet been set for the deposition of either plaintiff or defendant. There are other pending matters as well, including but not limited to the defendant's document production, plaintiff's potential motion to compel, and the deposition of Melina Urinson. Schedule it. What are you waiting for?
Melina.
We propose filing a joint motion to extend the discovery deadline until February 16th and setting the plaintiff's and defendant's deposition for any 2 days between January 12th and 16th. Well, she's in Miami now, isn't she? Wasn't this stupid fuck here for Thanksgiving? Why couldn't we just do it now? Where is she still here? Hello? What do you want? Let's do it. It's because they want to schedule it outside of the discovery window so that they can make another argument for extending the discovery guidelines. Or not guidelines, the deadlines. Proposed order granting plaintiff Joe's motion. Oh, this is the order they proposed to the judge.
Propose me. Yeah.
Let's see.
Propose me now.
That was 3.
Sounds familiar.
What is this? Or 1, 2. Okay. Aha. You file for sanctions against me, I file for sanctions against you. Whoa. Bonnell's Rule 11 motion. Wait, what is this? This is a response and opposition to defendant's motion. Oh, this is their response, and then the next one is the whatever, yeah. Bonnell's Rule 11 motion constitutes a textbook example of a frivolous sanctions motion brought for the sole purpose of harassing and intimidating plaintiff into withdrawing meritorious claims and or testing the factual strength or legal sufficiency of plaintiff's claims. So again, and I understand, I don't know if it's where they normally practice law. Maybe Carlos and Joan don't read English, and so they're using a translation. Maybe Pixie's bored and she's playwriting a lot of these motions, or maybe Lauren has, in between the 200 clients she supposedly has in her Florida law firm that existed as of 2 months ago, maybe she's doing all the writing. But Rose could have been a 1-year-old and it would have no bearing on plaintiff's case. This case has nothing to do with who received the status of the person who received anything. It has nothing to do with any of that. That's not what's at play here. So I don't know why shoving random things in a footnote to try to harass me is testing the factual strength or legal sufficiency of plaintiff's claims. If either of you are, if you guys are listening, because apparently you listen to all my streams, I can email you the statutes. If you need like to walk through the element one by one by one by one, there is no age thing listed out in any of these statutes. So I'm not sure where you're getting these things are. I know you like to make up quotes in parts of the laws, but Jesus Christ. Such a tactical Rule 11 motion is itself subject to Rule 11 sanctions under well-settled 11th Circuit precedent.
It's not like
the strategic yet frivolous nature of Bonnell's motion is substantiated by several factors. First, Bonnell declined to raise his objections in his reply to the fraction of the response to the motion to dismiss. He now attacks. Second, Bonnell's protestations are belied. When did that? Wait, what was the date of that? Had we done the deposition yet? We might not have known.
Oh my God. Pretentious
The
writing.
reply is DE 149 October 10th. Oh, that's another issue too, you guys. So like October 10th. So we had on the 23rd. Hold on. Sorry, fuck. I need to do a paint for this. So we used to make these in math class in first grade. I think these are called like number lines. So 10 is here. Okay, so you go like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. Time goes in one direction. How the fuck are we going to say something here on the 10th to some piece of information that we discovered on the 23rd? Do you see how this number here is way after this number here? Do you see how that comes way after? Unless you have a
piece of shit.
DeLorean that could go 88 miles per hour. I don't know what the point of that is, but okay. Bonnell's protestations are belied by the evidence adduced to date, and even by the fact that Bonnell himself referred to the exchanges described in the disputed footnote in the identical manner in which plaintiff did. Yeah, but more information came out. We have more information because you fucking morons thought that you could do a big fucking owner awesome deposition that ended up exploding in your fucking face. Third, Bonnell's objections are patently premature. By way of example, as of the time of Bonnell's Rule 11 motion was served, Bonnell had yet to sit for deposition, including to testify about the events in question. At most, Bonnell might opt to raise his objections in a motion for summary judgment or motion for lamine at the appropriate juncture, or he could have moved to strike. Fourth, Rule 11 is not designed to resolve a disputed factual issue raised in a single footnote of a response, which would unnecessarily increase the cost. The factual issue here is not relevant to any of your claims, though. They're not relevant to any of the elements to anything here. Lemony, is that it? Fifth, Bonnell's Rule 11 motion is devoid of any legal discussion about the relevance of similar acts by Bonnell. Coupled with the unsupportable nature of his factual contentions, Bonnell's arguments amount to no more than conclusory and misleading contentions. Quoting the legal standard. Bonnell's characterization of the facts misleading. As an initial matter, it should be noted that Bonnell does not actually dispute that this person, screen name Rose, here and after referred to as Rose, was a minor when pornographic materials were exchanged prior to her October 2022 birthday, just as plaintiff accurately noted in the footnote. That's not exactly what you said in the footnote, but okay. Docket entry 183 at 1 and 6, defendant arguing, rather, that Rose's age is immaterial. Will be because when you're a lawyer, you make multiple arguments at the same time, right? That's why you have 5 different arguments here and not just one, because you always make every argument you can, right? D. Bonnell was apparently concerned enough about Rose having been a minor at the time that he raised the issue at her deposition. A fact Bonnell fails to disclose in his Rule 11 motion. What does this have to do with anything? Exhibit A, the declaration, blah, 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 blah. Bonnell himself generally refers to exchanges of materials from Bonnell and Rose.
Yes.
In the same manner plaintiff did in the footnote and tellingly raised no such objection to the footnote therein. Yeah, because we didn't have the information at the time. Why am I even reading this? I'm just getting, it's just here. This is just to troll me.
just being trolled. It is patently clear that Bonell's argument boils down to an objection to the relevance of Rose's age at the time, but he bases this objection on representations to this court, which are, however, anything but undisputed.
One guide by court.
Specifically, Bonnell posits that the facts that Rose is a minor is irrelevant because 1, Rose's then boyfriend Solo was catfishing Bonnell. 2, Rose was not directly operating the social media account through which the pornographic materials were exchanged, any of the accounts, by the way. And 3, Rose did not see any of plaintiff's materials. D183 at 1. Despite the fact that it is patently improper to force plaintiff to litigate these highly disputed factual issues at this stage of the case for the reasons set forth in sections 2 and 3, infra, plaintiff addresses why Bonnell's contentions are problematic. Then why are you putting them in footnotes? Then why would you put something like this in a fucking footnote?
Right.
Bonnell admits, for example, that Rose also testified that Solo shared with her materials Bonnell sent to Rose over the imposter account.
Putting it out there.
See, Exhibit A. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Rose admitted that she was shown a handful of videos that Destiny sent via the imposter account. Rose also testified that Solo shared with her the Discord messages exchanged with Bonnell. I'm not sending these, though. I'm not the one sending these. Your stupid fucking ass didn't name Solo as a party to the case. You're not suing him. You're suing me. I'm not the one sending these things to that other person. And that she knew that the explicit images and videos that she took of herself would be provided to Bonnell. Rose further testified that she does not know the plaintiff. This is important because if Rose does not know the plaintiff, she could not know one way or another whether one of the handful of videos that Destiny sent depicted plaintiff. Because stuff has come out afterwards, because stuff was leaked online. I'm getting one guide. I'm not getting one guide. Based on these facts, the question whether Rose ever saw plaintiff's materials is anything but undisputed. Even if she was Pixie sent, holy shit, Pixie sent porn to a child? Is that what we're saying now? Is this the transitive property of bad legal arguments? Damn, that's crazy. Disgusting. I can't believe she did that. Holy fuck. Gross. Rule 11 sanctions against Bonnell are warranted for exhibiting a deliberate indifference to obvious facts.
Call the FBI, William.
Furthermore, Rose's testimony also reveals that because A, she was aware of Bonnell being catfished through the imposter account, and that sexually explicit material of her would be shared with Bonnell. B, Bonnell was making requests for explicit material, and that C, materials were being shared in this manner, and then at times shown to her. She was at least indirectly communicating with Bonnell. Based argument. True. This person, by the way, who told me that they were 18 or 19 years old, this person who I know no claims whatsoever about this person being a minor ever, number one. Number two, I'm not even talking to this fucking person. I'm talking to a person operating the account catfishing. Okay, but we're basically besties, is what my good friend Carlos here is trying to say. Thank you, Your Honor. Thus, the footnote stating that Bonnell was exchanging material with a minor is not incorrect. So I guess Pixie was too then? The fact that Solo acted as a go-between? The guy who was trafficking her is a go-between. I'm just kidding. That's okay. Go-between. Based. Does not alter this assertion. Well, I mean, it kind of fucking does, but okay. The fact remains that Bonnell requested explicit material of a minor and that the minor provided it for him, and he received it and viewed it. No indication that this person was underage at the time. I'm not requesting anything directly from this person. I'm not even sure. I'd have to go through if they offered this all or if I was requesting anything. I would have to go back and check. I don't even know if I requested anything. This person was forthcoming with a whole bunch of shit, but this person apparently was her creepy, weirdo fucking adult boyfriend from
doesn't matter.
The UK who was running the fucking account. But okay. And while Rose repeatedly testified that she did not message directly with Bonnell, she also testified that she did not recall whether she ever spoke to him via other means. I honestly don't remember if I ever called Bonnell. Moreover, Bonnell produced in this case his communications with an individual with a screen name, Straderate, which included messages on November 29th, in which he states that he had decent length phone calls with Rose multiple times about both of our personal things, never had a problem, issue, fight over literally anything else. I thought I had at the time. It's possible that there was another person I was chatting with on the phone instead. I know that this Rose person offered to call me, or we talked about calling. Although at this point, apparently Solo literally could have just had her call me and we would have talked that way. But none of this is material to any of this stuff. I think after I said this, when Pixie filed her court case, I'm pretty sure I went back and I checked the logs that I had. By the way, that Pixie has as well, because unlike her, I actually produced my fucking discovery information. There are no calls in our Discord history, and I have no calls in my phone logs about calling any fucking phone numbers from fucking Illinois or anything else. So, do you think it was a woman or someone using a voice changer? No, if I would have called her, it would have been around the time when all the crazy Lauren shit was happening. But there was another person I was talking to too. So my guess is I was just talking to this person. But I was texting this Solo person, I guess, a lot as well. But I don't even know what the story. Why would I lie? Why would I lie about this? Unless the oh, well, I guess the logistical Discord theory is that I contacted Rose ahead of time, and then me and her set up a whole devious plot to fuck with Pixie, I guess. But as such, Bonel's claim that he never communicated with Rose, including when she was a minor, is misleading and belied by the record. How unbelievably inappropriate in a back and forth in a civil suit that has nothing to.
I could very well believe like some, I don't even know what you call it, parallel or suggested timeline or history where this Rose person maybe like was taken, like did have the rug pulled out from her, didn't know she was involved in this, but then like actually then like looked into Destiny and then Loki respected his like takes or something, and then and like she reached out to him to say, hey, I'm about to get deposed. I'm just gonna say that we've never spoken. that for some reason I could believe that. I can believe that being what happened.
To do with fucking child porn or anything, to try to be litigating this in these bullshit ass replies and these bullshit ass Rule 11 sanctions. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, these are big claims. Like, if you want to have like a formal actual case relating to this fucking shit, well then let's fucking do that. But why, the fact that I have to litigate whether or not I'm a fucking pedophile in replies to court motions on a totally unrelated matter, like, Jesus. The evidence shows that Rose was also victimized by Blondell through doxing.
No, the irony of
the Kiwi Farms arguments, copy pasting all of it. And that despite suspecting that Rose was a minor, I never suspected Rose was a minor, ever. Why the fuck would I post anything about this person? They know this. I don't know why I'm shouting. They know that this is all retarded as fuck. Despite suspecting that Rose was a minor, he tried to send a group of guys to find her because he wanted to talk to her. Yeah, because my impression at the time was either she was directly involved in leaking all my shit, or whoever was running the account was leaking all my shit. And I wanted to know who the fuck it was. I think I had that right. And since your fucking client is too fucking retarded to actually file a court case because the person who leaked everything, apparently I'm the only one that can find any of this shit. So yeah, I was trying to find out who the fuck the person was. While it is understandable that Bunnell seeks to have these disturbing facts stricken from the record, his Rule 11 motion represents a transparent attempt to intimidate plaintiff into withdrawing her meritorious allegation. What allegations are you fucking making? Such bad faith tactics weren't sanctioned against Bunnell and his counsel, going after Andy B. Wait, what?
Damn.
I knew a Rose from a Discord server.
Bartlett?
They said they were taking a break around like July of 2023. Would be crazy if it's the same person. Wait, who? I knew. What allegations you fucking making?
Completely
Such bad faith tactics weren't sanctioned against Bunnell and his counsel, going after Andy B. Wait, what? I knew a Rose from a Discord server. They said they were taking a break around like July of 2023. Would be crazy if it's the same person. Wait, who? I'm so curious. Post the name of the Discord account in YouTube chat, because I guess fuck it. If we're just throwing shit from the whatever in here, so I knew that whatever the actual story was, there was going to be some hard to account for fact. So in my mind, the reason why there's no possible way that this could have been a catfish, the strongest piece of evidence that I had personally was, if it was a catfish, why is it that when I message, one, why would they sit on the material for so long? And then two, when I messaged the person, why wouldn't they just try to get more material out of me? Like, I'd never had a fight with this person ever. We were on super good terms. Like, why would they not just keep saying like, oh, hey, like send me more videos or let's gossip more, or whatever else. But I found out why. And the reason why is because wait, what? Oh, wait, no, that's not the same person. The reason why is because this, whoever this Rose person was, broke away from the solo guy in, I believe it was August of 2023. And so now I understand why, because that was around, I think, even when they told me that they broke up with their boyfriend, but it was Solo talking about himself on her account. And then that's why they didn't send me anything else or try to do any more back and forth, because they didn't have access to the original person anymore.
Then.
So that, I understand now why that, why our communication stopped there and why they didn't try to get more stuff out of me. It makes sense. But you in YouTube chat just said that you knew a Rose that said in 2023 in July, when I think it was August. That's really crazy. If that's the case, if that's the same person, that's really crazy. I don't have receipts and never DM them. They were just active in general. Okay. Huh. Maybe it might have been the same person. Could that be the real Rose? I would have to know the Discord account, because apparently there was I don't know. She went back. I don't know if she used that one much though. I'm not sure. But That could have been solo on that account. Queenman viewer.
If it was just Rose, I mean, it's hard to. Yeah, hold on, I gotta check this account real quick.
By the way, and Justical fan, by the way, for who this old guy is. But Rule 11 prohibits conversion of factual disputes into a sanctions dispute. Do they even dispute that Solo guy was the one that posted the material online? How's that even relevant? They don't want to go anywhere near that, because even if they were to get over the threshold issues, and even if they were to establish subject matter jurisdiction, and even if they were to demonstrate that I transmitted this video after the effective date, and even if they were to get this all the way to trial, and then even if a jury were to find me liable or guilty of it, they would still have to get into an argument over what kind of damages would even be awarded, because the proximate cause, the foreseeability of my actions, like how much would it have led to anything, the main guy that would be liable for stuff would be the Solo person. This is why Pixie got shot down by the first two real attorneys that tried to take her case. Because they knew that like your damages aren't going to be on this guy who might have sent the video to one person. It's going to be the guy who posted it fucking online. That's where all of your damages are. Right. But they're the reason why they don't bring up him or him posting anything, because they probably want to try to section that off as much as possible to get me as liable for as much as possible. But this, they would have to clear. They have to clear so many fucking hurdles to get to that place. But the person said that their Discord name was Rose Emoji Rose. Well, that's the display name, but that won't be the actual Discord name. But okay, that might have been them, maybe. I'd have to go check. Interesting. Small world, small online world. Bonel's Rule 11 tactic in the case at bar is particularly telling for several reasons. A, again, Bonel did not even raise this objection in his B, this case is still in the pleading stage. Yeah, the pleading stage.
With DGGers, I guess.
We haven't even started discovery yet, by the way. It's not even started yet. Does this discovery stage count as the pleading stage? Where's Kafka at? And C, the issue is at most an objection he may raise any motion in
Kafka.
What is it? Lemony? At the appropriate juncture. Indeed, as of this date, Bonel served his Rule 11 motion. Bonel himself has yet to sit for deposition, which further highlights the calculated and misleading nature of his premature Rule 11 motion. Bonel's Rule 11 motion to send harass plaintiff and pressure into abandoning relevant claims. They're not relevant. By voluntarily striking them from her opposition, thereby demanding that she waive her right to raise these issues. You don't even have standing for these issues. What the fuck are you talking about? Right to raise these issues on whose behalf? What are you talking about? As noted, a careful review of his Rule 11 arguments reveals that Bonel does not, in fact, see the Rose of minor when pornographic materials were exchanged. True. There were probably hundreds of millions of minors on the planet. Do you think that Brettler is polished up enough on his time cube to compete with Joan P? Because when they reply to you pointing out the 23rd is after the 10th by noting that midday is just the shadow of midnight, I don't know if Andy will be prepared. True. Jiminy. Oh, limony rhymes with Jiminy. Limony, like that. While Bonel is expected to argue that Rose's testimony was adduced after the briefing on the motion to dismiss was completed. Oh, good job. Oh, they do know time. This does not render his conduct in bringing his Rule 11 motion any less egregious. Bonel's objection is that these allegations against him are false, which he could have, but declined to contest by submitting a declaration. But why would I have to submit a declaration? We did a deposition. Why do we need a declaration? For me, we already have the deposition of the person. But the underlying timelines or timeliness issue also further underscores that Rule 11 was not designed to threaten sanction every time some evidence is adduced during discovery that one party can attempt to frame a certain way. If that were permitted, litigants would bring hundreds of Rule 11 motions on a rolling basis. Yeah, maybe you would, dipshit. Maybe don't stick random fucking shit in footnotes with the goal of defaming or harassing me as part of a lawsuit. Also, by the way, because I'm learning cool, civil procedure stuff. Ordinarily, ordinarily, this is the loser way to do court stuff, okay? So let's say I have a potential, we'll say a potential person who might have information about a court case.
Absolutely not.
Okay? Person of interest. We'll just call him this, okay? Now, stupid, okay? If you learn this in law school or whatever, you're retarded, okay? So what you might think is like, oh, well, I am the plaintiff. I'm going to go ahead and shoot a subpoena to them and request that they sit for a deposition, okay? During a deposition allows the plaintiff to ask them questions, and it allows the defendant to ask them questions. And then we get a nice transcript. We both get to ask our questions. As part of the subpoena, I think we can ask our other documents as well, right? Wow, okay? This is a loser approach, okay? Instead, we have the upgraded model, the Joan Peters approach, okay? Now, let's say that we're the plaintiff and we have a person of interest. Deposition? Don't do a deposition. That's lame. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to get an affidavit, okay? Affidavit/declaration. Because why have them sit for a deposition where they can get cross-examined? Well, it shouldn't be cross-examined because it's not technically there, but right? Why have them sit for a deposition when we just get like a piece of paper for them to sign? And then after that, then they're gone into the wind. So now the defense doesn't even have the ability to ask them a question. Okay. They are not responsive to any subpoenas. They avoid any request for deposition. Plaintiff doesn't even make a request. Plaintiff isn't even deposing their star witness, right? But why would you do that? You don't need to depose them. You already have a statement on the record in the form of an affidavit. Why would anybody ever do a deposition? Why would you ever why would you depose somebody? Well, then you could just get an affidavit. This is based. I think everybody should do this. So that's a Kino strategy. Second Kino strategy I've picked up, okay? Second Kino strategy I've picked up is somebody deposing somebody that you think might have bad information against you. Well, let me tell you the Kino strategy. Let's say that there's a person of interest. You think it might be bad for you. You know they have information about you and you don't disclose them during your initial disclosures. Initial disclosures, by the way, don't ever disclose anything that could be hurtful towards you because that would be bad for your case, right? So let's say the defense somehow manages to find this person and they shoot a subpoena to this person saying, hey, we want to depose you. And obviously, when you're firing off a subpoena, you have to make this available to the opposing counsel as well. Well, when you see that subpoena go out, your best bet is instead of saying, hey, we'll go with you to the deposition so we can both ask questions, loser, that would be the loser way. Don't do that. Instead, do the go around, have a conversation with this person, represent this person, and then block the subpoena. Gee, my brain exploded. Oh, I can't believe I never thought of this strategy. It's such a great strategy. That way, nobody ever has to sit for any depositions ever. Just represent every single person, apparently. Just represent every single person that OC is trying to depose. And now you can always fight every subpoena and they never have to sit for anything. It's just ingenious. I wish that's the stuff they don't teach. Person do go out to this person saying, hey, we want to depose you. And obviously, when you're firing off a subpoena, you have to make this available to the opposing counsel as well. Well, when you see that subpoena go out, your best bet is instead of saying, hey, we'll go with you to the deposition so we can both ask questions, loser, that would be the loser way. Don't do that. Instead, do the go around, have a conversation with this person, represent this person, and then block the subpoena. Gee, my brain exploded. Oh, I can't believe I never thought of this strategy. It's such a great strategy. That way, nobody ever has to sit for any depositions ever. Just represent every single person, apparently. Just represent every single person that OC is trying to depose. And now you can always fight every subpoena and they never have to sit for anything. It's just ingenious. I wish that's the stuff they don't teach.
Never respond.
This is stuff they don't teach in law school. Can you reveal who they did this to? I don't know what's public on the schedule or not. It's at least 3 people so far, which is based. Honestly, it's based. I would have never thought of this. That's crazy shit.
Represent everybody involved in the case. That's like a conflict of interest, right? Yeah.
However, see section V, infra, for a preliminary discussion as to relevance. Nevertheless, at the motion to dismiss stage, it is well within the court's ability to determine which arguments are relevant and to ignore any arguments it deems irrelevant. In any case, Bynel did not argue that the footnote is not relevant in his reply. Did we not put that in the reply? Brettler, in his reply to Carlos, said that they represent 4 people on interest. Wait, is that true? Wait, Armageddon. Oh my God. Wait, link me that reply. I didn't see it. That would just be fun. So I can read it on stream so I know for sure it's all public. This is from November 5th, 2025. The court issued a show cause order to plaintiff. We are not amenable to rescheduling deposition time. Wait, was this in here? Did you link the right thing? Oh, from Andrew Brettler. Any delay in the prosecution of this case has been of plaintiff and her counsel's own doing. Indeed, plaintiff failed to show up for her own deposition. Plaintiff's counsel, who also represent 4 of the witnesses to whom Mr. Bynel issued subpoenas of this action, have actively obstructed. You can't. I'm sorry. I hope you guys realize I'm being sarcastic. You can't do this. This is retarded.
Yeah.
If somebody subpoenas somebody for a case, you can't run around to that person and go, "Hey, by the way, looking for some, representation." 1, it's a massive fucking conflict of interest, and 2, it's obvious fucking collusion. You're not supposed to collude with witnesses. Now, I don't know if I can prove that they're colluding to doctor their testimony or whatever, but you can't run around and collect people like fucking Monopoly pieces or whatever. You can't run around and just collect new people to represent every time I issue a fucking subpoena against them. What is the capacity for this law firm for my case? Is this like a whole ass fuck? Do they have like 30 different associates who are all working on this from Puerto Rico? What the fuck?
Holy shit.
Okay. Sorry. It's just a joke. It's okay. Can you get Joan or Carlos disbarred for this? No. hopefully they get in trouble. But courts are goofy things, and people are goofy
Two
people.
lawyers like colluded.
So
It's just
what are you
like
gonna do?
some
When is the
lawyers
next
that just
scheduled
hate
hearing?
Destiny, I guess.
Whenever our God the judge rules on our things, we'll figure it out. First, there's no dispute that Bonnell's conduct surrounding Rose is squarely alleged in the complaint and thus highly relevant to plaintiff's allegations, except not even because you lost the whole date aspect related to anything having to do with this person at all anyway. So it actually super doesn't matter. But you know who you might have had a really good argument against? Imagine if that Solo guy had sent those videos to her after the Cardi cutoff date. Whoa, that might have been a really good person to name in the fucking case. Maybe that would have been a really good person to go after. Maybe? Additionally, under the statute plaintiff invokes in the case at bar, prior instances of sexual cyber harassment are plainly relevant. A person who has one prior conviction for sexual cyber harassment who commits a second or subsequent sexual cyber harassment against a felony of the third degree. Wait, what the fuck? Under the statute plaintiff invokes in the case at bar, prior instances of sexual cyber harassment are plainly. Excuse me, you're talking about upgrading charges for a crime, number one. And that's for prior convictions, not allegations. Number two, this is a civil case. Number three, you haven't even put a single thing in the record to show that I was being malicious. Number four, you lost all of the arguments having to do with malicious intent because Pixie would have qualified for all of them because she sent me, without his consent, by the way, videos of her own fucking boyfriend at the time. Number five, they lost on that evidentiary hearing in court. Well, they didn't. I shouldn't say they lost on that, but the judge literally argued against one that they had no counter retort to that. Why would you even bring this up? It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just memeing. Cross. For Rule 11 sanctions. Rule 11, no you. Stop. You, Rule 11. This is 185? Oh. They just didn't send us these. Okay. He said, also, when you redact and file submitter seal, just never send it to the opposing counsel. Under seal is just the deposition of Rose and the H redacted versions. Oh, is it just referring to that stuff? Okay, never mind. I still don't have the unredacted thing of Abby's stuff, but that's okay. Who needs it?
It's pretty crazy.
And then this is them
It's all got pretty schizo real
requesting
quick,
sanctions for our sanctions. Does it make you feel like the system was more ripe for abuse than you originally thought? I mean, I guess a little bit. I don't know much about like court stuff, but again, the issue here is one of the issue here is one of like when you're like this sounds so conceited. I don't care. The reason why celebrity people only mess around with other celebrity people is because everybody has something to lose. I mean, you hear this a lot in like anime or fucking fighting things, like don't fight with an opponent with nothing to lose. He's the most dangerous opponent. The reason why is if they have nothing to lose, they don't give a fuck about what happens. Everything in life is theoretically going to in some ways. If a person wants to ruin somebody else, then the wealthier person has the advantage. But if a person wants to ruin somebody and they're self-destructive, then, well, no, actually the wealthier person would still have the advantage. I'm just not self-destructive, I guess. But if one side is self-destructive and the other side's not, the side that has less can theoretically have way more leverage because they have nothing to lose, I guess. Literally, they don't care. They have no reputation. They have no stake in anything. Yeah. But I guess technically if I was self-destructive, I could do more damage. Wouldn't the judge see all these tactics and put a stop to them? If the judge hasn't called them out, do they possibly have merit? In my opinion, and I would be shocked if anybody disagreed, every substantive ruling the judge has made on this case has been heavily in my favor, I would say. I think they've been chided a number of times for improper behavior, for sending us motions to agree to and then filing different ones with the fucking court, or for playing weird or stupid games with phrases or whatever. So far, I feel like the judges, well, I shouldn't say the judge has done a good job because he's ruled in my favor. I feel like his writings and everything have been good on my end. So this reads like an obviously malicious suit. Is there no barrier for that? Okay, as the victim of a malicious suit, you shouldn't ask me these questions, okay? Because I would just tell you to fuck off. Okay, but the reality is, litigants in court make mistakes all the time, and the thing that the courts will always err on the side of caution about is to not create a chilling effect on a victim seeking recompense or seeking justice or remedy from a court. Correct. Yep. Right? So imagine if it was the case where if you fucked up a filing or if you did something that maybe was kind of against the rules, that the judge comes down on you harshly and starts imposing sanctions and shit against you. What that would cause in the civil court system is people saying, well, fuck, I think I have a good claim here, but like, I don't want to get sanctioned because I like mess a filing up or something, right? Yeah. So courts are generally going to err heavily on the side of caution in civil and criminal matters. I think generally when it comes to making sure that people are not chilled from pursuing legal action if they feel like they have a meritorious case or claim or whatever. That being said, you can push the line, and I guess we'll find out now because we've got now 2 outstanding sanctions for the other side to see where the judge falls on this. But you have to be really, really, really far into the weeds on that.
The intentionality seems like it's clearly there, right? Like, I mean, they decided to put the whole shit about, she was a minor. Like, that's clearly intentionally defamatory. Right? And like knowing, yeah, and like I guess you have to prove that they knew it was a lie. They said, well, that's what we thought was the case. That was the information we had.
So is Wicked Supreme implying Rose lied under oath? Yes. Funnily enough, Rose and Pixie did the same. But that's all of Justicle's Discord server now. Because remember, so that sabasexual guy in Justicle's Discord server is openly bragging about, in that server, posting emails. This guy created several email accounts that was harassing Rose, was harassing her family, threatening them, telling them like, I hope that you contact Joan Peters. Oh, I see that you haven't yet. I hope that you would have done the right thing, and I see that you failed to do that. It's very disappointing. After they were getting doxxed and harassed, by the way, by all of Kiwi Farms, by everybody who watched the stupid fucking Willie Mac videos and everybody else in Justicle's Discord server, right? And Wicked Supreme is all part of the server where they all laugh about this shit. But now the claim is that
these people are crazy.
That I was collaborating with Rose secretly in order to make a whole bunch of lies and shit up and everything. By the way, the only person who collaborated with or tried to do anything with Rose was Joan and Pixie. I had zero access to this person. I have messaged this person one time in my life, and it was when I found their Facebook account, and then I messaged them and they blocked me immediately, whoever the actual Rose person is. But Joan and I guess however many weirdos in Justical server were spamming emails at him. We're going back and forth in emails with her for who knows how long. So if anything, this was their witness that they had massaged into a certain thing, who's, by the way, insanely fucking fucked over all of this, whose life has been destroyed like 2 or 3 times now. But it's all based in Epic. Matt, if you really enjoy Epic memes, fucking loser. Okay. Like, God, he's so stupid. I understand. God, please don't ever. You guys have heard me debate enough now. People being lawyers just means fucking nothing. I just can't believe these people. Wonder why, if Destiny knows who Solo is, why hasn't there been a Solo deposition? Because Solo's not related to the fucking case. Pixie is the plaintiff suing me, the defendant. Why the fuck would I bring in any other person that he's not related to this case? What possible relevance would Solo have to any of this in regards to this case, you fucking retard? It's not a blog where you just write random shit. Have you litigated or filed anything in your entire fucking life? Or do you just sit in some fucking office as some loser associate attorney in some fucking public defender office preparing bullshit all day? What do you even fucking do? Do you even work in law? I don't even know what you do for work. Esports dipshit. Why hasn't he given that info to Pixie's counsel for her to depose Solo so she can get owned the way she supposedly did with the Rose of Vision? What? What are you? Why? What the fuck would the point be? It's not. Do you think this is just like fun to just sit here and waste all my fucking time and everything so they can go and run around and do all these random fuck depositions and everything else? Also, you know that if they depose somebody, I have to pay for my lawyers to go out there to depose them as well, right? I'm not going to give them a solo deposition. Pun intended. Which one is sabasexual? Is this Tiny Docs person? They post. You can tell it's them because they post, or it's this one. They post his face all the time. But this is the one that created multiple accounts that was harassing Rose and her family until they responded to Joan because they thought that she was going to own me. Wait, never mind. Hold on. I can't post more useful spam. He's a fucking retard. Okay. Read the last comment. Because Destiny sits in an echo chamber against anyone who doesn't agree with him, obviously. Based. True. Yes, I'm implying she lied under oath. She has a really strong incentive to. These people are sociopaths. Jesus. Either she's lying under oath or he's lying about having phone conversations. You'd have to be 5 years old to believe the voice tricks thing. Who? I've never claimed voice tricks thing. If I didn't talk to her, then I just recollected incorrectly that we'd ever had a phone conversation. We texted a ton. But I like how I can never be wrong about anything. By the way, almost every single point of Pixie's initial complaint and of her Substack has been proven false. A fucking lie. She couldn't even get her fucking ages right. Nothing that I've said so far on this has been proven to be a lie at all. Despite the fact that Discovery would supposedly own me and all this stuff would come out that would be so horrible for me. Discovery, that was the meme initially. And now she's the one who's deleted and hidden everything because she knows she's going to be fucking roasted if any of the stupid shit that she's done comes to light. But okay. What happened to Wicked? I feel like he's been hating her guts since get-go at some point. I don't know. At some point, he was being like a massive fucking creepy weirdo to Pixie, and Pixie was asking me for advice on like how to chat with him back and forth. And the way that he spoke was just like insanely fucking weird. I think I posted the messages in
Wicked
in chat before, but it was basically he got into some disagreement with him, and he was basically saying something along the lines of like I think they were going to date, but he is some fucking poly guy. And he's like, oh, I want to fuck everybody. And she was like, oh, well, I can't handle that. And so she was like, I think that we shouldn't talk because I still have feelings for you. But he would just message her constantly, like, oh, hey, good luck today. Hey, blah, blah. And every time he messaged, she'd be like, hey, thanks. But like, please don't message me. And he'd be like, oh, well, good luck anyway. And then he would start like arguing with her. And I remember he said one message that tripped me off where I told Pixie, I was like, I would be very careful about people who say shit like this. And it was something along the lines of like, she was like, she was arguing. She was like, I don't think when you message me or whatever, it doesn't make me feel good. Or like, I don't think we should talk until I'm completely over you or whatever. And he was like, I think the only reason you're saying this is because you just don't want to be like your mom, because you're worried that you're going to be abusive like your mom was to you or something. Anytime, heads up, I guess if you're a guy or a girl, if you're in a dispute with somebody, especially like a new partner or potential partner, and they start psychoanalyzing you and comparing you to your parents in order to fight against some boundary you're putting up, that is like one of the biggest fucking red flags ever. But my guess is after,
Run far.
I don't know if Pixie, how much she even communicated to Wicked that I told her about him or whatever. So I don't even fucking know. Maybe that's it. Who knows? Who the fuck knows?
Okay. Now, because we were playing Destiny catch up. Oh, he's streaming. He's streaming now. Videos. This Kirk one. I want to watch this Kirk one. And then
because Charlie Kirk and all these people were just so ahead on all of this.
Conservatives have the unbeatable debate strategy. I should have never said this on stream because they all heard me and they use it even more now. It's the I haven't heard of that thing. And it's like, well, hold on. You're saying, because Republicans, dude, they're so good. They're so good. I'm jealous, okay? Republicans they're just so good, okay?
And you can always just ask them, like, what is the equivalent in the Biden admin? And there's a few things that they say. Biden privately expressed anger. That
Pisco did this.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, are you serious?
Pisco.
There was a news article.
Pisco down big.
Conservatives always says, Biden was the compromise, okay? And you didn't like him. You threw him out the window. So no more Biden, no more Garland. It's going to be way more aggressive on the next administration. And the conservatives deserve it. Like they messed all of that up more than could ever be imagined, I think.
Mogler.
Yo, what's up?
Wow, hi, what's up, buddy? Oh my God, your scene is so festive.
Isn't it so cute? You called me at 6 p.m. on the dot.
Well, that's what time it was supposed to, right?
On time. What's up? Why can't I see you?
Well, hold on, it's coming. Jesus. My camera's going to be really dark, okay? Don't judge me.
How much have you talked about this event? Let's hop in.
Not really much at all yet. I mean, they know like a little bit of it, but
I was listening to Nick Fuentes on Piers Morgan a minute ago.
Yeah.
Have you listened to that shit?
I've heard a few clips, but I haven't listened to the whole thing yet. No, I might do it later.
Nick was more squirmy than usual. I feel like Nick usually is able to say and wash his views, but Pierce was kind of pinning him down. A lot of clips.
Yeah, I thought Pierce.
Yeah, I think the annoying thing about. Do you watch a lot of the Piers Morgan guy?
I don't know why people thought Pierce lost the interview.
Hold on, I'm trying to fucking.
Or looked weak or whatever.
And Nick Fuentes. I mean, he's all over, bro. I want to talk to you about that as well.
Yeah. I think the most annoying thing about Piers is that like he has the capacity to do. I call it like the British journalist thing.
Mogler.
Where like they can be like super hardcore, like ask strong questions and make people answer and stuff when he wants to, but most of the time he is okay to like carry water for all the Trump people. That's it.
It's because of a personal relationship. He talks about it every time he's on. He's like, I was texting Trump the other day. I just think he personally likes him and he plays.
Yeah, he sounds like a friend.
Do you think it's really just that, or do you think there's some?
Yeah, I think they're just friends.
Like viewership, showmanship kind of thing, where he knows that like there are certain views that gets him a ton of viewership, and he just kind of like.
I'm sure there's a feedback loop too. I'm sure, whereas commenters like that he runs defense, but like every single time he has to invoke the fact that he just was texting Trump 3 days ago. I'm sure he's done this in your heads too.
Yeah, he has. I feel like anybody that talks to Trump that says something like that, like, oh, I remember, I feel like even Charlie Kirk did that a lot. I was texting the president, I was talking to the president or whatever. Yeah.
I've heard he's really captivating and charismatic and warm behind the scenes.
Indeed. I remember that horrible Bill Maher thing.
No. I mean, dude, that's how I've heard that he's actually nice behind the scenes and I could see it. You don't think that you'd like him behind the scenes?
Yeah, but like that's kind of the point, right? Like people used to do the same thing with like Andrew Tate. Like the accusation with Tate is that he's like a very captivating guy who will do whatever he needs to like scam people. And then people will meet like a scam artist, in person, and they'll be like, wow, well, the scam artist guy was actually super friendly. And it's like, well, yeah, that's kind of the whole point. That's what he does.
Yeah, that's true. That is really true.
Like Trump
he knows how to read the room.
Yeah, and he's like an entertainer person. Like that's his only skill set. But nobody, or at least nobody that I'm aware of, is like, God, Trump is the worst president ever because I think he'd be really bad interpersonally.
Well, when people who text like really unhingedly like that, like all random caps and shit, right? They're actually fun people to text because they always have some crazy shit to say. So it's entertaining, but then it can get annoying if you don't want to like, right? You have to like block them or like put them on silent, silent or whatever. But like, yeah, they're like that's fun because they're like because it's insane.
That is true, yeah. But Nick Fuentes is usually able to maneuver his way around these interviews. Piers Morgan did a good job of pinning him down, and like I don't know, Nick's kind of half trolling throughout it. He's biting some of the bullets. He's like, yeah, I'm racist. Nick Fuentes is usually able to maneuver his way.
Or at least nobody that I'm aware of is like, God, Trump is the worst president ever because I think he'd be really bad interpersonally, you know?
That is true, yeah. But Nick Fuentes is usually able to maneuver his way around these interviews. Piers Morgan did a good job of pinning him down. And like, I don't know, Nick's kind of half trolling throughout it. He's biting some of the bullets. He's like, yeah, I'm racist. I'm 100% racist. But it's because he couldn't wiggle out in any other way. It was not a good look. But the thing that I wonder is like, when you sort the comments by new, every single comment, like 90% of them are like, Nick mogged Piers. Like Piers is out of his depth. He doesn't know what's going on. I don't understand how Nick has such a strong internet. Is it like astroturfing? Are there bots? Or is it legit? Is everybody in Pierce's comment section just pro Nick Fuentes?
Nick AstroTurf super hard. Yeah, like he has a very, very, very dedicated fan base. So 100 of his fans will amplify as much fandom as like 100,000 of some other people's fans. Like they're very deliberate about going to areas, spamming comments, making different accounts to do it, and everything else. Yeah. That being said, I mean, he's getting more play on larger shows, so I'm sure he's also picking up some legitimately new fans as well. But
do you worry about him ever being like, do you think he could be like a legitimate operator in the Republican Party? Like, have you seen that clip of him saying that phase 1 is over, now it's phase 2? What they're going to try to do is get all of these groypers into institutions, into college campuses, into TPUSA and the Heritage Foundation, and essentially recreate what we saw with that. Remember that Politico article with the young Republican group chat? There were actually like 20 to 30-year-olds that were saying, oh gosh, Chamber is Hitler, blah, blah, blah. I think he wants to create that at scale. And he said to his audience, he was like, hide your power level until it's the right moment. And part of me was like, I legit think that there's a movement that he could build. I think it's not good. We need a strong counter argument.
Yeah, I think it's possible, but I think I still feel like that he's too extreme. Like it caps his growth quite a bit, at least with older people. I think with younger people, he could be very captivating, but these are like the least politically engaged audiences. But I mean, obviously, it's worth paying attention to. I think I'm curious, I guess, what you think. You're like, you're my savior. The only person who actually is willing to like argue and debate these people and bring up actual points. One thing that I don't like that people do with Fuentes all the time is this is like a debate strategy from like 10 years ago. It's where you load up like old clips of somebody to say, like, you said this or you mentioned this about Nazism or black people or racism or whatever. And
his haircut's like visibly different. His set's like 5 years older. You're like, come on.
Yeah, and you can do it, but there's like two big problems. One is that you're avoiding talking about the actual things that he's talking about. So you're not actually giving any pushback. Like, I don't think fans of Nick Fuentes are ever being turned off by that. There might be some people who aren't aware of like the crazy stuff he said in the past, older people who are like, oh, this guy's probably not good. But you're not turning off any of his current fan base. And then also, I feel like one of the big problems with liberalism, broadly speaking, over the past like 15, 20 years has kind of been this assumed like end of history stance where liberalism is just so self-evidently awesome and great. We don't really need to defend it anymore. And when people get into that kind of lax mindset, they lose the ability to even argue against Holocaust revisionism or, ultra xenophobia. And I think that, as confident as I'll say that, like, I don't think that Fuentes can be a big person because of how radical his views are. I would have also said the same thing. I did say the same thing about Donald Trump. So yeah.
No, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Liberalism needs a rebranding. That is obvious as hell. Liberals for years have had this thing where they wag the finger. And I mean, that's why I originally started watching you, because you're one of the people that goes out and debates in spaces. And I try to do that as well.
Pierce is right. He is an old school liberal.
Argue for basic liberalism. I went to these Trump rallies and I used to have this theory that if you word things in the correct way to any Trump supporter, that they will agree with some core liberal tenets, like the funding Ukraine shit or like any of this. And honestly, we've lost some of that, obviously, because people are agreeing with some super illiberal shit at its core. But yeah, we need to really reclaim why immigration isn't bad, and not just economically, because now they're making these purely cultural arguments where some of them are willing to bite the bullet that they'll take the economic hit for some sort of like preserving culture.
Liberal.
I don't know. The thing with Nick Fuentes is obviously this all starts with the foundation that I disagree with his worldview and everything, but he states it in a very intuitive and captivating way where he'll be like, don't you just want your kids to look like you? Like, don't you just want your kids to kind of look how you are? Am I really a bad guy for saying that? And I shit you not, that had like 190,000 likes on Instagram, and someone that I went to school with in high school liked it. And I'm like, oh, so we're just openly like saying that, normalizing that. And it's like he says it in a really intuitive way. And then you kind of dig a few layers deeper and you see those clips of what he actually means. So I think we need to have, just stronger principles when it comes to all this, stronger ways to
Yeah, I agree. Stronger principles, but also like, I say this a lot when I'm arguing for stuff, like all of the stuff that liberalism has given us, and I think defending liberal stuff, like these are like good, cool things. And sometimes when I hear people, especially on the cultural side of things, defend stuff, it feels like a weighty moral obligation that's like a huge fucking drag. Like when somebody comes out and talks about, like, well, diversity is our greatest strength. Like it feels like I'm about to get lectured to about how we need to be less microaggressive, or like it feels like this is like a burden that you have to bear, as opposed to, well, look at all the crazy different people in our country that sometimes they're really cool, sometimes they're not cool. Like there's a bunch of unique stuff that exists in the United States of America only because of like the huge amount of people that are in this country from different cultures. Like you walk around in cities like LA and New York City and everything else, and you see some of the most like diverse collections of people all getting along in the world. And I think there's like an advantage there, right? We host probably the greatest number of Hispanic neo-Nazi adjacent people in the entire world. That's a diversity thing, I feel like sometimes when we talk about like any liberal values, they come off as very finger wavy and they come off as like a burden, as opposed to like, these are like good things. And sometimes there's like some obligation that you have to, bear as well. But I mean, that's going to be true of everything.
Yeah, and then there's the whole like liberalism also kind of is facing an uphill battle in any single algorithm, because no matter what platform you're on, you get incentivized to say the most extreme shit. So I don't know. I think that the clipping structure on the left, this is more of like a meta, like the clipping atmosphere of it all. But that's something I've been trying to work on, is have a few different editors who can clip and distribute stuff, because Charlie Kirk and all these people were just so ahead on all of this. And something I said in one like speech that I gave was, for every one clip of Charlie Kirk saying that MLK Jr. was a bad guy, we should have 5 clips of us just like owning MAGA college students on redlining or basic Black American history shit, or just basic, liberal core tenets. And we're missing that. We're fighting an uphill battle every single day when Elon Musk will go on Twitter and just smack everybody with so much goddamn volume. And then our worldview isn't really promoted in the same way. But yeah, we do that through debate. We do that through just showing that these people aren't really that smart.
Yeah, there's another arena that now you're participating more in that drives me insane. I don't know if you get this impression now, having participated on, some of these more mainstream media panels and being in front of the camera and behind the scenes and everything else. This weird double standard where conservatives can go, like conservative lawmakers, Trump, Mike Johnson, cabinet members, Hegseth, Bessent, or whatever, can go on TV and be interviewed and just say the most outlandishly false stuff or stupid stuff ever, and never, ever, ever get real pushback. It's gotten like, if 0 is no pushback and 100 is like too much and like 50 is perfect, it's at like 2 now. Okay, I've seen a couple people. There's is it Katie Collins? And there's like one other guy who do a good job at like pushing back, but everybody else is like, oh, like, can you explain what you mean when you say this thing? And it's like, oh, well, Bitcoin will save America. It's like, well, I don't know if that's true. It's like, it is. Next question. Like, okay, it'll just be like the most outlandishly stupid stuff in the world. And they never actually are held to account for it. And then meanwhile, it feels like and that's on like liberal news networks. On right-wing networks, it's just propaganda 24/7. Yeah. But then when the liberals show up on the left-wing or liberal news networks, it's still like a really brutal, like everybody's so eager to show that they don't have Trump derangement syndrome, that they're not like a hyper-partisan far left person, that they're criticizing the left so much. I don't know. I just think I don't know what Jake Tapper's problem was. Was it Tapper that quote tweeted the Democrats when Obama was like feeding veterans or taking a picture of it, and he's like, this, with all due respect, Democrats, this isn't what Veterans Day is about. And it's like, are you fucking serious, dude?
Tapper.
Yeah, the double standard shit's bad. I think it might be an access thing with like if you're too mean to Trump, he'll really kick you out of the room. But also, even if you're nice to Trump and you're a woman journalist, he'll still call you something like a piggy. He's attacked like 6 women journalists over the past month because he's demented as hell. But yeah, there's this really bad double standard that I've tried to illustrate in these debates where they'll endlessly criticize liberals for saying some shit, and Donald Trump said it 10 times worse. The one thing that you can always ask them, and there's no example that they have, is when Donald Trump sent out that DM to Pam Bondi, And
The one about
he sent
the
out a
lawyer
post.
you need to hire and the 3 people you need to indict, that one, or
And then 2 out of those 3 people were indicted because
by
he
the same
forced
prosecutor
Eric
they called out to indict them. Sorry.
Yeah, he forced Eric Siebert out as the Eastern District of Virginia federal prosecutor. He had Lindsey Halligan put into place, and then they forced through 2 of these indictments. And then one of the grand juries, they didn't even do it right. They only 2 people in the grand jury saw the actual indictment because she had never stepped foot in a courtroom.
Yeah, because
It's
they
all
dropped one of the charges off the superseding indictment or whatever, and they only showed it to But it doesn't matter because now she's
And
not
it's like
even
a
appointed legally.
sloppy-
So
It's a sloppy authoritarian process, but the worst part is they think that Merrick Garland did like 10 times worse. They think Merrick Garland or like Biden, anyone in Biden's DOJ was doing shit like this on a daily basis. And you can always just ask them, like, what is the equivalent in the Biden admin? And there's a few things that they say. Merrick do kick you out of the room, but also that I've tried to illustrate that they have is when Donald Trump sent out that DM to Pam Bondi. And
the one about
he sent
the
out a
lawyer
post.
you need to hire and the 3 people you need to indict, that one, or
And then 2 out of those 3 people were indicted because
by
he
the same
forced
prosecutor
Eric's-
they called out to indict them. Sorry.
Yeah, he the grand. They think Merrick Garland. Is there one example of Biden privately expressed anger that
Oh,
Merrick.
please don't do
Yeah.
that.
He,
Oh, bro, are you serious?
privately.
Yeah, there was a news article that said that behind closed doors, Biden was upset about. I think it had to do with Merrick Garland, and was it related
January
to Hunter
6th,
Biden,
yeah.
or was it the
Go down
January 6th stuff? Was it?
Pissed.
Yeah,
January 6th.
That was it. No story confirming that they communicated. Like he's not allowed to be upset. One thing that you're saying, I say all this stuff too, where I was like, oh well, let's compare. I've got a debate coming up with Dinesh D'Souza, and that's my whole debate thing. It's like here's 5 things, let's compare. Find me an equivalent on the other side.
God, I even watched the Dinesh debate.
Oh fuck! I just lost my point. Dude, there's a million things when you talk to these people that they're just so. Another thing that I'll point out is when you talk about what the Democrats can do and
I think I
debate
watched
prep
part of
these, like the.
Wait, why does it go? Why is it? Oh.
She's got it. It's
I'll be laying there at night and I'll be thinking about how Donald Trump can do so much shit on a daily basis, whether it's his cryptocurrency or all of the shit that he does every single day. He weaponizes every single agency, and yet people just both sides that shit. I don't know. It really, really does bother me. But let's get to the actual real adult stuff because someone said, "Where do you contribute to the fundraiser?" Someone just texted me that. Have we promoted the fundraiser yet?
No, wait, hold on. Z's got a page, I think.
Yeah, what's the link for it? Do neither of us know?
She's got it. It's there.
Yeah. Do we do our debate prep like on stream or off stream? How does it usually?
Do you even debate prep these days?
Yes.
Okay.
Prep is very important to me.
Okay. I feel like
Especially
for
something like
I feel like there are so many examples. I do as well, obviously, but it's usually just focused around like rhetoric stuff because I feel like if you get into any examples on anything, it's brutal. Like I feel almost bad sometimes. I'm linking to this. I think it might be this page because it is like it's when you start pulling out examples, it's just like literally impossible to defend anything in this administration. And the go-to, I think you've run into this a few times with that. Is it the Ken guy? Is that what his name is?
Jennings.
Yeah. Jennings. When you conservatives have the unbeatable debate strategy. I should have never said this on stream because they all heard me and they use it even more now. It's the I haven't heard of that thing. And it is unbelievable sometimes how much people have not heard of like the Eric Adams stuff, anything having to do, literally anything having to do with J6. And, like so many things. Jesus.
I got to use it though. When someone asked me about the Ukrainian lady that got stabbed on the bus, I was like, I haven't heard of that case. It felt really cathartic.
Oh
Even
no.
though it's really a case, but I was like,
so good.
Then heard it.
So
All right,
big.
so
I'm showing this on
link
stream.
this.
Yeah. The National
Ooh,
Ground Game.
Arena Hutska.
But yeah, no, I do prep. The prep before the CNN is pretty important because they throw stuff at you. I mean, I only get a few hours to do the prep before that. And a lot of it does devolve into rhetoric. So it'll be stuff that we've already hit on in the past. But I can kind of just pin them down on like the Pam Bondi tweet or whatever the hell I want to talk about or quarter them on or like bring them down this corner. But overall, the prep is really important before this stuff, especially with this one. I feel like it's going to be definition heavy. Like won't Andrew Wilson be an asshole about the definition of fascism?
I don't remember what our there's no way that's our debate topic. I would have to check again. But we're not doing that. And
in stronger ways. I have
Obama's children. Who would have thought
the
the
way
first Trump term would have looked like superstars compared to RFK Jr.
It's got rejected all at this point. We're just
he can never play with. So why wouldn't we do it again?
criticizing Biden in the most charitable Republican lens, I'd be like, yeah, I think his immigration policy might have been a bit bad. Other than that, he mogs Trump on everything. Obviously, Trump's an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess my issue is like I didn't even know what to point to for Trump. And as the years go on, like I can still point to more and more things. Like Donald Trump's first the Donald Trump's illegal immigration numbers were rising by year 3. I think that on his 3rd year, I think it might have been worse than Obama's last term was in terms of illegals that were going through. And I think it's the same on the deficit as well. So like Trump didn't even do that well on his first term. And then the Republicans like to play this game where every single bad thing about Trump for all 4 years of his presidency, they'll blame it on COVID. But then as soon as Biden is in office, COVID like doesn't exist anywhere. I've like played,
they removed the variable.
Yeah, like I played this game where I'll even talk. I think I did this on one of my events where I even said to the audience, I was like, watch this. And I asked the guy, I was like, what do you think contributed, the main thing that contributed to inflation under Biden? And the guy's like, I don't know, the spending. And it's like, anything else? It's like, the deficit, anything else? It's like mind wiped as soon as Biden comes into office. And then I remember listening to Dave Smith said this on Piers Morgan, where Dave Smith said, like, we can't have another Democratic president. Like, this is all like the censorship and everything's out of control. People don't remember 2020 was the worst year in censorship we've ever had in the history of the United States. Or people will blame the lockdowns on Biden. It's like, do you guys remember that Donald Trump was the president in 2020? Donald Trump was the president for the lockdowns? How does nobody remember any of this?
Yeah, that's another example of them. That is, it's such a good example. Every single time we point to Donald Trump weaponizing the FCC or weaponizing something around him, they say, what about the Twitter files? What about Twitter this or Twitter that? I think
Twitter files,
of stuff, and I'm like, so it's hard to tell
about how horrible.
Like, I feel like a lot of these operators on TV, their job is to just muddy the waters at the very least. Like when I'm debating against these people on CNN, how I view it is, obviously you want to get the win, but their job isn't even to get the win. It's just to muddy the waters on these strikes or muddy the waters on some of these things so people don't have clarity on what actually happened. There's something I talk about on my show a lot when it pertains to algorithms. It's like the pipeline to volume theory of algorithms. I'm always chatting about this. It's that conservatives have a really good pipeline that they pull people down and they just hit you with a shit ton of volume. So some good examples of this are if somebody is a young dude and he has dating problems and he's looking up good dating advice online, it sucks him down this pipeline to Andrew Tate inevitably. And then you're getting advice from like the Andrew Tate types. Or if you're a young dude who wants to work out a lot, like I see my young friends liking workout reels, it takes you to Make America Healthy Again. And then it hits you with volume, volume, volume. It's happening with young women who just had kids. It's making them like anti-vax or like really really skeptical of certain medicines that
birth control is a big one that they'll also fight with on women on too. That makes you crazy and mind controls you. That Lindsay, is it Lindsay Lee or somebody Lee?
Yeah, I feel like in like less than 5 years, there's gonna be nobody for me to date. All the women will have fallen prone to Maha. Oh God. Oh, where's my just vaccine addled? Prescription drug consuming queen.
Yeah. It is. I remember she was talking to Anna Kasparian about how she was the a big person, I guess, in the Democratic National Committee or whatever, and she left and said that she was mind controlled for 10 years by birth control, and is why she was making bad decisions.
Lindy Lee.
Lindy Lee.
That one. Yeah, that's crazy.
That person.
But then, like, well, people are like, or I have friends that are anti-APAC. They suck down the pipeline, and now they're watching Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, or they're just Christian, and now they're watching Charlie Kirk clips. And then once they suck you down the pipeline, they have so much volume. Like, think about how much Elon Musk tweets on a daily basis. Probably about 50 times every day, and each tweet gets 18 million views, 10 million views, 300,000.
A lot of this is like time and money, right? Which usually liberals don't have because usually they're trying to build like a real life for themselves, based on truths and so they don't. We don't like have to cheat to get ahead, so we probably won't have these money making schemes because it seems like that's the only kind of schemes that really get you anywhere in this fucked up society. So usually, you're not going to see. You're not going to see people with that kind of time on their hands, on the good faith side.
And likes. Think about how many unique clips there are of Charlie Kirk, not just like repost clips, but unique clips of him. Probably like 10,000, probably like 5,000 to 10,000 clips of him just debating college students. So that goes back to what I was saying earlier. For every clip that Charlie Kirk has of him dunking on MLK Jr.'s corpse or whatever, we should have 5 clips of us explaining Black American history and how important it is to know that redlining existed. I don't know, like systemic racism, for example, I think that term's probably got to go, but the concept of systemic racism, it's so intuitive and so true. Black Americans were oppressed for a few hundred years. Laws like redlining have put Black people at a disadvantage. That's the narrative that we need to be spreading to combat some of this really ultra racist shit that's being clipped up all the time. And that's an intuitive narrative, but we're not really getting out there taking advantage of the systems in the same way. And that's something that we're trying to fix. So like I'm hiring a few editors, and in 2026, we really want to scale up the operation so that we have, I'm doing these debates, say our debate on the 20th, be there, people that are watching. And then we have my Jubilee coming out in like early January. So imagine like all these clips are ideally being clipped up and spread around in a really, really solid way. Like with Midas Touch, we work with Asen on Twitter, and he's a really good, effective clipper, but of mainstream media. We want to create our own version of that for alt media and create these pipelines of our own. Obviously, it's a simplification of what happens when I say this pipeline thing, but like I've seen my friends do it. I see so many of my friends liking Nick Fuentes reels or liking Maha reels. Friends that I used to know in high school that were never really inherently political. They just think Nick Fuentes is funny or what he's saying is funny. And it's definitely not good that we're losing the clipping war this hard. And also our candidate in 2024, as much as I think Kamala did well for 107 days, like she did what she needed. She did well, but she was obviously a bit too scripted. And she didn't go into a lot of the high risk places that she needed to be. So we need less of these risk averse candidates. We need people who are out there, like whoever is not risk averse in 2028 and is willing to go in these places and take these risks. I'm totally for. Anyone who runs on like dumping Trump's jet into the Trump's Qatari jet, emptying it out and dumping it into the ocean.
Yeah.
Prosecuting Stephen Miller and his wife and his kids.
And Hegseth and everybody involved with the. Oh, you're joking? Oh, just kidding. Okay. I definitely.
I was joking about the kids part. The kids part was a joke. Prosecuting Stephen Miller and his wife and his kids.
And Hegseth and everybody involved with the. Oh, you're joking? Oh, just kidding. Okay. I definitely.
I was joking about the kids part. The kids part was a joke, but. Yeah, Stephen Miller can.
So I agree with everything you're saying, but I still think all of this comes from, it's like a byproduct of the insane amount of synergy that all of these people have with each other. And I think that because they have this synergy, all of this other stuff just effortlessly flows. And it's really nice because it invites other people into the media apparatus to work with them as well. So for instance, when you bring up like these pipelines that take you to all these different areas, RFK Jr. or Andrew Tate or Michael,
Andrew Tate,
Michael Knowles, Kevin Knowles, Michael Knowles, right?
Noel
Shapiro. Like one thing that the conservatives do really well, I point this out a lot, when it comes to the far left online, the far left, they're playing like kind of like a social game. It's like faux political. It kind of looks like politics, but it's not really, because they don't actually care if they win or lose elections. They never care if they win or lose elections. They only care about the social media games. The conservatives only care about winning elections. They don't care about anything else, even if it means accepting people in their movement that they are ideologically fundamentally opposed to, which you're starting to see cracks of that showing quite a bit now. But as a result of that, what happens is if there are like 10 people that heavily ideologically disagree with each other, as long as they're all supporting Trump, they generally just kind of stay away from each other. You're not seeing a ton of content. Every now and then Ben Shapiro might say something bad about like Andrew Tate, like, well, we shouldn't support this type of, immorality or whatever. But for the most part, these guys kind of all stay away from each other, and they congeal into this collection of content where they're all in their own lanes doing everything, because at the end of the day, they know they're all for supporting Donald Trump. Whereas on the left, my God, like we are fighting over so many different things constantly. You've got, the New York Times attacking Gavin Newsom because he said, well, maybe trans athletes was like a step too far for NCAA stuff, whatever. And it's like, this is what we're fighting over. You've got you've got the Jake Tapper book on Biden. You've got like all of these different parts of the media. And I bring this up to say that I agree that Kamala was too skittish when it came to going on podcasts. I would agree with that. But also, like, how easy for Trump. You go on Lex Fridman. When I went on Lex Fridman, I had to spend an hour talking about why I used the word retarded, I think. And Donald Trump did a 45-minute interview where he got no pushback from anything. From Lex Fridman, the dove. He got no pushback on almost anything. And Donald Trump's the guy who calls people bad names. That's what he does, And Kamala Harris, when she goes anywhere, you had the whole games that they were playing to schedule them with Joe Rogan. You know that wherever you're going to go, it's probably going to be a rough show if they're like a centrist-y thing. You know that people on the left are going to attack you. Your staffers aren't going to be happy with it because they all tend or trend in the further left direction. Conservatives are going to be attacking you for everything. It's so easy when you're a conservative to go out and do whatever you want because there are no standards. They don't care. As long as you support Trump, you're good. Any accusation, any whatever, any conviction, you can be a 34 convicted felon, whatever, it's fine. And when you live in that world, just everything becomes easier. One other example I give is so funny. Democrats will get around and they'll do this thing actually similar to what we're doing right now, where we're like, how do we get our messaging better? What do we do? Why did Biden fail so much on messaging? How do we help the messaging? Conservatives never talk about that because they are the messaging and they know it. They are the message. Like Fox News would ever sit there and think like, man, why does Trump suck at messaging so much? They would think, man, we got to message better for Trump. Another example. You're never going to find like a Dominion lawsuit equivalent on the Democrat side, right? The closest you get is maybe the Donna Brazile thing, but that was the Democrats against the Democrats. Like it wasn't even close to the Dominion story. It's so bad.
And
Jesus.
now, speaking of like the Lex Friedman thing, now Trump called Tim Walz retarded. And the crazy thing is, people are driving by Tim Walz's house and screaming that at him. And people on Fox News and Ben Shapiro and Don Jr. are making fun of that, which I feel like, okay, whatever, trolly funny. But I feel like 10 years ago, that would be unthinkable. Like they're driving by people's houses, yelling stuff at them, yelling the word retard at Tim Walz and his kids or whatever. And that's just something that Don Jr., the son of the president, can laugh at. This is some crazy, crazy shit. I'm really sick of the double standards, how violence is. I mean, honestly, if I were somebody who were apolitical, I think about this lens a lot. Like I think about if I were an apolitical young dude, if I were 23 years old and I weren't firmly in my liberal position, I would probably have been bullied into being MAGA at this point because of the way that people talk about young dudes. Like, not to be dramatic or whatever, but I've been called like a fascist sympathizer, fascist. You shouldn't believe that shit. And I'm the most like wholesome liberal, whatever the hell. Like, I'm not ever running defense for any of that shit. But no, I mean, the way that I've been, number one, pushed or like talked about by far left-leaning people, but also if I were somebody who were apolitical over the past 2 years, I would think that left-wingers are responsible for violence. I would think that Trump tried to get assassinated. There were 2 assassination attempts against Trump. I don't know the details about who tried to do this. I just assume that it's probably a left person. Then Charlie Kirk got killed for just speaking at a college campus. I don't really know many of the details. I'm assuming it's going to be a slightly left-leaning person. And then you see like BLM. I don't know. It's just really hard to illustrate. And what are you going to compare that to, like the Tree of Life synagogue that happened in a few years back during Trump's first term? Like, this is a really good example. I have all these examples. There's a Walmart in El Paso, Texas that got shot up by somebody who's a legit white supremacist. Of course, these are great examples.
The guy who literally was on camera, like I think passing by a white guy saying like, "Oh, I'm not here for you, just for the black people." Like that was Jesus.
How do you break through with this shit? It's like, I don't know. Most people intuitively, if I were a young 23-year-old dude, well, I am, but we're apolitical, I would think that liberals are kind of lame. So we got to reclaim that shit. And, or I don't know. It just feels like it's an uphill battle sometimes. Maybe I'm a bit too nihilistic and black pilled, but right now I'm trying to be as charitable to the MAGA narrative as possible. And when I see my, not being charitable, but when I see my high school friends who are apolitical like this stuff, I'm trying to step into their shoes and see how charitable they would be to the MAGA narrative, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's hard because at the end of the day, like you said, a lot of it comes down to just like heavy factual stuff. And unfortunately, sometimes it comes down to like civics that people don't understand either. Like there are some things where if you understand the civics, like Donald Trump's personal lawyer making a phone call to anybody in any official capacity is immediately just the worst thing in the world. But like to explain like, well, why is it not proper? Well, if he's got lawyers in the Department of Justice, what's the difference between that and Giuliani, his personal friend who, you know, he used to be in politics? Isn't it the same thing? Like it's hard to, but like there are some things, but it's hard because at the end of the day, like you said, a lot of it comes down to just like heavy factual stuff. And unfortunately, sometimes it comes down to like civics that people don't understand either. Like there are some things where if you understand the civics, like Donald Trump's personal lawyer making a phone call to anybody in any official capacity is immediately just the worst thing in the world. But like to explain like, well, why is it not proper? Well, if he's got lawyers in the Department of Justice, what's the difference between that and Giuliani, his personal friend who, you know, he used to be in politics? Isn't it the same thing? Like it's hard to illustrate to people like why you should have this immediate revulsion. Or a lot of people don't understand how like the Electoral College works. So why was the, you know, trying to rig the 2020 election that Trump did? Why was that so bad? You know, didn't Hawaii do the same thing? You have to chew through so much propaganda.
Hillary Clinton in one interview in 2016 called Trump an illegitimate president. So the fake scheme is
isn't that the same thing? Yeah, and it's like, oh my god. But
legit, someone tried to pull that out on CNN recently, and I was like, I don't want to do this right now. Legit, I was like, I don't want to do this right now.
Yeah,
it's just so fucking dumb.
And it's crazy too because they say these things, and it's like, well, hold on, you're saying because Republicans, dude, they're so good. They're so good. I'm jealous. Okay, Republicans they're just so good. Okay, they say these things where they get to choose who represents us. So they'll choose the far left, people who are politically ineffective. So they choose who represents us, and then they force us to either defend quasi positions of theirs or positions that are adjacent to it, or explain why we don't defend those positions. And so the conversation is already one-sided. I bring this up a lot, that when you're playing defense, the best you can do is like lose no ground. That's it. You never gain any ground because you're always on the defense on every crazy lunatic thing that they find some random person online to say. And then you don't actually, but they know, when you talk on their side, they know how ridiculous this is. So for instance, you bring up the two great examples are, one is the Hillary Clinton illegitimate president thing about Trump, right? Oh, okay, so Hillary Clinton said that. Well, that's crazy that you're saying that. How many, can we look at the Democratic Party, either lawmakers or people who thought that Donald Trump literally, rigged the election? And it's like the percentages aren't really that high. Like that isn't there. Or when you look at the COVID stuff, when people talk about the vaccines, a lot of Republicans now will say, oh, well, when the vaccines came out, you guys said that they were going to be 100% effective. If that's true, then why are Republicans the only people who heard that? Because no Democrat heard that. We all had the memes about like, did you get the J&J or did you have the Moderna or Pfizer? Nobody thought that they were all 100%. You guys said that we thought that, but we didn't. And somehow you're able to like highlight that on our side. And I don't even know what we're arguing about because we don't make any arguments about what's actually happening anymore. It's just like, this is the fantasy land that conservatives want to create, and then we have to fight in that fantasy world all the time, and they're happy to keep the battle locked there for as long as possible, while Donald Trump operates basically as a lawless president who pretends that he is the only member of our government.
It's going to be so nice to be back in power, dude. Oh my God. I hope the Democrats have learned a thing or two and we kind of get back into power and they're a bit fierce with it because we need a new version of the party. I was really disillusioned. So let's try to think back. On election night, I was live streaming. And I'd been saying for a few weeks, like we did a panel together a few weeks before, and I said, I think Trump might lose. Or no, sorry, I think Trump might win. And I remember everyone was like, wow, you're a buzzkill. But we were all like, no, there's a legit chance Trump could win. And we all knew this, right? But it just kind of smacked me in the face on election night when it happened. And I remember being like, oh, fuck. And then thinking about Elon Musk being in power, I was like, oh, fuck. Like it's Elon Musk, RFK Jr., all these people have won. And then throughout the next few months, I started to get really, really blackpilled about the entire Democratic Party and how weak they are. And all my friends that used to say Democrats are kind of spineless and weak, I started to sort of see that. And I feel like you're more of a Democratic shill than I am. Like I feel like you're pretty hard line. Yeah, like you don't
absolutely.
Like you don't like when I remember we did a podcast in January and I was trying to criticize the party after we took a fat fucking loss and you were like, nope. Even now with Biden's immigration, like you just gotta, maybe I'm going a bit off of intuition at that point where I'm just like, it feels like Biden's immigration. I'm doing the thing that who's that one guy you just talked to recently? Yeah, true.
Which
where
guy?
he's like, I feel like Tom something.
Oh,
he's like,
Tom
I feel
Bilyeu.
like
My mental model.
I don't know, but
I mentally map. It's Tom Bilyeu. Yeah, my mental mapping of you says that we have intuitively these disagreements. Like, okay, well, I just gave you 20 examples. Can you give me one thing in counter to what I'm saying? Yeah.
No, I get it. And it just feels like, no. But then I started to get really disillusioned with the Democratic Party earlier this year, just because it felt like they weren't meeting the moment. We weren't fighting back. The Democrats were being kind of pussies. The messaging sucked. And now I'm starting to really like the fight that some Democrats are putting up. Trump's been outmaneuvered a few times. The Democratic shutdown was a good example. We picked an issue. We had the ACA subsidies. We stuck through that. And then Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie in a small little group of Democrats outmaneuvered the entire Republican caucus by putting this discharge petition up to the floor on the Epstein files. And that kind of smacked Trump and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson on the face. Then Trump, like 2 days before the vote, switched his position entirely, and then
pulled the rug out from under the Republicans in Congress.
Under Mike Johnson mainly. Mike
already
Johnson
were getting slighted. Yeah.
So like, so the Democrats are starting to find their footing, but I think this was all me just saying that I hope when we get back into power, we have a little bit more of that oomph, or we've at least learned something over the past 2 years, and it's not some return to norms. And I want to continue, like my goal is to continue being somebody in the party who, when I go on these CNN hits, I view it as sort of an exercise in messaging too. Like, how can I beat this Republican messaging? And I know that's how debates are. That's what they're for. But I want to be someone that can continue to represent like that fight wing of the Democratic Party, so that can be a consistent, rather than just receding back into our shell once we get back into power. And
even for somebody who traditionally I just usually don't like the way they carry themselves. Even Hakeem Jeffries stepped it up hard when people were trying to do that whole, weren't you guys trying to do $1.5 trillion in healthcare for illegal? It's just the most random made up stuff. They just like, it's the most random made up stuff. And the craziest thing too is they'll like tweet stuff that doesn't even say. I remember they tried to tweet like the part of the bill or whatever. It's like, you just read these 3 pages. It doesn't say this. Tulsi Gabbard did it when the Russian paid operative, who's somehow the head of our DNI or whatever, when she released all of the Obama era stuff that proved all the horrible rigging that Obama did, because Obama rigged the deep state against Trump by waiting for Trump to win the election and then telling all the intelligence agencies to say that the election was rigged. Whatever her convoluted story was. But if you read the documents that she released, it doesn't actually say anything that she's agreeing with either. And just the ability for these people to completely fabricate anything. I can't imagine how much the wind was taken out of the sails of them too when that shutdown ended and they thought, okay, finally, at least we can message on that the Republicans were the ones to end the shutdown. It's like, oh God, the Epstein stuff. Oh no, it's back. I think that one too was incredibly effective.
And then also, the shutdown shit isn't fully over because the ACA subsidy is expiring. It's still a ticking time bomb. It happens on December 31st. So once the ACA subsidies expire, a lot of Americans will directly connect that in their head. Like, I have a friend whose mom is reliant on the subsidies, but didn't know she was reliant on the subsidies until the government shutdown shit happened. So it put that issue to the forefront of her mind. And now, I mean, it's going to be like it's going to be like a House of Cards scenario. I feel like we're on December 29th at midnight. They're going to pass something and then it's going to save the ass of the Republicans. And I've heard that Trump is working on a solution, but then Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, went on and had to tell him, like,
I missed that
sir, we're on
I think that one too was too when that shutdown ended, and the ability for these people to completely fabricate anything. I can't imagine how much the wind was taken out of the sails of them too when that shutdown ended, and they thought, okay, finally, at least we can message on that the Republicans were the ones to end the shutdown. It's like, oh God, the Epstein stuff. Oh no, it's back. I think that one too was incredibly effective.
And then also, the shutdown shit isn't fully over because the ACA subsidy is expiring. It's still a ticking time bomb. It happens on December 31st. So once the ACA subsidies expire, a lot of Americans will directly connect that in their head. Like, I have a friend whose mom is reliant on the subsidies, but didn't know she was reliant on the subsidies until the government shutdown shit happened. So it put that issue to the forefront of her mind. And now, I mean, it's going to be like it's going to be like a House of Cards scenario. I feel like we're on December 29th at midnight. They're going to pass something and then it's going to save the ass of the Republicans. And I've heard that Trump is working on a solution, but then Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, went on and had to tell him, like, sir, most Republicans aren't actually down to vote for an extension of these subsidies. But I heard he has a plan coming in roughly 2 weeks. So
2 weeks. It's right around the corner. After the illegal immigrant number is 40 million under Biden, and then after we've raised 30 trillion in external investment, and then after we magically find more money from the tariffs that we didn't know we had before, and all the other numbers and figures that this administration makes up. The one thing,
skin tone and look at the skin tone in the video I just sent you, and then you can keep going.
I tweeted about this today with the orange guy.
Really weird shit.
It's pretty,
I just kind of saw it.
Yeah, pretty crazy. The one saving grace, because I am a Democratic shill, and I will shill for Biden. I think history will remember Biden fondly. Orange guy.
Really weird shit.
It's pretty, pretty crazy. The one saving grace, because I am a Democratic shill, and I will shill for Biden. I think history will remember Biden fondly. The thing that I like the most, only if we do this, the thing that I appreciate the most about the Biden administration is Biden really, really, really tried to do everything the right way by the books. Like, Garland took all the time in the world. The National Archival Records Administration waited all the time before the FBI was notified, and they tried to they did all the dotted their I's, crossed their T's, let the cases get dismissed and everything. So when we come back into power in 2028, I hope that can be the springboard that we can use to be much swifter and more aggressive with whatever exists within the outer perimeter of legality. Because on the other end, you know that they're going to be throwing up, well, don't you want to bring the country together? Don't you want to, isn't this not okay? And it's like, no, we tried that. We tried that. You're never going to find a person who is more like that than Biden, who was a senator for like 492 years. The guy, like, there was not a single assassination in this country where the guy had like a, I'm doing it for Biden sticker on his backpack or something, or where he's listening to Biden Kamala Harris speeches to get radicalized and inspired. Like, Biden was conservatives always say this, Biden was the compromise, okay? And you didn't like him. You threw him out the window. So no more Biden, no more Garland. It's going to be way more aggressive on the next administration. And the conservatives deserve it. Like, they messed all of that up more than could ever be imagined, I think.
You didn't like Biden, you're about to get what's standing next to him. Biden was a nice guy. That's what they say. Biden was a nice one. Now you're stuck with us. But
yeah, you had your chance.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not good. And I think that I don't know. While Biden was saying that he's a president for Democrats and Republicans, Trump was posting photos and videos of Biden like tied up in the back of a truck. Remember that? The decal of Biden tied up. It's fucked up. Most Americans don't realize it, but the messaging is really important. And I feel like we've been making a lot of progress on that. Like the people are realizing how fucked up and demented Trump is. His popularity is dipping really fast. There's obviously always going to be that core base, but
people don't realize it's like you only need to peel off like 5 or 6 percentage points and they're like unelectable. You know, you don't have to turn like half the MAGA movement. It's just a few percentage points and they're basically sunk.
Dude, I think he's going to go really downhill over the past 2 years. So he doesn't like being out of power. He's really like a child. Like he turns into a narcissistic child when he's losing power and when he begins to lose ground like he did on January 6th. I could see him legit throwing some temper tantrums. I honestly want his legacy to be ruined. I want it to be bad. I do not want in 50 years when I'm in my old age for like fucking people to think he's like a Reagan type where they still are like, yeah, Trump was like a Reagan type. I want there to be clarity that this guy tried to overthrow the government. Like for the rest of my life, I'm going to be talking about the fake elector scheme. I'm going to be talking about the Pam Bondi post. My grandkids are going to be like, what? Like,
yes,
Grandpa, what the fuck are you talking about? Who's Pam Bondi? I'm going to say he tweeted 3 names. 2 of those names were indicted. You wouldn't understand. But yeah, for the rest of my life, for real, like this is some fucked up shit.
And it's so crazy.
Chat's frozen.
You know, Dad, why did Trump run with a different vice president the third time? Well, he wanted the first one killed. You know, it's a long story.
For real, fuck.
Yeah, there are some. Can't believe that we elected him again, or
we have power and now he's back and nothing happened. Like, fuck.
Yeah, there has to be big accountability stuff. Or else, because the question is like, why? Because why wouldn't they just do it again? And I think Democrats need to really think about that question because it really needs to be discouraged because it's not just Trump. Like Trump was a figure that could only come about in the Republican Party. You know, like I bring up the Biden stuff and you know how Biden basically got kind of like pushed out from all sides because the entire establishment was like, this probably isn't our guy. Yeah. You know, the media was not okay. I think Obama came back, was having conversations, not okay. That type of thing can never happen to Trump. Right. Like they ride or die with this guy through everything, unless they think he's legitimately about to die, I guess, because he's getting too old or whatever. Yeah. And there are so many examples of so many things. Again, going back to the senility thing, like Biden was senile, like he didn't know what was going on. It's like, can you show me a single video of Biden having an executive order explained to him before he signs it? Because Donald Trump doesn't seem like he has any idea ever what he's signing.
He doesn't know about half of his pardons.
Yeah, for huge dudes. And the guy with the truck guy whose defense attorney, one of his 2 defense attorneys was Brad Bondi. Like, wait, what?
Fuck.
It's so blatantly and you misspoke earlier because you said Trump's crypto scam. You meant Trump's crypto scams because Melania has her own scam coin too.
True.
And it's like, how do you even like right now? Like, I feel like these are easy asks too. They'll never admit to it, but you could literally be in a panel, be like, hey, just curious. You admit right now that an anonymous person that you'll never know about could give a huge sum of money to the president of the United States through Bitcoin, and we would never know. We would never have any idea about it whatsoever, right? Like, how is that an acceptable state of affairs to anybody?
Or people that we do know about, like Justin Sun. He wasn't able to step foot in the U.S. because he had an SEC investigation into him, this Chinese billionaire guy. He put $70 million in a World Liberty Financial, like in the Trump coin. And then he was able to step foot in the United States. He went to a Trump dinner, a White House dinner. This is one of my Jubilee prompts was Trump is the most corrupt president in American history.
Yes.
It's going to be a fun one.
That's what I just posted.
Yeah. And there's like there's a million examples. There's no way that, getting through all of them it's impossible. You know?
It's fucked up. Fuck, I had something else to say, but there's just so much corruption shit. Let me go through some of my notes for like his fascism.
The family stuff, dude. Watching
notes of fascism,
like that one guy, our envoy, Witkoff.
Oh my God, Witkoff needs to be prosecuted first when we get back into power. Like, you know, he was advising Putin. He was advising Putin's aide on how to get into Trump's. Like how to manipulate Trump.
Yeah, from a plan. Yeah, all of that leaked. But even more than that, the fact that the Witkoff is like directly associated with that huge business that Trump's, I think, kids are associated with that goes around like selling deals all over the world while he's also the envoy.
World Liberty Financial.
Yeah. Like, how dare you ever bring up conflict of interest? And also, and this is hard too, not to yeah, not to hate on my working class people. I think sometimes people don't understand the scales of money involved sometimes with how crazy some of the Trump stuff does. Like once you're past like $1 million, it's all the same to people. But like people don't realize like the Republicans, you know, kicked up a storm over Hunter Biden, whose like lifetime earnings, I think, is on that Burisma board were like $5 to $10 million. Donald Trump's crypto stuff and the deals that the firm that his son-in-law Kushner worked for, well, these are on the scales of billions of dollars. It's not even remotely close. The 9-figure, 10-figure deals that these guys are behind sometimes. But we threw up so much on Hunter Biden, and there's not a word, not a peep about any of this stuff.
Nobody
It's
understands scale.
crazy.
Dude, so there's this one analogy that, or this one example that the New York Times wrote about a few months ago, and it said that Hillary Clinton, when they took office in the early 90s, when Bill Clinton took office, essentially there was a scandal, a months-long scandal, because she turned $1,000 into $90,000 a decade prior, a decade before taking office, because she traded cattle futures. So a decade before the Clintons took office, she turned 1K into 90K. Now, Melania Trump met with Jeff Bezos in the White House and then got a $40 million movie deal with Amazon, and there wasn't even a day of headlines about it. It was just swept under the rug. So it shows how like the scale of corruption, the scale of them monetizing the White House is next level. Trump's net worth has gone
What was that story about?
a months-long scandal because she turned $1,000 into $90,000 a decade prior, a decade before taking office, because she traded cattle futures. So a decade before the Clintons took office, she turned 1K into 90K. Now, both sides, like, we really need to find a way to message against this both side shit, because they'll say, oh, Nancy Pelosi did this person did this, and it's like Nancy Pelosi's corruption is a grain of sand on the beach, and Trump's is a sandcastle next to it of just pure crypto Qatari jet corruption. They're building a golf course in Qatar that Trump used taxpayer dollars. It's all fucked up, and now it's just like, yeah. I mean, we've been sitting here listing all the things that we hate about Trump, obviously, for like an hour. But like, how do we break through with all of this shit? Because now we're just circle jerking.
I think it has to be people in the media. People can't let people just lie anymore.
I
Like I
was aware of
said, it's Katie Collins, and there's one other interviewer that does a good job at this. But it can't just be that they're just allowed to say a lie and then have that, you know, be left unchecked. Like, they need to constantly be called out. They need to constantly be fact checked. Because if you're listening, if you think that 0 people died in the Holocaust, and I think that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust or whatever, and then, you know, I'm allowed to go on and argue for 6 million, and you're allowed to go on and argue for 0. And the guy, you know, when you say 0, the guy's like, well, you know, maybe, you know, but the other guy makes a point too. It's like, okay, so maybe the number is like 3 million, I guess. Like, that's not a win. that's not a big W that the W that people think it is, when the other side is just like shamelessly lying. So I think we need, and then, you know, I'm allowed to go on and argue for 6 million, and you're allowed to go on and argue for 0. And the guy, you know, when you say 0, the guy's like, well, you know, maybe, you know, but the other guy makes a point too. It's like, okay, so maybe the number is like 3 million, I guess. Like, that's not a win. that's not a God, the alternative media sphere is just the worst thing in the world. As two members of the alternative media, no offense to either of us. Well, you do mainstream media stuff now, but like,
well, no, but there's no accountability mechanism. Like, I could fuck up in a video and no one's gonna get fired. I'm not gonna like have any repercussions. I'll correct it.
Sure.
In another video, but we could fuck up as much as we want. But I mean, I was on a network recently, and I called Pete Hegseth an alcoholic, and they spliced out that word, and I realized that me saying that gives exposure to the company.
Sure.
If I, like, you're not allowed to say, so I'm like, oh shit, like, they're legit serious about this stuff. But I don't know. I'd want to interview Trump. Like, interviewing Trump would be such an interesting thing. I feel like he'd throw a tantrum, but
I think it's also good, just on that thing real quick. You said for how do you cut through? It's important to hold them accountable on things they failed, because they're very good at moonwalking away from things. Like Doge, everybody knows that Doge was a monumental failure, and that needs to be brought up over and over and over again. That was another thing I was saying. Yeah.
But yeah, we should talk more messaging before. I've got an interview to do in like 30 minutes, but we should talk more messaging, not only before this debate, but just overall broad debate shit.
Yeah,
prep is really important. I can't believe you were like, do you still prep? Because I find prep to be very, very important.
Oh, I guess maybe the level of people that I talk to now. Usually, once I've willed out like 5 or 6 examples, I'm either going to be really nice, in which case the debate is a waste of time because the other person's just going to pretend not to know anything, or I'm kind of mean and then the other person just leaves because they can't contend with any of the facts, and then I feel like it's a waste of time to argue anything. But
I'm still pretty early in my like debate career, so I've got a lot to learn, especially in the long form debates. Like I'm pretty good at the snippy like you know, get clips and do this and do that. That's like more of a game, right?
Yeah.
But I'm still working on my broader debate stuff, so I'm excited to get better.
That should be fun.
Yeah, 2026.
Do you think do you see there being a big future with Turning Point USA, or do you think that like the loss of Charlie Kirk is probably going to permanently kneecap that organization? I shouldn't use that analogy, but harm that organization, I guess.
Yeah,
that turn of phrase. Sorry, you know what I mean.
No, I was going to use a worse one, but never mind. But I think that so originally in the aftermath, I thought that there was gonna like I was a little bit worried because a lot of my friends from high school were reposting all the Charlie Kirk shit, were sending like there was a vigil in my hometown, like a really small hometown in Indiana, and my friend posted a video of the vigil, and it was like I was like, bro, the Charlie Kirk effect is massive. A lot of my friends who were just vaguely Christian, who didn't know anything about politics, were reposting him and then liking reels of him saying vaguely conservative shit, and then they go down that pipeline that we were talking about. So legitimately, I was like, okay, I think this had an actual cultural impact, his death. Like, I think it legitimately fake cares.
The immigration issues that countries in Europe face is way.
I think we just need to sort of not even redefine it, just redefine how we message it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. And then also we have to be careful when people talk. I highly encourage, if you don't know anything about Europe or European immigration or issues related to European countries with specific types of immigration, don't talk about it, because it's very easy to see when, especially like when Constantine, they did this with Hassan, they got him on this. The immigration issues that countries in Europe face is way different than in the United States. And if you try to link these one-to-one with each other, if you're debating anybody that knows anything, you're going to get smashed on it. So the issues that we face are very different. Even though the conservatives try to make it sound like it's all the same, it's not. So yeah, I do agree, though, that's a different argument that has to be had. But it's hard for European liberalism to be defended, I would imagine, when the big boy American country, the big boy liberal country America is kind of, having issues with liberalism on its own. So
yeah, bro, Russia-Ukraine was a big issue. Like, you got me into that a few years ago, and I've been following that a lot. My entire framework for this war is like, so far since Trump has gotten into office, he legitimately has given.
That's cool.
So Zelensky has given every concession that Trump has asked for since he got into office. Right when Trump got into office, he had the shitty mineral deal that he proposed, and even after he screamed at Zelensky in the Oval Office, Zelensky still agreed to the shitty mineral deal after some negotiation. Then Donald Trump wanted to do a 30-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, and Zelensky laid down his arms. Zelensky was totally fine. Putin kept fucking bombing and kept firing. Then Trump tried to set up a meeting. He tried to set up multiple peace deals, a 28-point peace plan. Every single time, Zelensky was the one that was game. He was the one that was down to do it. And Putin was the one that was playing the games. And I don't know if you know Vlad Vexler. He's a YouTuber that uses a lot of really smart frameworks.
Yeah.
He always says that Trump views Putin as a source of narcissistic games. And I don't know if you know Vlad Vexler. He's a YouTuber that uses a lot of really smart. A lot of my audience thinks so. And then he looks at Zelensky in a week sessions, but he only
works when analyzing Trump too, because he's so dumb. There's never like a larger picture. I know this weird,
but he seems to have decent intuitions on how to play the game. Like, he seems to have an intuitive understanding of game theory, even if he doesn't even know what game theory is. Like, I shit you not, this old, decrepit, idiotic guy has outplayed the Democrats like 19 times since I was 14 years old. Like, I've grown up watching him outplay the Democrats, and he's won twice, so he's doing something right. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries both have a higher IQ than Donald Trump, but we can both see that there are times when Trump has outplayed Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. How do you reconcile Trump being able to like win? Or am I just conceding to his framework?
I think so. The Republicans are just playing a different game, and partially it's because of that, and it's because of like the fact that Democrats have to hold the country together, that they're able to play that different game. So on the Republican side of things, people forget this. Trump didn't make his money in fucking real estate. Trump was not that great at real estate. He inherited a ton from his dad. He inherited a ton of money. Trump made his money, and Trump got his big recognition with The Apprentice. That's why people know Trump today in the United States. That's why he won the presidency. So Trump is playing this game of like celebrity stardom, and the Republican Party for a long time has basically been preparing their fan base for that type of stardom. You know, we don't look too critically at things. The leaders that we have aren't intellectuals; they're entertainers. Our Michael Savages, our Glenn Becks, our Rush Limbaughs. You know, we don't have the boring NPR voice. We've got the rock and roll music, and you know, the people screaming at each other on the radio. Like that's who we have. So the Republican Party was like uniquely positioned to bring an entertainer up. But then also, like, if the Democrats were to have played a similar game, like, you know, we're about to, if this presidency keeps trending in the same direction it is, Obama had to come in after, okay, Bill Clinton was the last budget surplus. Then we had 8 years of Bush, who had trillions of dollars in the Middle East, all sorts of bad, just disaster. Yeah. And then
bad.
Yeah, bad, yeah. And then Bush Jr. caps off his administration with the financial crisis, the global financial meltdown. So Obama has to come in. We have TARP. We've got to deal with all this stuff, you know, bringing the economy back. And then things start to, you know, build back up again. And then after 8 years of Obama, we get Trump. And then after the end of Trump, we have fucking COVID and the mismanagement of that. And everybody hates each other and everything's crazy. We had the largest riots of like U.S. history with BLM and everything else. By the way, I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm pretty sure 8 of the 10 largest protests in all of U.S. history have occurred during Trump's administrations. So then we have after Trump won, we bring in Biden, who is an amazing bipartisan president, tries his best despite a historically divided country, passes more bipartisan legislation than we've seen since like the New Deal, just an insane amount of stuff. And then after all of that was put together, now we have Trump again, and Trump is doing whatever he's doing now, and whatever these 4 years are going to look like, we're going to have to bring in another Democrat to clean things up. So while Republicans are kind of like getting to play this game in the background of building the coolest celebrity who's like the funniest guy with the best one-liners, Democrats have to come in and play that game because that's what Americans, I guess, are voting on for whatever reason, while also like trying to hold the country together because Republicans don't want to govern anymore. They don't govern. Congress has done nothing, and the Republican Congress has willingly handed over so much of their power to the president just happily. They don't do anything. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I think that like someone, you know who I think would be really hard to debate? You've done a really good job debating him, but I feel like Tim Pool is uniquely hard to debate, not because he's a clever or good or smart debater, but because he's just really shameless. Probably one of the most shameless debaters I've seen out there.
Yeah.
And he really pisses me off. Like how you feel about Jack Posobiec, I feel about Tim Pool. When I watch him and the way he plays defense and like he did this debate with Pisco where he switched his view legitimately within 60 seconds of saying one thing, he said something else. And if you're not like really on your shit and catching him on all of this, then he'll just shamelessly slime around. And he's got a massive audience. Nobody in the audience even notices when he does this. Someone needs to
forget the Pisco one. You are right on that. Oh my God.
Beasley?
What? Oh yes, it was Beasley. Yes. The Beasley, I was so nervous and upset, and I was like, oh, Beasley doesn't know all this stuff because they're going so hard on all this stuff. And it was so funny that after both of them, Tim was like red in the face. He's like, you don't even know anything about your diamonds, you don't know anything, blah, blah. And then Beasley just like very calmly, like in like 2 minutes, lays out all these facts. And then he's like, wait, before we move on, you guys admit that you didn't know anything about any of this because then Tim has to start Googling, like, how do I find out what the charges? Like, this guy's never read an indictment before. Oh my God. Beasley just completely, and it was like 12 different people. Like every time the camera switched, there was like a new fucking conservative night terror demon on the screen that was trying to argue against him. And oh my God, yeah. No, but you're absolutely right because Tim he gets so impassioned and he says all these things. It's like, hold on, bro, you're completely wrong about all of this stuff. And it's so often like that. Oh my God, that was watching Beasley.
He's always taking.
Well, that was so good. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, Tim Pool is the master of bringing up the most obscure shit ever, then pinning you down on it. Like, if you don't know what this riot of 1982 was, and how can you possibly know what's going on in modern day? And I don't know. And then if you try to pin him down, he'll be like, I don't know. I don't have to answer questions.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fucked up. It's an asymmetric. That's why I want to start my own debate show. We're starting our own debate show.
That's good.
And so there's not as much asymmetry in the sphere.
The hard thing about that, though, and it's always going to be hard, and the Democrats need to figure out a way to get the fuck over this, because it happened a lot with the misinformation stuff. It will be asymmetrical until the Republicans like wake the fuck up and come back to reality. Like the problem is if you try to make any real policy or enforce any real rule set anywhere, the Republicans are always going to complain because they're always going to be negatively impacted by it because they have lived in delusional fantasy for so long that any rule set is going to feel biased against them. And you're absolutely right about that Tim Pool stuff. Imagine it. Like I imagine like if I had taken $5 million even unknowingly from Israel before any of my
That's just, it's unspeakable. It's crazy.
I get accused of taking 7,000 from Israel.
The
for some
APAC, that
shit.
claim. I don't even know where that, I've heard Nadine do that on Peers a few times. The $7,000 a month, which isn't even compared to the money that flies around for some of these people and the deals they make is crazy. $4.8 million. And he's like, well, that was just
That's
a normal deal
crazy
for me.
shit.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Someone needs to come on his show and confront him about that. I know a few people have tried. So Sam Cedar tried.
Yeah.
Soy Pill did it too. But then during Soy Pill's appearance, Tim Pool just said it didn't happen. He's like, what you're saying didn't happen.
Mhm.
And then Soy Pill tries to bring up the name of the guy in the indictment. He's like, have you ever seen this guy in real life? Just the way that he does this shit. I don't understand. Yeah, something about it really does blackpill me. I keep going back to the same theme of the asymmetry of how like they're able to Kamala because I
Watching this stuff. Yeah. And it's like, well, it's not the same. I don't know where he's like, oh yeah, I can
counting towards this total number.
Was saying it was like, where did this even come from? National Ground Game, which works alongside, or is a part of, or is alongside the Unfuck America People Z and everything. Hold on. We started looking through a bunch of districts basically to try to figure out, you know, what are the good districts. Oh, I have it open up here already. I'm just losing it. What are good districts to try to campaign in? I think the goal is to find stuff that can be competitive, but it's like a little bit outside of what the DCCC would be interested in, the official Democratic Party. So the goal, so I think it was basically looking from like anywhere from like +4 to +6 or 7 like districts that swing Republican, that there is a strong candidate that exists there for the Democratic Party that is probably going to be outside of what the Democratic DCC, hold on, I need to figure it out. The Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee is willing to support. And these are the guys that we, I think, ended up looking at. We've got Ed Fitzgerald, who is in District 7 of Ohio. These are all, I believe these are all congressional races.
Nice.
We've got
Get
Matt
Montana back.
Raines from the 1st Congressional District of Montana, and then Emily Burge from the 3rd District of Wisconsin. I think these are the 3 that they're looking at right now. I think the idea is that will you do interviews
more.
like you did with the Pisser again? I'll try to do as much as I can. It'll depend on what's going on in my life, but I should be able to. This is, yeah, I think these are areas that we're looking at to have basically high impact in a way that stands apart from other races. So ideally, like these are winnable districts. You know, we can show up in force and like move the needle on these more than other somewhat winnable districts that don't have our support. And then the Democratic Party is not officially collaborating with these people, supporting these people in these districts. So, you know, we can measure our impact really well. I suck at promoting stuff. That's my promotion. I don't know. What else do you want me to say? What else do you want me to say? What is the money for? I think that this is, Z will have better info on this. I should have it. We have a Google doc.
Z.
I had to sit through like a 6-hour deposition this morning, so I didn't have time to go over anything. I'm pretty sure it's going to be generally like what we were basically doing before. So it'll be like door knocking, canvassing. I don't know if voter registration is part of this. It might be too late in the thing for that. But it's just basically going to be doing whatever ground related stuff is necessary to, I guess, help these people win their elections, basically. Yeah. Usually people say DCCC. They do. Z says that a lot. Tell us to sub to YouTube as well. Sub to YouTube as well. What is the goal for us? Do you need volunteers? We'll probably need volunteers when we start doing like official events and everything, I imagine. Oh, shoot! My sandwich got here an hour ago. Hold on.
All right. Well, that was that. Still nobody's watching. Nobody loves me. Okay, let's see how long this lasts. Destiny versus Destiny versus D'Souza. Battle for the Capitol. Anti-Trump versus pro-Trump debate. Destiny versus D'Souza. Here we go. Wait, so this isn't on Destiny's channel? It's a collaboration with him, though. Like, I'd rather click on it through Destiny's channel. I don't think you can. This part is, yeah. So I guess it matters which channel is listed first. They're like the parent or the primary channel. It's a weird video. They don't get fucking copyrighted. Like they
What is
split.
not
Wasn't
a
that a
lie?
lie?
What is
In
not a
Paris.
Wasn't that
lie?
a lie though? When he held up the sign, didn't he lie to the American public, to you and me and everybody else in here and the entire world when he said these are the tariffs that every other country has on us? That was a lie, right?
Well, it was a negotiating tactic.
It was
No,
so it was a lie to negotiate.
It's a negotiating tactic, and you
Well, when the
actually
costs
know
get
it.
too high, I
because you
do
just
know it.
admitted it.
I didn't
But
admit it.
earlier you were trying to calm the audience.
I was giving a simplified answer to somebody who found out
A
they just
simplified
referred-
answer,
who
which
just
is the
found out
wrong
what
answer.
fractional reserve banking was.
Oh my God.
Please welcome to the stage Dinesh D'Souza and Destiny.
Here we go. Really gonna be something, isn't it?
How you doing tonight?
I'm good.
So I think we were given pretty broad leeway over, I guess, what to chat about tonight, insofar as kind of like Trump and MAGA and the current state of the U.S.
taking the
and
lead.
like where we've come, where we're going in relation to that. Do you have any strong thoughts you want to start us off with, or do you want me to just get right into it?
Well, let's get into it.
Okay, so I don't know how much you know about me, but I've been kind of like a YouTube political commentator, influencer guy for maybe about 10 years. I followed with great detail a lot of the political,
This is already looking
factual,
stronger
legal,
here.
whatever stuff going on with both sides, especially over the past 5 or 6 years. And one of the most kind of troubling things that I've seen develop is we are totally and completely separated in terms of factual reality, in terms of where like the left is living and where MAGA is living. And I mean, my argument is that I would say the conservatives and MAGA, and even people in positions like yours have contributed really heavily towards that like deliberate muddying of the record so that people aren't
Nice.
aware of what's actually happening in this
Correct
country.
in front.
And I guess like the first event, I guess, or thing I would kind of like to center on is I'm curious what your understanding is of like the Mar-a-Lago documents case for the classified information that Trump took from the White House and refused to return.
I'm happy to get into it, but before we do, if I can explore the idea you just mentioned a moment ago about alternative realities. I assume what you're
the
saying
abstract. He's got it in
is
the
that
abstract.
the left lives in a certain type of a bubble, but it's a reality-based bubble. The right lives in a bubble that is fake and not reality-based. And so, according to you, one half of the country is essentially deluded, and the other half of the country is sane. See, I think this is a very poor way to try to conceptualize politics in general. It's the reason it's a poor way is that if you look at any political divide, particularly the really severe political divides, if we go back, for example, to 1860, you could take the view that, which was the view of the South, Lincoln was a moron, Lincoln is a dictator, Lincoln's an idiot, and the Republicans in the North make no sense at all. Or you could take the opposite view, that everyone in the South is a moron, they're living in a bubble, they don't understand reality, and therefore one side is completely right and the other side is completely wrong. To me, the reason this is a very poor way to comprehend reality is that it requires you ultimately to believe that virtually one half of the entire country lives in delusion. Democracy would make no sense if this were truly the case. In reality, the complex thing to do, particularly when there is a divide, and I think this is what we have to work toward and be really interesting if we did that in this debate, is if I can advance a theory about Trump that explains not just the 75 million people or so who voted for him, but also to me, the reason this is a very poor way to comprehend reality is that it requires you ultimately divides. We go back, for example, to 1860. You could take the view that, which was the view of the South. Lincoln was a moron, Lincoln's a dictator, Lincoln's an idiot, and the Republicans in the North make no sense at all. Or you could take the opposite view, that everyone in the South is a moron, they're living in a bubble, they don't understand reality, and therefore one side is completely right and the other side is completely wrong. To me, the reason this is a very poor way to comprehend reality.
Isn't that exactly what we did? We said the South is wrong. So we went to war to settle the issue. That was the only way to do it. So what are you saying?
Is that it requires you ultimately to believe that virtually one half of the entire country lives in delusion. Democracy would make no sense if this were truly the case.
It wasn't delusion,
in
it was
reality,
evil.
the complex thing to do, particularly when there is a divide, and I think this is what we have to work toward and be really interesting if we did that in this debate, is if I can advance a theory about Trump that explains not just the 75 million people or so who voted for him, but also the 71 million or so who voted against him. And if I can account for both, and similarly, I would demand of you the same thing. You advance a theory that is a little more sophisticated than simply saying everybody who votes for Trump is a dummy, or they're listening to other dummies and swallowing their dumb stuff. This does not do justice to our fellow citizens. So I'm just objecting to this framing of reality. We can discuss specific aspects of.
Oh, now you want to see what a little weasel rat. You didn't have anything to say, didn't want to start the conversation because you have no balls whatsoever. Then you object to the fact to Destiny's framing. Yeah, it's tough luck, buddy. You didn't start out, and he gave you the opportunity to. You didn't take it. Now you're objecting to his framing because yeah, Destiny got to frame it. Nice, but you had it. You had your chance. You stupid little bitch. Why didn't you start and frame the conversation then? Now I don't like your framing. Then you should have started the conversation.
It's the reality, and I'm happy to start where you want, and then I'll take you where I want to go. But I'd like you to comment, first of all, if you agree with me that each of us needs to advance tonight a theory that is good enough, not just to feed the prejudices of the people on our own side, which may be the majority of the audience here, but genuinely accounts for the other side. So I would agree, but I would disagree that a genuine accounting for both sides requires you to admit, or it requires you to concede that both sides have a similar factual foundation. Sometimes when you go to the hospital, sometimes you get diagnosed with a really bad disease. Sometimes the prognosis is it's untreatable. I would be uncomfortable if the doctor told me, well, we're looking at two different diagnoses, but this one is really bad, so we're just going to favor the other one instead. Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. It might be that at times in our history, there are certain sides of our country that are deluded. Now, you used the word dummy. I would say they're not stupid. I think that the capacity for even an ordinary person that, you know, a pretentious liberal or some online guy might say, oh, this guy is an idiot. They're not stupid. Like, people have a tremendous capacity for a ton of information. But I would argue that there has been an entire conservative media apparatus that has been aimed at engaging in the delusion of these people for the purposes of trying to make the unappealing appealing or the indefensible defensible. And that's the thing that I'm kind of attacking. Like, is half the country deluded? I would say right now, to a large extent, yes, but that's not because they're stupid, and it's not by accident, it's by design. And I think part of what I would really like to dig into is part of it is not even being able to agree fundamentally on like things that are factually true. You brought up that north-south divide. The difference that you were talking about there was one of legal perspective, was a conceptual perspective difference on, do states have the right to secede from the union? You know, how much right does an individual state have over the federal government? That same debate taking place today, you know, it would be somebody saying in the South, oh, we don't even have slaves. All of the people here live equally. And, you know, people in the North saying, you know, in the South, they literally torture these people and throw them in the river for fun, and they don't even use them for work, right? That's the level of, assuming both sides are being deluded, right? That's the level of delusion that we're on today. We don't have disagreements in law or disagreements in concept or idea or narrative about the country. It's like very foundational disagreements on things that we shouldn't have that much of a factual disagreement on. Well, so I take it that what you're saying is that in the Civil War, there were genuinely intelligent people on both sides, and they actually disagreed about what kind of America they wanted. They disagreed about their economic interests. They disagreed about on constitutional interpretation. They disagreed about whether they wanted to retain the status quo or go into a new type of America.
Part of it, but it was about slavery.
Now, I would argue that we're having very much that exact same kind of fundamental debate right now. Let's just take, for example, the phrase, make America great again. Bit of a cliche, Grant, but I would say that the implicit in that is a big idea. That there was an America that we lived in. You could say it's the America of the 50s, the America of 1965, the America of 1980. You can kind of pick your own preferred date, but that things worked better in this country before, in the past. We have messed up. We have become more polarized, more hateful, more violent. Our goals have begun to pull further apart. I would argue that in the Reagan years, for example, the debates were not so much about goals, but about means. We all agreed that America, if you were to take a poll in 1980 or the early 80s and ask Americans,
this guy gets his
do you think America should be strong, prosperous? Do you think we should have law and order? Do you think America should be an example to the world? Do you think that most people given the chance will want to come here? Yes, 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 and yes. Now, you might disagree. If we create a prosperous pie, how should that pie be shared? The argument was about that. But on the need for prosperity, on the principles of the founding, no disagreement about goals. Now, we are in America where we can't agree about goals. And I would say that one half country, my half, Trump's half, we think that there's a better America we want to go back to. You don't. You want to take us into some progressive utopia. So right there, this is hardly a disagreement about facts. I mean, I guess it could be a disagreement about facts if you want to argue the facts of what life was like in 1980 or what the GDP was. I'm happy to discuss that. But I guess what I'm really saying is it is a conflict of visions. We want a society in which immigrants come to assimilate. We want a society in which affirming your identity takes a subordinate role to our identity as Americans. We want a society in which free markets are the engine to prosperity. We want a society in which we recognize that the world is made up of very dangerous people, and sometimes you have to smash in a few heads in order to protect your own interests. We want to live in a society where there's rule of law, and if you come here illegally, there's every right to send you home. There's no such thing as a good lawbreaker or a bad lawbreaker any more than there's such a thing as good discrimination and bad discrimination. So these, I've just articulated several, and I could keep going, principles. This has nothing to do with whether Trump had a bag of documents in Mar-a-Lago. It is a conflict of visions, and it seems to me that you are denying that. Either that or you disagree right now that all the principles I've articulated are yours as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say exactly that. That the issue that I have with the more abstract, high-level conceptual conversations
has nothing to do with a society where there's rule of law, and if you come here illegally, there's every right to send you home. There's no such thing as a good lawbreaker or a bad lawbreaker any more than there's such a thing as good discrimination and bad discrimination. So these, I've just articulated several, and I could keep going, principles. This has nothing to do with whether Trump had a bag of documents in Mar-a-Lago. It is a conflict of visions, and it seems to me that you are denying that.
Knows that this is a question he should be answering and is choosing not to, and shows how he's diverting the topic.
Either that or you just agree right now that all the principles I've articulated are yours as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say exactly that. The issue that I have with the more abstract, high-level conceptual conversations is that everybody agrees with these things. That
you do?
People should, yeah, of course, people should be here relatively, legally as far as you can be. People should be here
as far as you can be. What is it? This is kind of like saying I favor law breaking. I don't favor law breaking unless it's
sure. I say as far as you can be because some immigration stuff is hazy. So, for instance, sometimes conservatives seem like they're okay with asylum seekers, like they suddenly are with South Africans who are white. Other times they seem like they don't believe in asylum seeking at all. So I'm cutting out a little bit of on the edge here for presidential things like TPS, temporary protected status, things like DACA. For the most part, broadly speaking, I largely agree that everybody should be here in as legal process as possible. I think that people should, as far as they can, try not to break any laws. People get speeding tickets. Obviously, you shouldn't be shot for this. But broadly speaking, everything you say, everybody agrees with. But the issue is that when we have these high-level conceptual disagreements, say, for instance, we should have a president who doesn't commit crimes, and then we have a president who has clearly committed crimes, and one side sees that very plainly, and the other side screams lawfare, that's not true. There is a factual distinction there. That's not a difference of ideology or a difference of vision.
The adjudication of the law.
Difference of understanding factually of what's in the record. And the unfortunate thing is we're not talking about complicated physics or chemistry or biology. It's very simple facts. If you can read a simple indictment, you can see how things are laid out. And it should be a thing that 95% of the population can grasp and understand. Like, for instance, that Donald Trump took documents from the White House that he didn't have authorization to keep. He showed them to multiple people at Mar-a-Lago. He refused to cooperate first with the National Archives and Records Administration and then with the FBI. And then eventually his home was raided. Some documents were never recovered. The whole time he was in the complete and total wrong in multiple levels. But the right refused to acknowledge this, screamed lawfare over and over again. And then we push them on things like, don't you think it's good to have like a rule of law? They appeal to these high-level concepts like, well, freedom and the past was good and all this. And it's like, well, we can't talk about any particular instances of anything happening. It's a pointless conversation.
Well, I find that this habit is hardly confined to the right. I'm something of an expert on the 2020 election, and I've given talks about it. And every time I talk about it, someone goes, well, there clearly is nothing wrong in the 2020 election because there were 50 cases where these things were adjudicated. Now, there's not a single case in which the actual allegations of fraud were adjudicated. On all kinds of procedural obstacles or issues of standing, these cases were dismissed. You should have brought the case before the election. You had to do.
Guy's talking so slow because I can still understand him.
That obviously the fraud was not obvious then. If you brought it after the election, it's moot. Or this was brought at the state level, it needs to be at the federal level. And so the procedural adjudication is considered adequate to establish the veracity or the validity of the 2020 election.
Just a quick thing.
I'll just finish my point, and you can
tell me the 2020 election. So you can see it on the whole Mar-a-Lago thing that Trump was retaining documents that we can move to the 2020
we
election.
haven't addressed Mar-a-Lago. I'm setting up the intellectual groundwork by saying that on the 2020 election, statements are made that are accepted as gospel by the left. Let's take a simple one that was repeated ad nauseum. The 2020 election was the safest, most secure election in U.S. history. To which I ask, where is the evidence that there was less fraud in 2020 than in 2016, 2012, 2008, 2004? Where is that demonstration? Who has actually done a comparative evaluation of the amount of fraud in recent, forget about old elections, and shown that there was less in 2020? The answer is not only has this been demonstrated, it has never been attempted. And so an utterly idiotic statement, almost preposterous on its face. We know that this election we just had, and we're proclaiming it to be the safest ever, with zero empirical evidence produced to support that. And yet, the entire left, to my knowledge, without exception, went along, nodded its head, accepted this as true, became very scornful of any attempts to show the contrary. So doesn't this show factual dogmatism on the left that is just as corrosive as anything on the right?
No, so I mean, we can go through any of these statements. I'm still putting a pin in the Mar-a-Lago things that it's important to go back to, but I'm very familiar with the 2020 election.
Okay.
I think the issue is that one, when people say, well, it wasn't adjudicated on the facts, it was tossed on standing or procedural grounds, that's bad for the person bringing the case. If you're losing on standing, then you must have never had a serious case to begin with, because that is literally the easiest part of a case to survive. To build a prima facie case saying that I
also, like, I love that he wants to pin him down the Mar-a-Lago case, because that's the hardest one to defend Trump on, because there's the most solid evidence against him clearly clearly engaging in criminal behavior.
have authorization to bring this case in front of this court has subject matter jurisdiction, and it's the appropriate venue to hear the case. And here are my complaints where I'm alleging that a law was broken. In half these, they didn't even have the remedies that they were looking for, was to toss the entire outcome of that election, which is an insane remedy if you're looking for that. Of course, not even going to bother hear the case, because the whole point of a court hearing a case is that they're going to grant you some kind of relief. If the court can't do anything about it, then the court's not going to listen to it. Number one. Number two, for the evidence that was made public, we know that for a lot of this, it was a blatant lie. So for instance, when we watch Trump's lawyers show and we watch Trump talk about the hidden boxes and that in the State Farm arena that were pulled out from under the table and put back, and we don't know where they came from. We do know where they came from. And you can tell because if you watch the full 6-hour video where she's giving a presentation to the state election board or state legislature or whatever, you can see her fast forward 10 minutes where they were counting, they finished counting for the night, they take the boxes, put them on the floor, slide them under, 10 minutes later they get a call saying, actually, we're going to resume counting because we want to get these results out faster. They take the same boxes out, they put them on the table. Not only was that a complete total bold-faced lie when it was first presented in court or presented to the public, it was a lie that Trump repeated up to and including his speech on January 6th, where he encouraged his followers to go and riot at the Capitol to try to delay the outcome of the election. So every single case has been some variation of them not knowing if the law was broken. You can listen to hours and hours of deposition. You can read the subpoenas. You can read the judge's decisions. There's a reason why you guys will say, well, all of them were thrown out. And it was adjudicated on the merits. Trump, was president for 4 years. He had Barr look into all of these claims. Barr said that all of them were BS. Trump is president now. He has the ability to go back and look at stuff. Nothing has been dug up. In fact, the first time Trump was president, when he also made claims that the election was rigged, he put together an election board to look at if there was any impropriety or fraud that happened in 2006, and they found nothing. They disbanded it in like a year. For the final point, you bring this point up that
I've heard that there is some. I heard Trump saying that maybe he was going to release some evidence of the 2020. Like, he always says this shit though. In 2 weeks, yeah, but I don't know.
While it's crazy that they say this was the safest election ever because there hasn't been comparative analysis on fraud. I think the point of the statement was to say that there were more people, more cameras, more systems that were looking at this election than any prior election. And I would argue that just like how Doge went through the entire government and massively failed at discovering any waste, fraud, or abuse, Donald Trump and all of his cronies have been looking at so much election-related stuff, and the only fraud, weird stuff we've seen has come from the Republican side. Tina Peters being a great example of that. Trump trying to steal the election with his false elector sites being another great example of that.
All right, so
nice, Mog.
So let me offer a couple thoughts. Number one, if you're right that a bungled legal effort failed on account of the incompetence of the people who tried to prove the fraud, I would argue by the same token that the Democratic goofballs who launched 90+ charges against Trump in multiple jurisdictions were equally dumb because they made claims that they were unable to sustain. The cases were thrown out, made moot, exposed to the public for their prima facie idiocy, or they capsized of their own weight. They were withdrawn. Fannie Willis was basically had her own problems and had to withdraw. The successors basically decided that's the end of that. So what I'm getting at is either we rely on the legal process as a pretty fair adjudicator of these kinds of claims, in which case you got to grant that the case against Trump ended up, think of it, you didn't have one shot. You had like 7 shots at this guy. You failed in all of them. Even in the one place where you got him on the ultimate bogus case, which was in New York, the judge himself was too timid to impose a verdict and basically says, Mr. Trump, you can go. I wish you well. Even the judge knew that he was part of a political game and he had to fess up. Because if he was really enforcing the law, think of it, if you or I were found guilty of 34 felonies, the judge would have said, I'm imposing a sentence. My sentence might be overturned or maybe held to be invalid, but this man has broken the law 34 times. In fact, think of the stupidity. This was 34 different checks, so apparently it's 34 different felonies. The lawfare of it couldn't be more obvious or blatant. Now, why did the jury convict him in New York? Why did the jury convict him if it was just lawfare? Because a jury in New York, like a jury in DC, is going to be, well, all right.
Aren't you saying then that half the country's living in delusion if you can't even trust a jury of every single person? A single person could say, I don't agree with the verdict here.
Do you think the OJ jury got it right?
The OJ, that's a totally different case.
Well, I trust the jury, then they got it right.
I can say that juries might, I can disagree with juries sometimes. You just said that there are 2 sections of the United States in New York and DC, and I'm willing to bet you say other states where there is no jury and say, I don't agree with the verdict here.
You think the OJ jury got it right?
Okay, that's a totally different case.
Well, I trust the jury, then they got it right.
I can say that juries might, I can disagree with juries sometimes. You just said that there are 2 sections of the United States in New York and DC, and I'm willing to bet you say other states where there is no jury that could hear. I'm curious, actually, fine. There are things in the OJ case that I think it seems like he was clearly guilty of something. What law in New York State that he was convicted of breaking, that he was given money for 34 felony counts for, do you think he didn't actually break? Did he not lie when he paid his lawyer Cohen a fee that was actually just money transfer to Stormy Daniels and then committed bookkeeping fraud in the furtherance of that lie, which is why the misdemeanor was separated to a felony? Do you think that's not true?
One of the problems with living in this kind of society today, and one of the essential defining elements of lawfare, is simply to ask this question. If anybody else did that, or if Trump himself did it, but was not running for president, would these charges have been brought? And again, we're all watching this. We're not on the jury. We're watching this as spectators from the outside. We've got to use a certain rule of common sense.
Just because charges have never been brought, just because this sounds like a very common corrupt thing to do, probably by somebody like you would pay off a porn star so that, your wife and whoever else doesn't have to find out. Just because maybe you have done this and you just didn't get caught, you cynically believe that other people usually don't get caught either. So when you see your boy Trump get caught doing it and charged, you go, lawfare? I mean, I've done this and did, right? That's like, well, I can't say that out loud. That's part he's not saying, yeah.
Sense. You got this guy Trump. He's in the thick of New York real estate. He's in the thick of all these claims of bombastic claims like my Mar-a-Lago's worth X, this is worth Y, my assets are worth this. Everybody does this. Now, if all of this was so fraudulent, how does a man go 75 years of his life without a single charge? Then, interestingly, he enters politics as a Republican. 93 charges are dropped on his head. Now, if you genuinely think...
Is he doing this as a baby? Like, what does that mean, 75 years?
And look, we could very well in this audience be exploring the delusions we're talking about. If you genuinely are a smart guy and you think,
I think that's right. The guy was squeaky clean for 75 years. Then he became a habitual criminal and committed 93 offenses, warranting the guy being jailed for life. A guy who just
I like how this guy tries to like make it seem like he's like making like these like hell yeah type of points. Like he thinks he thinks he's cooking right now. That's what what it is. He really thinks he's cooking right now, and he's like fucking floundering. He's having to like sip water every second because he's so nervous about debating Destiny. Fucking loser. Loser.
happens to have been the president of the United States and on the verge of being reelected a second time, but you don't have to worry about that if you can put him away. And this doesn't raise any issues of political targeting, Stalinism, find me the man and I'll find you the crime. If you genuinely don't think any of that is an issue, then we are at a little bit of an intellectual breakdown here.
So this isn't an intellectual breakdown. This is a bad conversation about politics with your family at Thanksgiving. There has to be a better factual analysis than, isn't it weird?
Find me the man and I'll find you. Warranting the guy being jailed for life, a guy who just happens to have been the president of the United States and on the verge of being reelected a second time, but you don't have to worry about that if you can put him away. And this doesn't raise any issues of political targeting, Stalinism, find me the man and I'll find you the crime. If you genuinely don't think any of that is an issue,
that's what
then
the
we are at a little bit of
Republicans do.
an intellectual breakdown here.
So this isn't an intellectual breakdown. This is a bad conversation about politics with your family at Thanksgiving. There has to be a better factual analysis than, isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? So yeah, so the 34 felonies that he was charged with and convicted of in New York State, he did those. For the Mar-a-Lago documents case, well, this is the thing, he couldn't possibly been charged with a crime like this before having a security clearance or being in a job with security clearance because he wouldn't have had access to these documents. So for the Mar-a-Lago case, he took classified material from the White House, stored it in an area where classified material is not to be kept. He showed other people some of that classified material, and then he resisted efforts from NARA and the FBI to retrieve said material, and he was directing his employees to hide it and lie to the FBI when they were requesting information about this material.
The first part of that is true, and all the rest of it is true.
Which part of it was not true?
The first part of it that he took the documents is true. The second question is, how does a president who takes his own documents, which he has the plenary power to declassify, how does he prima facie violate the law, especially when you consider that pretty much every other president, going back to Nixon, had documents. Biden had documents in his garage, including a bunch sitting in his car. These documents were fully exposed. There were documents at the Penn Biden Center, accessible to everyone. And yet the guy who looks into it goes, I don't think we should charge this guy because he's kind of forgetful and he won't really withstand trial because he tends not to remember things. I mean, since when does somebody get a pass from a serious offense because they don't have a very good memory of the stuff that they manifestly did? So when you suddenly develop this kind of selective aggression, Trump has done all these things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you conveniently have routinely taken their own stuff. Then again, I have to say that this looks to me quite clearly a case of isolating Trump. I mean, the way we know.
Well, here, real quick, just on this, because you laid out some facts.
You say he obstructed.
Well, real quick, so you say these words, prima facie. Prima facie means has the person who is under the jurisdiction of some place, has he met the prerequisite elements to have committed the crime? So the crime of retention of classified materials requires intent. So one funny thing that conservatives like to do is they like to say that, well, Herr said that Biden was forgetful and he wouldn't be able to stand trial because he was forgetful. That's not true. What Herr was speaking to when he was speaking of Biden's state of mind was that he probably forgot that he had these documents here or that he was storing these things. The crime that speaks, the federal statutes that talk about the retention of classified material that makes it a crime is knowing that you actually have them. That's why when Biden contacted NARA, contacted the FBI and said, hey, we have classified documents here, we think you guys should come and grab them. They weren't convicted or charged with any crimes because it seems like they weren't trying to intentionally store classified material. As well as Trump, who was showing documents to people, and you say, well, they were his, right? Why did he say twice, I could have unclassified these, or I could have declassified these, but I didn't? And also the second thing, the president does not have plenary authority for declassification of everything, especially when it comes to the Department of Energy, which has nuclear secrets, especially when you're talking about TSSCI, SAP, separate access programs, special access programs that are part of our nuclear secrets that Donald Trump was keeping at Mar-a-Lago. So even that he couldn't declassify on his own.
Here's the problem. I mean, had this case proceeded all the way, and these elements of the crime that you're describing been proven, we could then debate what was going on. I'll give you the Trump side of it. I took these documents. I was contacted by the National Archives, NARA, I guess it's called, that he had these documents here or that he was storing these things. The crime that speaks, the federal statutes that talk about the retention of classified material that makes it a crime is knowing that you actually have them. That's why when Biden contacted NARA, contacted the FBI and said, hey, we have classified documents here, we think you guys should come and grab them. They weren't convicted or charged with any crimes because it seems like they weren't trying to intentionally store classified material. As well as Trump, who was showing documents to people, and you say, well, they were his, right? Why did he say twice, I could have unclassified these, or I could have declassified these, but I didn't? And also the second thing, the president does not have plenary authority for declassification of everything, especially when it comes to the Department of Energy, which has nuclear secrets, especially when you're talking about TSSCI, SAP, separate access programs, special access programs.
Plenary authority. Did we use that phrase?
So even that he couldn't declassify on his own. Here's the problem. I mean, had this case proceeded all the way, and these elements of the crime that you're Trump. I mean, the way we know.
Well, here, real quick, just on this, because you laid out some facts, and the facts.
You say from a serious offense because they don't have a very good memory of the stuff that they manifestly did. So when you suddenly develop this kind of selective aggression, Trump has done all these things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you conveniently have routinely taken their own stuff. Then again, I have to say that this looks to me quite clearly a case of isolating Trump. I mean, the way we know.
Well, here, real quick, just on this, because you laid out some facts, and the facts.
You say he obstructed.
Well, real quick, so you say these words, prima facie. Prima facie means has the person who is under the jurisdiction of some place, has he met the prerequisite elements to have committed the crime? So the crime of retention of classified materials requires intent. So one funny thing that conservatives like to do is they like to say that, well, Herr said that Biden was forgetful and he wouldn't be able to stand trial because he was forgetful. That's not true. What Herr was speaking to when he was speaking of Biden's state of mind was that he probably forgot that he had these documents here or that he was storing these things. The crime that speaks, the federal statutes that talk about the retention of classified material that makes it a crime is knowing that you actually have them. That's why when Biden contacted NARA, contacted the FBI and said, hey, we have classified documents here, we think you guys should come and grab them. They weren't convicted or charged with any crimes because it seems like they weren't trying to intentionally store classified material. As well as Trump, who was showing documents to people, and you say, well, they were his, right? Why did he say twice, I could have unclassified these, or I could have declassified these, but I didn't? And also the second thing, the president does not have plenary authority for declassification of everything, especially when it comes to the Department of Energy, which has nuclear secrets, especially when you're talking about TSSCI, SAP, separate access programs, special access programs that are part of our nuclear secrets that Donald Trump was keeping at Mar-a-Lago. So even that he couldn't declassify on his own.
Here's the problem. I mean, had this case proceeded all the way, and these elements of the crime that you're describing been proven, we could then debate what was going on. I'll give you the Trump side of it. I took these documents. I was contacted by the National Archives, NARA, I guess it's called, about the fact you need to give some of these documents back. What does some mean here? Trump is like, some of them may be mine, some of them I may have to return. And so a process now begins of bargaining back and forth. At one point, the FBI comes to Mar-a-Lago. Remember, Mar-a-Lago is a protected facility. Comes to Mar-a-Lago and puts up.
They always do this shit where they try to muddy the waters with some of the they said, oh, you do some of the what? Some of the I don't know. Bad faith, like she probably did, like just delayed. I think they mentioned that, right? He just like kept like not responding to them as long as he possibly could when it's on the last possible second for every deadline. It's just bad faith. Trump's just a bad faith, evil piece of shit.
A padlock on the storage facility where the documents are held. So what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a president who finishes his term. People come into the White House, clear all the stuff out. Where are they going to move it? They move it, not surprisingly.
They have it. They had him like get as much shit as you can and bring it to my house.
To the residence, Mar-a-Lago, and then begins this process of negotiating over these documents. If you're saying based upon the fact that you think that laws were broken, I would say, what? Because Destiny thinks that the president broke the law, we should lock him up? No. If you can show me a legal process where these elements of the crime were proven, we can look at it.
Well, that's what an indictment is. It's showing these are the laws that we're saying that he broke. This is the evidence presented to the grand jury. Okay, well, then you just know that the grand jury returned an okay to charge Donald Trump with these crimes.
Okay.
Also, because you said that Mar-a-Lago was secured, not secured for the storage of classified information. And if Donald Trump truly had...
And see, that's the whole thing with getting these cases thrown out. People like Dinesh just because so it's the law according to Destiny. I don't think a court's decided. It's like, that's why they knew if they could just knock him out, boom, 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 and they did it real slow. Because now we're left holding the bag. We look insane.
Had nothing to hide and he was cooperating, returning things as he should. Why was he having his employee hide boxes from his own lawyers so that they would not be fully truthful, not of their own fault, but because they had no idea when they were communicating with the FBI about documents that Trump was retaining, and that he was having brought to his room, going over, taking some back, keeping others, and then telling not his employee to lie to the lawyers about what they were hiding?
Whenever you have an indictment, the prosecution, in this case, it was the Biden administration.
It was Jack Smith, who was a special prosecutor.
Okay, Jack Smith was a special prosecutor appointed by the Biden regime.
It wasn't appointed by Biden, it was appointed by Merrick Garland.
It was appointed by Merrick Garland. It's not part of the Biden regime.
Trump directly control his attorney general, but most presidents don't do that.
Come on. Merrick Garland was an objective institution. In this case, it was the Biden administration.
It was Jack Smith, who was a special
Okay,
prosecutor.
Jack Smith was a special prosecutor appointed by the Biden regime.
It wasn't appointed by Biden, it was appointed by Merrick Garland.
It was appointed by Merrick Garland. It's not part of the Biden regime.
Trump directly control his attorney general, but most presidents don't do that.
Come on. Merrick Garland was an objective, fair-minded. He was not making any kind of...
Wait, Merrick Garland was appointed by Trump, right? Or wait. Yeah. Attorney General. Wait. Oh, maybe wait. What did Destiny just say in this? No, yeah, he was like Biden's pick. Yeah. But the point is that Biden didn't like have direct influence over shit like how Trump has over Pam Bondi. Yeah. What did he say though? I want to.
Smith was a special prosecutor.
Okay, Jack Smith was a special prosecutor appointed by the Biden regime.
It wasn't appointed by Biden, it was appointed by Merrick Garland.
It was appointed by Merrick Garland. It's not part of the Biden regime.
Trump directly control his attorney general, but most presidents don't do that.
Come on. Merrick Garland was objective, fair-minded. He was not making any kind of political...
Why was he the special prosecutor?
You're actually trying to get me to enter into your dream world here. I'm
only talking facts.
No facts.
There were facts.
No, because an indictment is allegations. Unless the indictment is presented in court, the other side gets to fight back. It's like if I were to take any indictment and read it, and then I think, oh, the guy obviously did it because he did this, he bought a gun, and this and that. I haven't read the counterpoints. I haven't seen the cross-examination. It hasn't gone to court. But if you accept all the claims in the indictment as, quote, factually true and consider that there's no other side of the matter, then it's easy to go, I got the facts.
So then wouldn't it be easy for you to just say, if everything in the indictment is true, Donald Trump would be guilty of those crimes rather than trying to make excuses for what was in the indictment? Because there's another weird game that I noticed conservatives play where conservatives will do this thing where they'll defend the
proof and consider that there's no other side of the matter, then it's easy to go, I got the facts.
So then wouldn't it be easy for you to just say, if everything in the indictment is true, Donald Trump would be guilty of those crimes rather than trying to make excuses for what was in the indictment? Because there's another weird game that I noticed conservatives play where conservatives will do this thing where they'll defend the thing, and then after they defended the thing, they'll say that the thing that they were defending is indefensible, but if it did happen, they give justifications for it anyway. Why not just say, well, I don't believe what's in the indictment, even though you say that they're just allegations? They're not. You have to show evidence to a grand jury to secure the indictment. So
exactly. And look, the indictment contains elements of factuality and elements of subjectivity. So the factuality would be something like this. Did you take a document? Did you put it in the garage? Was it found in your Corvette? The elements of subjectivity are things like this. Were you authorized to take it? Even if you were not authorized to take it, did you follow the procedures to return it? If you didn't follow those procedures, how culpable are you, let's say, for not doing that? Because there are all kinds of people who break all kinds of laws, and they're given a pass because, as you mentioned with Biden, you said that his forgetfulness had to do with the documents. Wrong. It was very clear from the special counsel's report that his forgetfulness had to do with trial. We cannot take this guy to trial. He deserves to go to trial. He did break the law, but we don't think that he can withstand trial because basically his brain is fried. And so, hold on, is that a fact or not?
No.
That's not a fact.
No, the forgetfulness had to do with the crime. The elements of the crime is the willful retention of classified material. If you walk out of a skiff and you have something on you by accident, you might get fired. Depending on your drug, you'll definitely get fired. But to charge with the crime, you need intent. Now, for every single element that you described there, well, you would have to take them and you have to know that you didn't follow the right procedure. An example for showing that subjective argument might be Donald Trump showing something to somebody saying, "I should have declassified this, but I didn't. Don't look too closely." That would be an example of like a subjective thing where sounds like maybe.
I don't think did Robert Hur say that he was he was criminal. Not or I think that he's mixing her with the judge.
Didn't have the authority to do that. Also, the SAP level classified study happened in the Department of Energy. He could have never on his own declassified. And he didn't go through any proper procedures there. And I think one of the most telling things is subjective evaluation. One of the most telling things is that Donald Trump never denied the behavior. He never said he didn't do a thing. Instead, all the conservatives started to switch to psychic declassification as the reason why Trump could actually get anything he wanted out of the White House.
No, look, you have this staccato style of mixing elements of truth with elements of pure garbage.
Wait, what was the one thing I just said that was pure garbage?
I'll tell you. So Biden started taking classified documents when he was in the Senate. Okay, no one even thinks that Biden was non-compos mentis then. So according to you, the special prosecutor didn't bring charges not because Biden is gone now, but because he was gone before. And I'm saying, was he gone in the 80s? Was Biden mentally gone in the 90s when he took those documents? Why not prosecute him for those? But quite clearly, the special counsel was not talking about Biden's mind in 1995. He was talking about Biden's mind today.
No, it doesn't have to do about being forgetful.
You're misstating Biden went off the hook, pretending that it was an objective, fair-minded decision by a neutral guy. And I'm saying, no, now we turn to Trump.
Wait, for her, I'm just curious. Walk me through this. Why would you have a special prosecutor and then authorize him to release a report that's damning to Biden and report all this stuff publicly if it was all politically partisan in the first place? Why not just lie about everything from the start? If they control the DOJ, special prosecutor, the FBI, why even report publicly that Biden had turned in documents?
Well, the scandal of Biden's documents became extremely embarrassing with the Mar-a-Lago case. And so there was an immediate need. Okay, we now have to cover for our guy to make it seem like the other guy's the only guy who did something wrong.
No, why
okay, let me give you my theory.
Oh, Lord.
You tell me why it's wrong. So what does the DOJ do? They pick a guy in Delaware, nominally a Republican, but nevertheless he's under the thumb of the Biden DOJ. He's reporting to them. He has to ultimately survive their scrutiny. Merrick Garland is still in charge. And so this guy conveniently comes out, Biden, he did some bad things, but you know what? He's a little forgetful. We can't really go ahead. Anyway, what you do is you get an official imprimatur. Biden's off the hook. All right, let's now proceed to get the guy we always set out to get, namely Trump. And what I'm saying is you're supposed to be like a sophisticated political guy, but you can't see that there is a clear effort here. How do we clean up the crimes of our guy? Because we want to stick the classified document offense only on the other guy, even though our guy did the same thing and arguably worse, certainly for a much longer period of time.
I think that was an anticipated thing, probably by Merrick Garland, which is why he dragged his feet on the Trump stuff, because he didn't want the perception that they were trying to clean up Biden. Exactly what he's saying, right? This is the bad faith. It's just,
and much more carelessly, because the documents are sitting, not only is
it looks like a fucking turtle.
Damn garage, but they're sitting at the Penn Biden Center where anybody can wander in and have a look at them. And not only that, if you look at all the reports that Hunter Biden made to Burisma, I'm talking about
before we so just to be clear, so I can understand. You're saying that the same FBI that supposedly orchestrated January 6th, that worked as a deep state check on Trump's power, even when Trump was in office and was capable of doing all of these grand things, this Attorney General Merrick Garland, who was totally under the thumb of President Biden, despite the fact that he dragged his feet on all the prosecutions of Trump and waited way too long to appoint him, one of the number one center complaints of every center-left Democrat. You're saying that same institution's FBI was making it publicly known that they had found documents at Biden's house. Why, if they could suppress, if Merrick Garland could control a special prosecutor, which I don't know if you're aware of, but the whole point of having a special prosecutor is he's not directly under the thumb of the Attorney General. Otherwise, we would just call that a DOJ prosecutor, right? You're telling me they had so much power to cover this up that they were influencing this 300-page report that there's a lot of damning testimony and stuff that makes Biden look bad, but they couldn't just cover up the initial FBI claim?
All right, so notice how this debate has shifted from the factual.
This is how you're doing better thing. So everything I've stated thus far relating to Donald Trump's indictments was a pure fact. You are saying
it's a repetition of a charge.
Yes, you're saying conspiracy theory
of an indictment.
Okay, conspiracy.
Now, let's come back. I'll answer your question. You're like, this FBI, how is it that they would have? The truth of it is simple. You have a case against Trump. Trump is now going to have 75 attorneys on his side that are going to be looking into who else had classified documents.
Why? That wouldn't happen in his case. That doesn't make sense.
That's one of the ways you defend is you show that this crime has been widely indulged in by other people and was not seen to be a crime.
No, that's not how you defend against a crime. It doesn't work that way.
No.
If that was the case, no one in the United States would get a DUI or traffic ticket ever again. There's plenty of people who drive drunk and speed and they don't get.
Yeah, my boy pre-hydrated. He doesn't need one sip of water. Or maybe he's drinking water between. I don't know.
Traffic tickets. The reality is the facts of the Mar-a-Lago
indictment.
You want to play attorney here? We can pursue the point. Okay. It is frequently the case that if somebody can show, in fact, this was part of my own campaign finance violation case, where we basically said Dinesh gave $20,000 of his own money. The reality is the facts of the Mar-a-Lago indictment. Crime has been widely indulged in by other people and was not seen to be a crime.
No, that's not how you defend against a crime. It doesn't work that way.
No.
If that was the case, no one in the United States would get a DUI or traffic ticket ever again. There's plenty of people who drive drunk and speed and they don't get traffic tickets. The reality is the facts of the Mar-a-Lago indictment.
No. You want to play attorney here? We can pursue the point. Okay. It is Trump is now going to have 75 attorneys on his side that are going to be looking into who else had classified documents.
Why? That wouldn't happen in his case. That doesn't make sense.
That's one of the ways you defend is you show that this crime has been widely indulged in by other people and was not seen to be a crime.
No, that's not how you defend against a crime. It doesn't work that way.
No.
If that was the case, no one in the United States would get a DUI or traffic ticket ever again. There's plenty of people who drive drunk and speed and they don't get traffic tickets. The reality is the facts of the Mar-a-Lago indictment.
No. You want to play attorney here? We can pursue the point. Okay. It is frequently the case that if somebody can show, in fact, this was part of my own campaign finance violation case, where we basically said Dinesh gave $20,000 of his own money to a college friend who ran for office, and he was $20,000 over the limit. Part of my defense was no American in the entire country's history has ever been prosecuted on a first-time basis for giving that amount of money with no quid pro quo and no benefit to himself, and prosecuted as a felony with an attempt to put him away for years.
But we're going to go with that. You lost that case, though. But you lost that case, so the defense not working.
Okay, so in your fluid metric, if the case, if it's
no,
you wanted your $1,000 over the limit. Part of my defense was frequently the case that if somebody can show, in fact, this was part of my own campaign finance violation case, where we basically said Dinesh gave $20,000 of his own money to a college friend who ran for office, and he was $20,000 over the limit. Part of my defense was no American in the entire country's history has ever been prosecuted on a first-time basis for giving that amount of money with no quid pro quo and no benefit to himself, and prosecuted as a felony with an attempt to put him away for years.
But
So
we're
we're
going
gonna
to go with that. You
That
lost
is
that
a
case, though,
definition.
but you lost that case. So this is an example that it's not working.
Okay, so in your fluid metric, if I lost the case, I must be guilty. Just like if OJ was acquitted, he must be innocent. But oh no, that wasn't the case. So
I'm just trying to talk about the
I'm
facts
just
of
saying
what
you
are
have
laid out.
you have a fluid
No,
barometer.
it's not fluid. It's very,
very
solid.
So according to you, because I quote lost the case. Let me tell you why I quote lost the case. Here I am, an immigrant. I'm sitting in the offices of the Southern District of New York, and I'm looking at guys, and it's very clear from what they say that they're like, if you don't plead to this case, we're going to charge you with bank fraud. I go, bank fraud? They go, yeah, because you took your money out of the bank. And they go, if you don't plead to this case, we'll charge you with mail fraud. I go, mail fraud? They go, yeah, because you put your check in the mail. These are the kind of people you're dealing with where they take what you did, they redescribe it 7 other ways. They then basically find a way to say to you, look, you want to take your chances with a Clinton appointee judge in a New York courtroom where you're facing years in prison, or are you willing to plead guilty? Now, again, if you live in an imaginary America where you don't think that if they want to get a doctor, they charge them with illegally administering pain medicine, and if they don't want to get somebody, they find something on your tax return. This is something that happens in this country, sadly, every single day. And
When you say something happens,
it's kind of hard for me to believe that I, a conservative, have to tell you this when the left at one time would have been nodding vigorously and saying, yeah.
the left is not in the room with us right now.
Why would they want to? Why the left is not in the room with us? Why would they want to get him though? What do they want to get you for? And then apparently he's saying, hold on, can we just look up the facts of this? Dinesh D'Souza, jail. He did not serve significant jail time. Let's go to the Wikipedia real quick. This guy, how old is he? Doesn't say his age. Where's his age? Oh, 64. Damn. Reading Ronald Reagan. Damn. Okay. What the hell? "2,000 Mules." D'Souza is generally identified as neoconservative. Here we go. Oh. He's named president of the King's College, a Christian liberal arts college then housed in the Empire State Building in Manhattan. In 2012, the college relocated to a larger space next door to the New York Stock Exchange in Lower Manhattan's financial district. Resigned his post at the King's College following a press report that he, despite being married, had shared a hotel room at a Christian conference with another woman and introduced her to others as his fiance. Damn. He acknowledged being separated from his wife and having introduced Denise Odie Joseph II as his fiance at a Christian conference. However, he denied that the two were engaged in an adulterous affair and that he had shared a room with Joseph at the conference, and described the report as pure libel that is worthy of Christian condemnation. After an investigation by officials at King's College, D'Souza stated that he had suspended his engagement to Joseph. So then he was caught lying, and he admitted to lying. So he was engaged to her. Wait. He acknowledged being separated from his wife and having introduced as his fiance. Okay. So he's okay. So he acknowledged being separated. Yeah. Right. But then and then he knew that nobody actually had like a video of him. So he's just saying they're lying. They didn't see me do that. We didn't share a room. Come on. That's so crazy. January 23rd, 2014, D'Souza was charged with making $20,000 in illegal campaign contributions to the New York Senate campaign of Wendy Long and causing false statements to be made to the Federal Election Commission. Wendy Long? Member of the Republican Party, Long is the Republican and Conservative Party's nominee for U.S. Senate, New York 2012-2016. Losing in landslides to incumbent Democrats Kirsten Gillibrand and Chuck Schumer. His attorney responded to the charge by saying his client did not act with any corrupt or criminal intent whatsoever, and described the incident as at most an act of misguided friendship. Friendship? So that's more than he's saying here. United States District Judge Richard M. Burbank rejected the contention that D'Souza was singled out for prosecution, stating the court concludes the defendant has respectfully submitted no evidence he was selectively prosecuted. He pleaded guilty to one felony count of making illegal contributions in the names of others. Court sentenced D'Souza 5 years probation, 8 months incarceration, halfway house, and a $30,000 fine. On May 31st, 2018, President Donald Trump pardoned D'Souza. So disgusting, dude. Also, in others' names, in the names of others, straw donor is a person who legally uses another person's money to make a political contribution in their own name. He didn't say that part. That's what you did? He's trying to make it sound like, oh, mail fraud because you sent it in the mail. Oh, yeah, brother, they added all that because you fraudulently donated money to a politician in other people's names. That's some scammy shit.
Okay, so just focusing, I mean, like, if you want to go through the details of your case, I don't know if you want to do that. I don't think we have to do that right now. But if you're saying, I'm just curious, you said that this is a thing that happens all the time in the United States, this type of lawfare. So then did it also happen under the 4 years of Trump, and it's happening now under Trump too?
Is what happened? Campaign finance?
No, is he abusing the legal system to go after political opponents that everyone else has done?
It remains to be seen, in my opinion.
Wait, so real quick, when Donald Trump puts out a Truth Social saying, Pam Bondi, my attorney general, I want you to go after these 3 people. I think it was Bolton, Letitia James, and Comey. And I want you to use this prosecutor, illegitimately she was appointed, and that's why her case was tossed. And Pam Bondi files indictments against 2 of those people with that prosecutor. You're saying that this type of behavior is just part parcel of being the president? Or
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so this is an exceptional behavior that Trump has done that no one else in U.S. history has done before,
Let me
right?
say what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. You take a guy and try to put him away for life and fail. That guy's going to be a little pissed.
So you would say that Donald Trump...
Oh my God, the cucked Facebook commenter approach. You have to understand, Stephen. Trump's been battered and bruised by the system. He's really upset, okay? So yeah, I know he's acting a little unhinged, but you gotta forgive him a little. You gotta okay? Daddy Trump's he has reason to be upset, okay? I know he's acting, but just come on. It's so stupid, dude.
Hold on, immoral behavior. I'm trying to be honest with you guys, and you're jumping in as if you're trying to score like debating points.
I'm not trying to score debating points. I'm trying to say factual.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, come on. Oh my
Try to
God.
put yourself, try to have a little imaginative identification with the people we're talking about, right? So here you have Letitia James making Trump's way of thinking anyway, utterly fraudulent case in which the bankers came in and said we were not defrauded, we did our own evaluations, we made tons of money on this deal. So you have fraud without a victim, and then Letitia James, well, New York was the victim. Okay, and then evidence comes to light, by the way, not discovered by Trump, reported on in the public media, that Letitia James, and by the way, other people doing this too, tries to take advantage of getting mortgage rate benefits by claiming multiple primary residences. Are you saying for a fact she didn't do that?
Correct. All of that has been possible.
You're saying that Letitia James...
Her and the chair of the Federal Board of Reserve or whatever, they try to use this weird mortgage claim because it's apparently the only crimes that Donald Trump's familiar with. They don't know about classified documents. Yeah, they fabricated these charges. That's why they were tossed. For these 2 people, they weren't true. There was a mismarking on a mortgage form, I think, at the bank about it. Okay. You look at the actual rate she qualified for. You look at the actual underlying documentation. It's pretty obvious she wasn't applying for secondary or tertiary residences. It's also principal residences for the purposes of obtaining a low interest rate mortgage. It was all bullshit, yes.
I don't agree with that.
He's got all the facts, dude. He spit them out.
Hold on. And
there's no disagreement factually. Okay.
Well, there is a disagreement factually, and we can look at the facts of that case if you want. But the point I'm trying to make is this: if somebody who's trying to get you on real estate fraud is themselves engaging in real estate fraud, there's a certain delicious irony in exposing that in retaliation. It's not that you're framing her for doing something she didn't do. Let's for a moment grant that she did it. Are you saying that because it's Trump, he doesn't have any right to bring charges against her, even if they're true? And moreover, let's say that they bring the charges back and she's found guilty. Will you change your opinion?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah, of course.
But just because they found her guilty, let's just say they do. Let's go to that case if you want. But the point I'm trying to make is this: if somebody who's trying to get you on real estate fraud is themselves engaging in real estate fraud, there's a certain delicious irony in exposing that in retaliation. It's not that you're framing her for doing something she didn't do. Let's for a moment grant that she did it. Are you saying that because it's Trump, he doesn't have any right to bring charges against her, even if they're true? And moreover, let's say that they bring the charges back and she's found guilty. Will you change your opinion?
Just because he's Trump, what?
Sure, yeah, it's not that you're framing her for doing something she didn't do. Let's for a moment grant that she did it. Are you saying that because it's Trump, he doesn't have any right to bring charges against her, even if they're true? And moreover, let's say that they bring the charges back and she's found guilty. Will you change your opinion?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
Just because they found her guilty, let's just say that.
Well, I would look at the underlying facts, but I would say, and this is where I'll grant to you, I'm definitely sympathetic of the president having these feelings. Maybe, and you can, I don't know, maybe we know here, maybe it would be good if we had an independent attorney general who wasn't taking direct orders from the president, especially if we're saying he might be a vindictive man-child, and that person should have the luxury of operating independently, like in every other presidential administration past, instead of taking direct orders from the president, who might, as you just played out an excuse for, do engage in vindictive prosecutions of political opponents.
We now know from the Biden years that all the cases, including the state cases, were being filtered through not the attorney general's office, but the Biden White House. Why do you think? Hold on. Well, it's not true. I mean, stating it doesn't make it so.
And I know, I agree. That's what I'm saying to you. Where's your evidence for any of it? Where's the evidence that her was influenced by Garland? Where's the state case? Man-child, and that person should have the luxury of operating independently, like in every other presidential administration past, instead of taking direct orders from the president, who might, as you just played out an excuse for, do engage in vindictive prosecutions of political opponents.
We now know from the Biden years that all the cases, including the state cases, were being filtered through not the attorney general's office, but the Biden White House. Why do you think? Hold on. Well, it's not true. I mean, stating it doesn't make it so.
And I know, I agree. That's what I'm saying to you. Where's your evidence for any of it? Where's the evidence that her was influenced by Garland? Where's your evidence that her was influenced by Biden? Where's the evidence of Biden giving direction to Merrick Garland? Where's the evidence of NARA with the FBI behaving improperly with regards to Mar-a-Lago? Where's the evidence that Jack Smith was told by anybody to do his investigation? There's no evidence of any of this.
Let me ask you this. How many times did either Fani Willis or her lover show up in Washington D.C. and meet with the Biden administration.
I love her.
It's still to the White House.
If okay,
The president isn't allowed to talk to anybody now, or else it counts improper.
so you're saying it's perfectly fine for them to go to the White House and have a conversation, but you know what? They were talking about a bunch of other stuff unrelated to these prosecutions.
Like when Donald Trump calls Putin for 2 hours, taking out every world leader from the whole office. The president's allowed to have conversations with people. If something improper is happening, I would want to know about it, but you would hope that people are reporting on it, or that people have some kind of evidence of it, like we do for all of the improper conversations that Trump has. Like when Giuliani made a phone call to Zelensky.
Yeah,
Trump,
yeah. Why did somebody come out and say
Trump
to try to rig the election in Georgia, or like when
this is all bullshit upon bullshit.
No, wait, those calls are recorded. We listen to them. We can hear the phone calls.
I have okay. So let's start with the Raffensperger call.
Why don't we go to the Mar-a-Lago stuff? Let's just
Well, we are, but what we're doing with Mar-a-Lago is we're trying to.
Did Donald Trump take classified information from the White House?
Yes.
He wasn't supposed to have it at Mar-a-Lago.
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? Was it Mar-a-Lago skiff? Is that a secured classified?
It doesn't matter. The issue is not that. The issue is the issue. You just said intentionality. We are. But what we're doing with Mar-a-Lago is we're trying to.
Did Donald Trump take classified information from the White House?
Yes.
He wasn't supposed to have it at Mar-a-Lago.
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? Was it Mar-a-Lago skiff? Is that a secured classified?
It doesn't matter. The issue is not that. The issue is the issue. You just said intentionality. And I'm saying
I'm not even going to tell you. Are you allowed to have classified material knowingly outside of a secured classified area?
You might under certain circumstances, yes.
If you want, there are like 10 different statements I can make that Donald Trump himself issued in 2016 about the importance of classified documentation. In fact, Jack Smith quotes all of them, including the executive order. Okay, then you know how embarrassing it is. Well, no, I'm so curious. Donald Trump did all the prerequisites needed to break the law. He held the documents where they weren't supposed to be held. He knew they were classified. He said it to multiple people he was showing them to, and then he told his employees to obstruct investigators so they're trying to find it. This is a crime, assuming it's all true. It should be the easiest. Like, yeah, of course, that would be if that was true, it would be a crime.
It is a little bit of a difficult question when a president takes his own documents from his own administration, an email or a comment that he sent to Kim Jong-un. Is that unauthorized?
Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden then? Why was her appointed? If the president could just do it, shouldn't Biden just say, oh no, I'm allowed to do that?
The issue is not whether they did it, because if doing it by itself is illegal, Biden should be in prison right now.
No, it's doing it knowing that you're retaining it outside of
Exactly.
I'm saying it's not a crime. Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden?
Okay, and you cut me off earlier, but I was showing why Biden, I think, took a lot of those documents.
Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden if it wasn't a crime?
The special prosecutor was there to investigate the degree of the offense and whether or not charges should be brought.
But you just said it wasn't a crime.
I didn't say it wasn't a crime. I said that it depends on the situation. I said that in a case like this is like a CEO walks out of a company, takes a bunch of documents with him. His documents that he wrote. Now, hold on. There's a difference because we're talking about classified documents.
But even CEOs can have
non-competes. You're doing is showing me that Trump's conduct here was distinctive in any way.
Okay, can you give me a single example in all of U.S. history of any other president saying to somebody, here's a document, I should have declassified it, but I didn't. Don't look too closely.
Okay, are you saying that if the president said that is by itself evidence that he's guilty?
No, but it's part of the indictment.
Okay, so what I'm saying is part of the indictment. I read it, you read it, big deal. The point is...
It is a big deal, though. Donald Trump said it was a big deal like 15 times when he was talking about other people retaining classified information. Remember how big of a deal you guys made about it when you talked about Hillary's emails for like 3 years?
Yeah, and she was never charged.
Because she wasn't guilty of retention willfully.
No, you don't know that.
That's what the investigator said, because Comey said it.
Because Comey said it, right. Okay, so here's what
you have evidence to the contrary.
Ultimately, we're trapped in an appeal to authority. According to you, Comey, Merrick Garland, Biden, unimpeachable sources. Whatever they say should be taken as
no, they are impeachable, but you should have evidence to impeach them. If you don't agree with what they say, then you should say, this is why I disagree. So whenever the crazy tale you spin, but like, contrary evidence. From Mar-a-Lago, we see the pictures of the documents on the stage. We see the pictures of the documents in the bathroom. We see the pictures of the boxes filled out with the classified markings.
Have you seen the Biden pictures?
I don't know if those are released or not. But the connection with the Biden pictures wasn't that there was classified material.
You're supposed to be a factual researcher, but clearly your eye only focuses on the right word.
We saw the pictures because that was part of a federal indictment for a crime against Trump. Biden and Pence were accused of crimes because they made the phone call to the FBI. They made the phone call to NARA saying, hey, we think you have stuff here, you should come and grab it. Do you see the difference between behavior?
The difference between behavior now goes to a separate issue, which is how they reacted to NARA. Okay,
yes, one showed
hold on. And the context of this is really important because we now know there's extensive communications between NARA and the Biden DOJ about how to bring charges over this on Trump. That correspondence has been released. So we actually know that the NARA people were supposed to be these archives, neutral guys, librarians. No, they were very much part of a scheme for how do we go and get Trump.
I think this is one question that you're not going to answer again. If that was the case, why didn't they just file charges on day one? Why didn't NARA give him 8 months to return documents?
Why did what?
Why did NARA give him 8 months to return documents before the FBI finally got the charges basically ready for him to show up to take them because he wasn't returning anything? Why did they give him 8 months to return it?
Right, and I think the reason is simple, and that is when you're dealing with a massive sheaf of documents, a process of negotiation. It's fairly familiar, by the way. Other people have done it.
You said this wasn't a process of negotiation. You said this was them talking to the FBI, which they had to because they were like, well, there's a lot of stuff here we're not getting, and the FBI didn't. NARA doesn't have the authority to go to the president's house and retrieve stuff. That would be part of the FBI. That's
yeah, and Trump wasn't negotiating. He didn't want to give up any of the documents. He didn't give a single one.
Why they have communication. But if their goal, you said that they were talking the whole time like they wanted to fabricate a case, why didn't they just do it on day one? Why did they wait so long?
Well, that's because the normal gap in a communication to bringing charges is about 8 months. That's not unusual at all. If NARA was talking to the Biden DOJ and going, listen, we need to get Trump. He hasn't returned the documents. Here's a great pretext. Go get him.
A pretext being that he committed a crime?
No, the pretext,
that's not what pretextual means.
No, a pretext means that we are engaged in this dialogue with the Trump administration. This can now be recast as Trump refusing to return documents.
Because he did refuse. They stopped communicating. That's why when the FBI went to the Mar-a-Lago place, they found more documents. Some of those we still have never gotten back because Trump flew like 12 boxes of stuff up to his home in Bedminster or whatever.
Okay, look,
I think it's bad. It's true. It's bad.
We can keep going on this, but I think let me put it this way. I think you're a little pissed off that your cases didn't work. Right? You were really hoping that you could get Trump, prevent him from running in 24, put the guy away, and win the 2024 election. Unfortunately, he was big enough, strong enough, had enough resources, had really good lawyers. He beat you every single time up and down.
Yeah. So look at that. Big enough, strong enough. He waved his big cock and he slapped you in the dick, Stephen. You deal with it.
So half his lawyers he had initially discarded now, so I don't even call them lawyers anymore.
You're basically trying to relitigate in front of this poor bunch of guys and go, you know what? If only I, Steve Barnwell, had been litigating this, we really have gotten him. But damn it, we had incompetent counsel. It all blew up in our face.
Maybe we don't got relitigation. We conservatives that constantly relitigate.
He's trying to point his mental health, calling him a schizo. Dude, I hate that. When it goes back to him, hold on.
Do you acknowledge that, for instance, Trump lost the 2020 election?
No, he didn't lose.
Okay, so there's.
I hate this fucking scumbag disgusting piece of filth, trash, subhuman, insanely disgusting, psychopathic, just slug of a human. He disgusts me.
We're talking about relitigation. Okay. I mean, like, you guys don't even set the outcome of the 2020 election.
Okay,
We're supposed to be a beacon on a hill of democracy.
Hold on. Well, okay, so we need to say a word about 2020 because apparently, just like in the opening books of the Republic where Socrates has to say laughter, is that an argument? We're getting the sort of knowing which needs to be confronted because of its sort of sheer sneering dogmatism wedded to a bit of ignorance. So let me ask you this.
Come on.
And did you see my film 2000 Mules?
I watched the whole thing. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this.
You
Do
watched
you
the whole
dispute the
thing?
accuracy of cell phone geo-tracking?
No.
No. If you were to be convinced that in the 2020 election, in the weeks leading up to it, and then again in the period leading up to the recall election in early Jan, that there were a number of individuals, mules, carrying ballots and going to 10 or more drop boxes, and this would be demonstrated by cell phone geo-tracking, would you agree that this is something that needs to be looked into?
Sure, and you did, and found nothing.
No. Oh, wow.
Okay, that's not accurate to say. You found two people that you accused of engaged in mulership. Both of those people, I think, sued you or the production company, and then that's why the film was no longer for distribution or whatever, because those people were both engaged in affair. One guy, I think, was a father dropping off ballots for his family, and I think the other was a nurse who was dropping off ballots for the nursing home they worked at. Both of those stories were verified to be true. I agree 2000 Mules was an interesting hypothesis, but it was missing the part 2 where you actually follow through on the investigation and find the people engaged in mailing for ballots. Simply saying that people drove by ballot boxes and not a crime.
Yeah, first of all, okay, the nurse that you're talking about, I've never heard of. I don't even know what you're talking about. That's fully made up. That's out of your ass, basically. There is a case where we have in Georgia by one guy who claims, who by the way is seen in the film, dropping off multiple ballots. The guy says that this was legit, and he was dropping off ballots for his family, which is allowed. This case is being litigated because the facts of it are rather complex, and I won't go into it right here, also partly because it's being disputed.
When you say litigated in a civil manner or criminal manner?
But the guy,
When you say in a civil manner or in a criminal manner?
No, it's a lawsuit. It's a civil lawsuit.
Okay, so when you say civil lawsuit, who's suing who for what?
So the alleged mule is suing me and suing the company, claiming that he individually, he's not saying the cell phone geo-tracking is invalid. He's not saying anything shown in the movie is false. He's simply saying what you showed me doing in the film is lawful. And in the film, we show a guy pulling up, jumping out, dropping these ballots, and he's claiming that individual act was lawful. So that's what's being litigated.
Okay, which is important. That's the whole point, right? It could be illegal activity, right?
It could be illegal. It could be legal. That's this is being fought over. But what I'm getting at is no one is disputing the footage in the film. Some of it, you said no, there was electronic surveillance. Do you realize that the people who said that this was the most secure election in history never looked at any surveillance in any state? Do you realize that many states which had surveillance turned off their videos before the election so they wouldn't have that surveillance?
That's really strange. Then I feel like Sidney Powell and the Trump admin should have probably chose some of their claims on places that didn't have surveillance, because the ones that they did, they intentionally obfuscated the surveillance cameras in order to lie about what they were showing. Like, for instance, the ballot boxes underneath the table.
Look, why don't we just stay with what?
Okay, wait a second. In your case, it's been 4 years, and nothing has been resolved about this. It's a case about defamation. It sounds like that's what it is.
In the film I made, we didn't talk about boxes under the desk. Okay, we relied on two types of evidence, both of which, on the face of it, are valid. First, cell phone geo-tracking, and we showed that there were in Georgia alone, in Fulton County, in that area, 242 mules, alleged mules, who went to 10 or more drop boxes in the period of the election. Those same people, by the way, did not go to those drop boxes any other time because this was compared against a geo-tracking of an earlier date.
To be clear, real quick, when you say went to those drop boxes, all you have are those people passed by those drop boxes.
No,
that's it. You don't know what they did there. You have no footage of them dropping anything off. You don't know who these people.
Wrong again.
Wait, do you have footage of those people dropping ballots off at? Also, notice for the one guy that's suing you, or your company or whatever, notice that you're talking about footage of him dropping ballots off at a single box. That's not even the claim. 2,000 mules is not 2,000 homing missiles to one box. It's supposed to be people dropping them off at multiple boxes. I didn't see footage of any of that. Of a single person. That would have been the strongest thing. If you could show one person one time visiting multiple ballot boxes, I'd be like, oh, that's pretty crazy. I didn't see a single example of that. Do you have a single example of that?
Yeah, I do.
Why didn't you show it?
It actually is shown in the movie. It is shown in the movie. What you really have is you see the same guy in two different outfits at the same box, but on two different occasions, dropping in multiple ballots.
Why would you use geo-tracking data to see a guy going through multiple ballot boxes and only look at his behavior on one ballot box when the central claim was the mule was going to multiple ballot boxes?
I'll tell you why. It's like this. It's like you have a serial killer who goes to 5 different homes, and you find 5 dead bodies in those homes. His cell phone places him at those homes at those exact times of those 5 murders. However, only one of those homes has surveillance. And in that one case, you can look at the cell phone data, you can see when he entered the home, you can then compare it against the surveillance video, but you only have one video. Now, in the 2020 election, even in the places that had surveillance, they had surveillance in approximately 1 out of 10 or fewer drop boxes. So the truth of it is, you could have a cell phone moving from drop box to drop box.
No, but also look at the heavy weight, the way low overloading that gives, because you found a dead body at each scene. That's you're already gonna have other types of evidence at that point, right? You're gonna have shit that got left. Dead bodies don't just become dead for no reason, unless it did, which that would be evident, right? It'd be like if the person just dropped dead, there would be no signs of anything, right? And then that's probably when they'd come to the conclusion this person just died, right? They'd have an autopsy done, and then the doctor would determine, yep, they just like had a heart attack or they whatever happened, right? But if someone was killed or there was any kind of struggle, there would be clues, there would be signs of it. Scooby fucking Doo.
But only one of those drop boxes has surveillance.
I would say the analogy
This is all
the analogy is telling me because you're saying there's 5 murders, but you don't even have any proof of malfeasance happening in any of these ballot boxes. Also, when you say there's not surveillance on them, you keep saying that like that's exceptional.
Where are the dead bodies? Right, that's the point. Yes.
Surveillance wouldn't even really tell you anything, right? A guy could show up in a hooded mask with everything covered, and there's nothing illegal about that. And drop a ballot off, you would know nothing about this person. How would surveillance even help in this case?
Well, it would help to establish that the cell phone, because the problem with the cell phone is my cell phone is moving from box to box to box. If I gave my cell phone to my wife, then she could be going from box to box, but it would be with my cell phone. The advantage of the surveillance, it can establish who is the guy who is showing up at the box. Now look, here's the problem, okay? When you do cell phone geo-tracking, you get a cell phone ID. But the cell phone ID is not the phone number. And we have no ability, and neither do you, to take a cell phone ID and identify the person associated with that cell phone. The only people who can do that is law enforcement. And so we asked Democratic officials in Georgia, in Arizona, in Milwaukee, in Philadelphia, in Detroit, to look into this. Not surprisingly, The Democrats were like, nah, we're not really interested in doing this. We're like, just talk to the mules. Maybe there is a very plausible explanation. This guy just happens to take a really long walk around election time. He likes to stop at drop boxes. He smokes a cigarette at each drop box, and that explains why he's pausing at these drop boxes. So maybe there is an explanation. We'd like to know what it is. The movie can take you as far as the film can go, but to now demand, why don't you do the investigation? We're not able to do that, and we said so in the film.
You know how many different people this could be? This could be like community organizers who help people vote. There's people who do this, and they're just like they're like a tight-knit kind of family-ish community, right? They're very close with each other, and they like, hey, oh yeah, can you drop off my ballot? I think that's like technically illegal, but people do it all the time. And like, why wouldn't we just kind of like allow that as long as it doesn't get really weird or out of control? It helps people vote, right? Oh, I can't make it down there, right? Especially people who are disabled or people who just like have trouble getting around to places a little bit, or are busy, or like they work multiple jobs, but they want to participate in their fucking democracy. Yeah, there might be people who go around dropping off ballots. Or was it like a ballot pickup person, like an official who we don't even know any of this.
Film. So what I'm getting at is, this is not a case where there's nothing here. There is a lot here.
There's literally, how could you even get that information?
Well, the answer is the cell phone data. You just take the cell phone data. You have a list of 2,000 or more cell phone IDs. You just get the actual phone numbers of everybody. You go visit.
No, I'm asking, how would you get the phone numbers? How would you translate this from ID to phone number to person?
That can be done very easily. That's done in every burglary and murder case in the
Correct.
country right
The
now.
burglaries have something called probable cause of a crime being committed. There's no world where law enforcement could start pulling phone numbers and data from phones off of a wild hunch where no other information is shown. Probable cause meaning that it's likely that a crime has been committed here. There's no world where a judge should be signing off on warrants or subpoenas pulling information like that.
Not even reason. Well, maybe there's reasonable suspicion at best, right? But like, not even that really. What's the articulable suspicion? What is the person supposedly doing? Stealing ballots? Or stuffing ballot boxes? Was that the contention? That he's stuffing the ballot boxes with votes for Biden?
This is a good question. You're saying that if the prosecutor, let's just say in Fulton County, were to go to a judge and say, we have identified in Fulton County 242 individuals who in the period leading up to the 2020 election or the recall election have been identified as going directly to 10 or more drop boxes. By the way a cell phone moves is it doesn't move in a fluid pattern. It moves and stops and moves again and stops. You can actually tell when the phone paused. So we're talking about people who are stopping at the drop box. And if you go to a judge and say, we need a warrant to be able to identify these people and merely verify from them that their behavior was lawful. According to you, that warrant would be impossible to obtain because there's no probable cause. Knowing something about the law myself, I would say that warrant would be extremely easy to obtain.
What you described isn't even an illegal activity.
The election fraud is illegal.
No, you don't have any evidence of election fraud. You have evidence of people walking in your drop boxes, which also are in your post offices, which are also people mailing any number of things, right?
Let me pose a case to you. These 4 kids in Idaho are found dead. And this guy, Koberger, you see his cell phone in the vicinity of the houses, and he makes a big circle around the house, and that's the geo-tracking. He was there at the time, or around the time that crime was committed. Are you saying that a single judge would go, we don't even have any evidence he did it?
No, I think that would be good for probable cause that a crime was committed because we have 4 dead bodies. It's likely a crime committed.
That's
there.
right.
We have no evidence of voter fraud from any of these mailing boxes, so there is no probable cause to speak of.
Right, but when an investigation is underway, judges are very willing to give law enforcement the tools to discover if a crime has been committed. I'll give you my own case, a very good example. So in my own case, somebody tipped off the FBI that I made this contribution. The contribution could have been legal.
No, it couldn't have been, right?
Why? Why not?
Because it exceeded the federal election commission's.
There are actually legal ways to make a contribution. I think Soros gives millions of dollars. I just gave the wrong way.
Soros doesn't give millions of dollars to candidates or PACs. He gives them to things called super PACs, the hybrid 401 or 403c5s, whatever, C4s, whatever, like the different organizations there, but not to a candidate directly. You give money to another person and tell them to give money to a candidate because you know that you would be bypassing the contribution limit. You're never allowed to do that.
All I'm trying to say is that a tip causes the FBI to assign $100,000 to investigate my case, and this is normal. When law enforcement suspects that there's a crime that's been committed and proven it, they think it might be.
But there's a crime to speak of there. The exceeding of the campaign contribution limits. Well, you're talking about dropping ballots off at a drop box.
Can you think of a good reason for somebody, let alone 242 people, to go to 10 or more drop boxes?
How many cell phones data did you go through?
Millions.
So if millions of cell phones, could 243 go by where 10 drop boxes
go from one drop box
to another to 10 or more?
Sure. Look, we're not talking about.
Do you understand the odds that you're talking about of millions of cell phones? Were there post offices or post drop boxes near these locations? These are all post office drop boxes, right? And I can see if 240 people have millions of cell phones dropping off stuff at drop boxes during election season. Sure, I guess that's a very low number of people who have those millions of phones you pulled.
There is no reason for anyone to go to 2 drop boxes.
No reason at all. You've never in your life gone to 2 drop boxes before.
We're not talking about showing up to City Hall and turning in your ballot. We are talking about these so-called mail-in drop boxes. Look, even if I were taking the ballots of my family members, am I going to say I'll put 1 ballot in one box and then drive to the next box and a third box and remember that we're setting a high burden?
But they just be mailing stuff?
What?
But they just be dropping off stuff to mail?
You can send in your ballot by the mail.
No, it doesn't have to be a ballot. It could be anything, right?
The mail-in drop boxes are only for ballots. They're not for anything else. They're not intended for the post mail. You don't put your utility bill in there. These are drop boxes set up for ballots. And what I'm saying is that it makes that hard. Maybe by accident you went to 2 boxes, okay? You went to 1 and put in your ballot. You went to a second and had a smoke. Once you set the bar at 10 drop boxes, you defy credulity. There's no reason to do that. And that's why in itself, it is suspicious behavior. Now, you're saying that in all the 242 cases, am I saying that all of them were equally guilty of the same type of fraud? I don't know. But I'm saying that there's very good reason to investigate further. And if
let's say that I grant all that. Let's say that I say there's very good information to investigate these people for crimes despite having no evidence of crime being committed and no evidence of what these people were doing at the drop boxes. You don't think that there wasn't very good reason to investigate Donald Trump for committing crimes relating to the retention of classified material and he's showing classified material, people saying I could be classified but I didn't?
Yeah, right. I mean, the thinness of all of this, right? I mean, even if what he's saying is remotely true, this is where they bait you, right? It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, if a guy's going to 10 different, and they're specifically only for ballots, why would you go to 10 different ones? I don't know if you can. I don't know if you're dropping off a lot. Is it people from different districts or I don't know. I don't know why you'd go to so many different ballot boxes. Well, like I said, it could be like an election official or something, right? Like who's authorized to go to the box? Like what? And then they just got one video of one time, right? Like again, maybe that was somebody who was supposed to be there.
I'm not saying that there's no good reason to investigate anything. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
the investigations of Trump were done for a good reason.
Well, it could have been done. It could have. Generally, when there's an investigation, there is some plausible basis for it.
Sure.
But I think
Like,
you
well,
would,
potential
hold on,
material, yeah.
But I think you would be naive if you're saying, oh, you know what? Had this not been Trump, but let's say had it been Bill Clinton, they would have done exactly the same thing.
What about Hillary
But you went
Clinton?
straight- Well, I'm saying Bill Clinton because he was the president.
What about
But
Hillary
I'm
Clinton? She was running for president. We talked about her emails for years.
talking about her emails is in the public domain is one thing.
The FBI investigated her email usage.
And what I'm getting at is, okay, the Hillary crime is, I haven't even brought that up. I'm not talking about that. If I were to prosecute a crime right now, and I don't know if it could be pushed ahead, but the Russia collusion hoax, which began with Hillary, was then cooked up in the Obama White House itself, involved all the top officials of the Obama administration, was executed entirely intentionally.
You know, this whole thing falls apart with a simple question as well. You're not
What's
going
the
to
simple question?
Yeah, why wouldn't they publicize the hoax before Trump won the election?
Why did
they wait to talk about this until after Trump won the election? Why wouldn't they do it before, like they did with Hillary's emails?
Well, this is
like, you know, Hillary probably lost the election because Comey made like 3 announcements. Comey's like a blog poster every day. He's gonna do live on Hillary emails. But Donald Trump was completely unrest until after Trump won the election. What a horrible hoax!
well, the answer is really obvious. I'm only speechless because of the sort of it's so obvious the answer to that question. Hillary was 100% sure she was going to win the election. Hillary had it made. All the odds were in her favor. She was leading it tremendously in the polls. In fact, Frank Luntz, it just reflects the popular mood where on the day of the election, he simply tweets, Hillary Clinton will be the next president of the United States. She believed it. I would think Trump believed it. Everybody believed it. And when Trump won, these people couldn't believe it. And they were essentially in so now what mode? So here's what I'm getting at. Do I have to explain why they had the meeting in the White House in October as opposed to July? You seem to admit they had the meeting. You seem to admit that all the deep state guys were there. You seem to admit that Hillary cooked up this false dossier, and this was used for at least 2 years, maybe more, to cripple the presidency of Trump. Is that a crime?
So, well, the problem is it's not crime to investigate things. It was a crime, for instance, when Donald Trump fired Comey to obstruct the investigation into all of the colluding Russian people around him, which was probably criminal in nature. But of course, Donald Trump will never be convicted of any crime now that the Supreme Court has said that the president apparently can't commit crimes. We do know that people were convicted around Trump for things related to colluding with Russian officials. Manafort was a great example of that. Roger Stone colluded with Lucifer when it came to leaking the hacks about the Hillary email address and all the emails that she supposedly had on her server and everything else. But to talk about this collusion hoax with Obama and the bogus stuff that Tulsi Gabbard has released, all of this stuff had been investigated.
I can't believe that like I've reached the timeline where now Stephen Bunnell is debating politics with Dinesh D'Souza. When didn't Dinesh D'Souza debate like Sam Harris and Christopher Hitchens and all like the based new atheists from back in the day? And it's like he's still out here, but he's like even somehow more of a grifter. My God, dude. Like we fucking made it.
Investigated by our deep state operatives for like a year leading up to the election. Do you agree that Russia was intervening and interfering with all of the media cycles and everything in our country? Do you agree that Russia had companies, the Internet Research Agency was one of which Manafort turned out indictments about, that he was influencing the election in the United States? Do you agree with that or do you disagree with that?
Well, that is not what the Russia collusion hoax was
But do you
about
agree or
at
disagree with
all.
that?
Well, I agree with it.
Oh,
in
he
the
got him on
blasé sense,
Manafort
but I
now.
think that because the United States is the most important country in the world.
So it was the
Hold
largest
on, hold on.
disinformation campaign in all of foreign interference history.
Hold on a second.
Was
We cannot go through an election without the following countries: China, India, Israel, Qatar, Russia.
Can you give
many
a single
others.
example of China, Israel, or Qatar intervening in our election atmosphere the same way that Russia did?
I would say that the Qatar influence is far greater and far more pernicious.
Give me an
Hold on, I'll give you an example. So in the case of Russia, the attempt was an extremely clumsy attempt to influence social media posts by bots and other.
So it wasn't
Hold on,
clumsy.
Qatar does have influence over our election, so that's why this point is like fucked because he's taking an element of truth and he's stretching it for his own evil ends.
They were literally organizing protests in the United States and they had to come here. Some of the largest GOP accounts, 10 underscore GOP over $200,000, was ran by Russians.
Qatar, let's look at what Qatar has done. I just read a report that Qatar put $1 billion into Georgetown University, a single institution. Qatar buys political science departments. Qatar has invested heavily in the US media. If you want to influence an election, you don't think it's better to influence it through massive media outlets that reach tens of millions of people? Yes. So Qatar's influence, I mean, again, if you can seriously contend that Russia was the leading influencer of the election, I think you're extremely naive.
Okay, so then let's say first of all, you have no evidence, but we'll say let's say that I disagree with you. So Qatar was influencing US politics. Who was the guy who just got a $400 million jet from Qatar and just agreed to give them a security assurance the same as we would to a NATO ally and is allowing them to train fighter pilots in the United States?
I know, right? We're going to bring up Qatar.
Trump, you know. What did Biden get from Qatar? What did Biden get from Qatar?
You actually think you're making a good point by leapfrogging from the topic we were discussing, which is you start out with a claim. Russia was unique in trying to influence the election. I make the obvious point. Who's not trying to get a favorable outcome for their country? We know Ukraine was. Why do you think Ukraine was so involved?
The difference is that I'm getting facts. When you say other countries advocate for themselves, you're allowed to do that. There's a process by which you declare with FAR, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, you declare you are spending money in the United States to do this. Russia did not do that. They used subversive means. So for instance, Tenet Media was a recent example that was uncovered. The FBI said there were some 100+ other organizations doing this. Okay. And if you read the Manafort indictments, you can see that there were agents operating companies in the United States that were wholly owned by Russia, pretending to be Americans that were organizing protests, organizing rallies. That's the example that I've given.
Your case, such as it is against Russia. But you notice that the collusion hoax had nothing to
Such
do with
as it
Russia per
is.
se. It was about Trump. The heart of the case was not that Russia's trying to influence the election. There are all kinds of things you can do against that. You can deploy the CIA. You can charge them under FARA. You can arrest Russians. You can do sanctions. Notice that the Russia collusion hoax, which frankly, many people in this room probably were like, oh, this is exciting. We think we can sink the president this way. It was based on the idea that Trump went along with it.
But he did, didn't he? Didn't Trump say on TV, if you release the 10,000 emails, Russia will be greatly rewarded?
No.
Wasn't Lucifer a Russian hacker that Roger Stone himself was working with at the time releases of Hillary's emails, most damning stuff for the Podesta stuff?
Okay. What I'm getting at is
wasn't there a Trump Tower meeting where first Trump officials and surrogates lied about what the meeting was for, and then later they admitted that yeah, there was a lawyer lady from Russia. We were seeing that information about Hillary Clinton.
Okay. So prior to the
Oh, I want to hear that
investigation,
again. I might
all
have
of
to
this
go back to
recycled
normal
garbage was in
speed.
all the media, and all of you guys were cheering it and hoping it would amount to something. And then so that is your so wait,
that's the devil's advocate. Never later
so your
nothing for
case,
Qatar or
your
anything else.
case,
Yeah.
your case, such as it is against Russia. But you notice that the collusion hoax had nothing to do with Russia per se. It was about Trump. The heart of the case was not that Russia's trying to influence the election. There are all kinds of things you can do against that. You can deploy the CIA. You can charge them under FARA. You can arrest Russians. You can do sanctions. Notice that the Russia collusion hoax, which frankly, many people in this room probably were like, oh, this is exciting. We think we can sink the president this way. It was based on the idea that Trump went along with it.
But he did, didn't he? Didn't
No, he
Trump
didn't.
say on TV, if you release the 10,000 emails, Russia, you'll be greatly rewarded?
No.
Wasn't Guccifer a Russian hacker that
Okay.
Roger Stone himself was
Hold on.
working with to time
So-
releases of Hillary's emails, the most damning stuff from the Podesta stuff?
Okay. What I'm getting at is
Wasn't there a Trump Tower meeting where first Trump officials and surrogates lied about what the meeting was for, and then later they admitted that yeah, there was a lawyer lady from Russia, and we were seeing if they had information about Hillary Clinton?
Okay. So
you say, okay,
prior
yes,
to
yeah.
prior to the Mueller investigation, all of this recycled garbage was in all the media, and all of you guys were cheering it and hoping it would amount to something. And then Mueller investigates it, and he goes, "Guess what? There was no collusion."
So that's not what Mueller said. I see
Okay,
the
no,
report.
so
Collusion is
I'm
not a legal term.
saying,
What Mueller said was there was probably criminal obstruction that prevented him from being able to do the investigation.
All right. So
That's
you,
what happened.
do you dispute Mueller's conclusion that there was no Russia collusion?
He wasn't there to determine collusion as far as a crime. There's no crime of collusion. Mueller said he couldn't gather enough evidence to prove that, but he said that there was heavy obstruction that probably would meet the level of criminal obstruction along the way. For instance, why did Trump fire Comey?
Okay, hold on.
Will you
Here's
answer that question?
something
You won't,
very
because only one answer.
interesting.
It was to obstruct the investigation.
Okay.
That's why he fired
You
Comey.
said a little bit earlier ago, why would you even need a special counsel to look into something if a crime had not already been committed? You said that. Then you said just now, Mueller said, I don't have enough evidence that the crime was even committed. And yet he had been investigating this for a long duration of time, and he concluded there's nothing there. But evidently there was enough there for him to do the investigation.
What do you think obstruction is? Obstruction is when you make it hard for a person to investigate. That's what the crime of obstruction is. Why do you think
Yeah,
Donald Trump fired
right.
Comey?
Why did Donald Trump fire Comey?
You block
Because,
it.
I mean, he's the president. He has every right to fire.
When we talk about Democrats, we talk about what's moral and what's right. When we talk about Trump, we talk about what is in the outer perimeter of what is he legally allowed to do. He fired Comey because Comey wouldn't stop the investigation into him.
Comey is an utter sleazeball.
What does that have to do with what we're talking
Hold on. Comey was in on the Russia collusion hoax.
Then why did he make public announcements about Hillary's email campaign that probably sunk her entire
Why do
campaign?
you keep changing the topic?
I'm not. I'm
Let's
just pointing out how
talk
ridiculous all their statements are. None
Let's
of it
talk
makes
about
sense.
Comey. Comey is a guy. This is a guy.
Why did Trump fire him?
Trump fired him because Trump realized that he was actually part of the hoax.
Do you even know why
Part of
Trump? Do you even know why Trump stated he publicly fired him? He said it was because of the Hillary email stuff. Trump fired him because after Flynn was indicted, Trump said, "Well, now you guys should be done.
There's
You know,
another
you should be
bogus
done."
indictment.
It wasn't an indictment. It was
Comey
why the FBI about talking to Russia.
Comey actually went on TV and boasted that they entrapped Flynn. Comey basically said, we needed to get Flynn, but we normally couldn't get him. Because in the White House, you have to go through the White House counsel. But we knew that things were a little chaotic in the Trump White House in the first term. So what we did is we sent a couple of guys acting like they were not up to anything. They just want to ask him a few questions to clear a few things up. And of course, Flynn thinks these guys are on his side. They're just trying to sort something out. He cooperates, and boom, they go after
Wait a
him.
second. So a couple of police officers acted like they were on your side, and then you lied to them, and they charged you with a crime. This
No,
sounds
no,
like every
no,
JCS video on YouTube ever. Welcome to the real world. This guy's a general. How does he not know how the freaking police work? Seriously? Just for the audience,
The
responsibly. If you lie to the FBI or if you lie to police officers about things, you can be charged with crimes. It doesn't matter. They're trying to be your friend. They're trying to get you to admit to a lie. That's the whole purpose of law enforcement.
Hold on, wait a minute. I hate to bring you into the 21st century on this. Hold on. It is actually part of the playbook of the FBI. If they cannot get you on something, they interview you for 10 hours. They then will find something you said in hour 7 that contradicts something that you said in hour 3. And they will say that both things can't be true, and therefore you must have lied. I know personally a case of a guy in Los Angeles, movie director, the guy who made the film Die Hard, where they went after him on this. He was friends with a guy, he'd gone to school with a guy who
Your
apparently was in the
name
mafia,
drop?
and they were trying to get this
What?
guy, John McTiernan by name, the director, by the way, of Die Hard 1 and 2. They told him, we want you to give up your friend. McTiernan basically said, I'm not doing it. Leave me alone. So what they did was they contacted him under dubious pretext we don't need to go into. We need to ask you some questions about something else. And then they interview him for hours and hours and hours. And they find 2 statements, by the way, not even directly about the case, that quote contradicted each other. And they're like, you lied to the government. You lied to the FBI. That's a crime in itself. This poor guy
Anecdote.
spent, I believe, 2 years in prison for lying to the government.
Now, I have a feeling if you look at the facts of the case, it's not even remotely close to what you've represented in the P.
No,
But also,
they are-
secondly,
that's the case.
secondly, just don't talk to them then. Why was he even talking to them for 10
Unreliable
hours? You know,
narrator,
they're
yeah.
friends.
All I'm saying, no, you think you're cooperating.
You don't have to. You just say I don't feel like talking to you for 10 hours. I'm fine cooperating with officers. I wouldn't talk to the FBI for 10 hours.
I wouldn't either, but that's only partly because I've become savvy about how all this works.
And Flynn wasn't. He was just a doughy-eyed, innocent person wandering.
No. I mean, Flynn did not think that. Flynn comes in as the national security advisor in a new
The national security advisor who lied about speaking to a foreign Russian person in charge of political events. Why would you lie about that? Don't you think maybe that's probably not a good thing if you're the national security advisor to lie about?
Well, maybe or maybe not. Or it could be, hold on. No, hold on. Wait, I mean, if you are in the CIA or the NSA or in the security agencies, you lie a lot. You lie a lot as part of your diplomacy. You lie a lot as part of what you're paid to do. It is your job to mislead foreign governments. It is your job to mislead people domestically.
Not domestically. You don't mislead your own agencies.
You're acting like hold on. You're acting. You asked me a question, which is there a reason for Flynn? Let's just say he met with Mr. X, and he is now asked, "Did you meet with Mr. X?" And Flynn could have many good reasons for saying, "No, I didn't." Okay, so did Flynn lie? Yeah, he did.
Wait, one reason why he should lie to our own FBI about that.
It could be that Flynn is dealing with foreign policy. The FBI comes in. Who knows what they told Flynn? Let's say they told Flynn, look, we're just investigating embezzlement inside the White House. We need to ask you a bunch of questions. We don't know what they said to Flynn. That's the key point. They come to Flynn under one pretext, and they're trying, and the key point here is intention. They came to entrap him. That's the beauty of what Comey said.
So that's what do you think entrapment is? Entrapment is when I ask you a question, you lie?
No, entrapment is where you basically go to a guy that you have no basis to suspect, right? In other words, they didn't know, they weren't saying that Flynn did anything. They're like, let's see what we can get on Flynn.
So no, entrapment is when you entice or force somebody to commit a crime that they wouldn't have otherwise committed. If a police officer walks up to you and they say, hey, do you want to buy some illegal drugs? And you say, yeah, sure. That's not entrapment. If a cop comes up to you and he says, you better buy this drug or I'm going to beat the shit out of you, whatever, that would be entrapment. Entrapment is not I ask you questions and you oopsies lie to me about communicating with Russian as the national security advisor. Jesus, right? Like that's on you at that point. Sorry.
I think that when the government sets out to entrap one of their own in this way, this is just downright diabolical.
Then why has Trump failed to do it with his political opponents despite being so hungry to do so? Or do you agree, for instance, that the Hunter Biden stuff was just outlandish, given that the confidential informant that that entire investigation started with, of which Jordan and Gomer, nobody found any good solid information about this, about Hunter Biden engaged in illegal overseas, not reporting or whatever. The entire start of that was a confidential informant who's now admitted to lying completely about the origination of that story.
Okay, leaving aside the confidential originator of the case, do you agree that Hunter Biden and his partners received $83,000 a month from Burisma?
No, that was the report of Hamilton. That was the report.
You don't agree that they got the money?
No, I don't disagree.
Oh, you agree? You agree they got the money. Do you believe that Hunter Biden is an expert on minerals and in the Ukraine?
He might be. He might not be. I think he was a business person. He'd been on boards of other business ventures before.
In the Ukraine. What a piece of shit, dude. He called it the Ukraine. Oh. Does he get paid by Russia? You hear that? He called it the Ukraine.
No, that was the report of Hamilton. That was the report.
You don't agree that they got the money?
No, I don't disagree.
Oh, you agree? You agree they got the money. Do you believe that Hunter Biden is an expert on minerals and in the Ukraine?
He might be. He might not be. I think he was a business person. He'd been on boards of other business ventures before.
Not to mention a noted artist. He's done a lot of amazing things.
He's more qualified than Witkoff is to talk about Ukraine, and he's currently our ambassador to Putin. He doesn't bring his own translator. So Hunter Biden was qualified to sit on the Burisma board. Yes.
Yeah.
And if I were to ask you if there any evidence that he was sat there improperly, you would be able to give me nothing. So
I will give you the evidence which is now released of detailed Hunter Biden energy reports, which appear to have been actually lifted from the Biden confidential files. In other words, you said before, Biden didn't even know he had these files. There was no reason for him to have them. Yes, there is a reason. The reason is to cash in on the information because one of the things that foreign countries want to buy from you is information not available in the public square. And so if you have confidential documents, by and large, all these guys who go into government, very often when they leave, they become consultants.
Wait, Joe Biden took classified information about his son to sell his own son to foreign operatives?
Joe Biden took confidential documents because he realized that they could become the basis for a, quote, insider information that benefited not just Hunter Biden, but James Biden, Frank Biden, and Joe Biden himself. Don't forget about 10% for the big guy.
Which means, okay, so I'm just curious then. So if I were to say Donald Trump does stuff like that, for instance, how he has two of the largest crypto schemes in the world set up right now where anonymous people can donate to Donald Trump and even be seated to speak with him in the White House or at the Mar-a-Lago, like the event that he did, I guess like a year ago or whatever. Can you show me anything comparable to access to Joe Biden like that, or any evidence whatsoever that he planned to use any of this improperly or communicated with people improperly or did anything bad with any of these documents?
Well, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about presidential fundraising. I would tell you the way that fundraising works in the United States is very simple. If you tomorrow had a business and you needed something and you wrote a $10,000 check to your local congressman, that guy will return your phone calls the next day, if not the day after.
Didn't you just argue against this and saying that you legally donated money to your friend who was running for Congress up in New York? Are you admitting that that's what you were doing, a quid pro quo?
My friend who ran was basically look.
I can even make a stronger argument because one of the accusations the prosecutors are making is that your friend introduced you to the person who was the primary funder for one of your documentaries, right?
You have this facile ability to jump leapfrog style to things that have nothing to do with each other.
I can explain the connections if you want. You just explain if you want to make financing work in the United States.
Everything to do with each other. Intimidated.
How financing works. But earlier you gave me the exact contrary position, saying just because I'm illegally sending money to a friend running for Congress doesn't mean I'm looking for a quid pro quo. So those are two contradictory positions.
My friend was running a quixotic campaign in New York. She was running because a Dartmouth woman, Kristen Gillibrand, was the sitting senator. And so my friend Wendy Long said, I think I can raise some issues in the campaign. I said, don't run, Wendy. You're going to lose by 40 or 50 points. And she goes, okay, but if I run, will you help me? And I go, well, if you run, I'll try to help you. So this was the basis on which I supported the candidate who had no chance to win, lost by 40 points. I had nothing to get out of it. And so what I'm getting at is we were talking a moment ago about how presidents raise money and are solicitous of people who give them money. And I'm granting that on both parties, this is very common. But that's not the same as Hunter Biden. You jump from Hunter Biden to that. Hunter Biden was basically cashing in big time from a foreign government purporting to supply them with insider information, which is what they were paying for. And we know from his own business partner that money was ending up in the pocket of Joe Biden.
What insider information?
What
insider information does the United States have for the...
All you have to do is read the Hunter Biden reports in which he claims, I'm giving you all this information.
Information on how to run a business.
He's giving you information about the U.S. policy and posture vis-a-vis energy, and he's giving you information about various people in the administration.
Insider.
How do you know that?
Because it was never... I don't even know if Obama or Jordan alleged this. It doesn't show up in any report ever. It was just always these vague stories of insider.
They're not vague stories.
Why didn't he charge with any crimes at all? Why didn't the House even recommend charges despite the 50 million different subcommittees, special investigations, or whatever they tried to do on him? The facts are frustrating. I know. I understand. It's a difficult position to be in. But the difference is like, so information on how to run a business because that's what his business was.
He's giving you information about the U.S. policy and posture vis-a-vis energy, and he's giving you information about various people in the administration.
Insider.
How do you know that?
Because it was never. I don't even know if Obama or Jordan alleged this. It doesn't show up in any reports ever. It was just always these vague stories of insider.
They're not vague stories.
Why didn't he charge with any crimes at all? Why didn't the House even recommend charges despite the 50 million different subcommittees, special investigations, or whatever they tried to do on him? The facts are frustrating. I know. I understand. It's a difficult position to be in. But the difference is like, so if I look at the Trump crypto stuff, there's nothing even remotely comparable in all of U.S. history to a president being able to solicit anonymous donations from anybody on the planet.
The House recognized that to propose criminal prosecution to Joe Biden's own DOJ was a fool's errand. That's why they didn't do it.
But they did. They literally had him plead guilty to convictions. That has to go through the federal Department of Justice.
Let me finish.
Because what you said is true.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Wait,
Joe Biden pardon him. Joe Biden was very careful to pardon Hunter Biden for crimes going back to 2014. In other words, he gave him a retroactive pardon, not just for things to do with Burisma, but for any other crimes this guy did, going back to when Joe Biden himself was the vice president.
Why were they able to convict him of some things if they weren't able to recommend any charges? Wasn't Joe Biden or wasn't Hunter Biden convicted of the gun charge and the IRS charge?
Yes, he was convicted of those things.
And I think they could recommend charges.
I think I've just given you what I think would be a good case to make. Now, why the powers that be decided, let's not charge Hunter Biden.
What you just said had no basis in reality. They could recommend charges. They did. He pled guilty to those two things. So they always had the ability to recommend charges. Isn't it more likely that, especially considering the origination of the investigation was a confidential informant who admitted lying about everything, right? And the 10% from the big guy, interestingly enough, we're just citing the Russian leaks from the DCCC.
Absolutely not. We're citing Hunter Biden's own business partner.
No.
Yes. No. It was Tony Bobulinski who revealed the 10% for the big guy.
No, there's no connection to Joe Biden there. Ever. It's never been made. It's never been made. They had the ability to investigate for years.
The 10% for the big guy, it comes from Hunter Biden. There was a meeting with Joe Biden, Bobulinski, Hunter Biden at the Milano restaurant in Washington, D.C., not very far from here, in Georgetown, in which Joe Biden, who was very careful himself not to get into the business dealings, but he would always show up as if to say, listen, this is on the, I'm involved, I'm supporting my son here, you make the deal with him, the money will then part of it come to me. All of this is laid out. Now, I agree, Merrick Garland.
That's what happened. What did Joe Biden do for his son? What was the quid pro quo here for alleging that? What even happened?
This is the style of the Corleone family. What does Joe Biden do for his son? Joe Biden's son is Michael Corleone. He's part of a corrupt family operation. The other brothers are involved.
What is the operation?
The operation is to shake down foreign entities.
Shake down how? Like when Trump goes to other countries and signs deals with leaders in Indonesia and Qatar and Ukraine and Russia for minerals. What about the $700 million in DoD contracts that Trump's own children have gotten for extraction deals in Ukraine that the president himself is negotiating? Well, supposedly, it's actually Witkoff getting plans passed off from Russians, right? I can show you.
Your only mode of defense is the what about, and then you jump to something.
Well, no, my
motive. Why don't we stay with this?
Okay, wait, if you want to stay with
Because there's so many bad things that Trump has done that even D'Souza's overwhelmed by it. He can't keep up with all the corruption. This is a joke. And that's why I'm spacing out through half of this. And that's why I'm listening to it 2x speed, because I knew it was just going to be just Stephen repeating facts over and over again. And this fucking whatever he is on the other side, just fucking lying and being bad faith. It's just horrible. It's a horrible conversation.
Example of Biden corruption. What was one concrete example? Not like I think this happened and there was a story. What's one concrete example? Okay. Guys, give me like 5 for Trump.
All right. One concrete example is that Biden is vice president. And right about the time that Biden is designated as the U.S. man for Ukraine, a river of money now begins to flow from Burisma to Hunter Biden and his business partners. And all of this at a time when Burisma itself is under investigation for all kinds of fraud. And Joe Biden goes on camera before an international council and tells you that he demanded that the prosecutor of Burisma be fired. And not only that, he got him fired. And he not only that, he went on to say, I told Ukraine that you're not getting $1 billion if you don't fire this guy.
Why did
There's nothing that Trump has done that comes even close to this.
Sure, then why did he say that?
He said that because it's true and he got away with it.
No, why did Biden tell that to Ukraine?
Because Biden told that to Ukraine because he was essentially making a deal with Burisma in which Burisma said, you sort out this corruption deal for us right here and we will start paying your son and money will flow right back to you. Nothing. The timing is perfect. The amount of money is huge. And
the timing is perfect. What else was going on in 2014 in Ukraine? Don't you think it might have been maybe the whole, I know this is, I'm a sucker for buying the official story that the entire European Union and the United States and the whole U.S. official administration everything agreed with. The deal was that money was going to be made available to loan to Ukraine if they would clean up the rampant corruption in that country, of which there was a plethora of. We know this because one of the main benefactors of that corruption was Manafort when he was working with Putin to help his candidate in Ukraine that he was lying about reporting. One of the big indictments that came out, one of the big convictions, and one of the big pardons that Trump made later. But that's unrelated to this, right? In 2014, and of course it's not nothing. In 2014, when Biden was making I'm just saying with the policy with the United States, Biden was operating. This was the deal that Ukraine had already made with the U.S. You have to clean up. Shokin was known as a bad prosecutor. That investigation you were talking about into Burisma, that was dead for over a year. There was nothing even happening on that front. Ukraine was known to be a country with a lot of corruption and a lot of corruption-related issues, and part of them having access to low interest rate loans from the West, from the United States, was that they would clean up their corrupt businesses or their corrupt lack of ability to handle the country. That was the story given. The whole rest of the world agrees. The European Union, the United States, everybody else. Nobody brought this up until Trump was caught trying to do a quid pro quo later with his own personal attorney, Giuliani, making phone calls and then him making phone calls unilaterally on his own.
So let's repeat your dewy-eyed account of what is actually happening in Ukraine. According to you,
dewy-eyed.
There's a lot of corruption in Ukraine. True. Not surprisingly, very involved in the corruption. Burisma. Would you think that a giant energy company in Ukraine is somehow immune from the corruption? They're part of it. Okay. A prosecutor is looking into it. According to you, Joe Biden, having no personal interest in the matter whatsoever, motivated purely by the most sublime ethics, tells Ukraine, you have to fire. There's a corruption all over the country. But I'm only demanding one thing of you. You need to fire this one guy.
Their chief prosecutor.
Who is looking into the chief prosecutor who is looking into corruption from the company that my son is about to make an extremely lucrative financial deal with for $83,000 per month to go on indefinitely. And according to you, it's all on the up and up. No investigations required here, guys.
You know why I know this?
We're all good Democrats here, and when our guys do it, it's all A-okay.
This is the easy killer question that, again, you want to have an answer for. If this was such a horrible, corrupt thing, why is it that the Republicans only seem to recall the quote that Joe Biden made on stage in front of the whole world in 2014, years later, when it came up with Donald Trump Ukraine? Why would Joe Biden go out on stage and admit to the corruption, saying, I told them that if you don't fire Shokin, you're not getting anything from us? Why didn't nobody say, oh my God, we need to investigate him for corruption? Maybe because the whole world understood how corrupt the Ukrainian system was at that point.
Only Trump would do something so stupid and admit to it on camera. That's only something Trump would do.
The reason people went back to the video is for the simple reason that they, at that point of the video, didn't know about the money flow. So the point is, Joe Biden makes an action which seems on the up and up. It is that it's part of my job. I'm making sure
it's part
that
of the prosecutors in other countries. No, it's not.
It is. First of all, it's a little unusual for the vice president of the United States to name the chief prosecutor in this country and say,
very unusual. I agree. So why didn't anybody think anything weird of it? Because this was the policy that the European Union and the West had in guaranteeing loans to help Ukraine. That's why nobody looked into it.
You can think that something is weird without thinking that there's money changing hands. You can think, I don't know why you do that. That's really strange. And then a little bit later, hold on, you actually have checks made out to Hunter Biden's LLCs. You have contracts from Burisma. Now you know, oh my gosh, it all makes sense. This guy was doing it so to open up a spigot of money. Obviously, it's in Burisma's interest to shut down the investigation. What's that worth? $83,000 a month? Yeah. Are Hunter Biden's expertise worth 83? Hunter Biden wasn't just getting 83. So was Devin Archer. So it's 83 per partner, not 83 total per month. People don't give that kind of money, especially foreigners don't give that kind of money without having some interest in the matter.
So what would you say about the $2 billion that Kushner's firm got from the MBS when Donald Trump was crafting the Abraham Accords? Are you saying that must have been a quid pro quo there as well? Or what about the massive Qatari deal with $500 million jet? Or what about the minerals deal in Ukraine
Alright,
with
so
Russia?
I think we should look at these. So I think with Trump, let me tell you
Okay,
what.
let's move on to this. Can we admit for everything else? There's no solid proof of any of the stuff related to Hunter Biden. It's just, the big guy, whatever. There was no solid proof of anything related to Joe Biden or Pence with regards to improper handling of their documents.
Well, all I'm saying is when you say there's no solid proof, all evening you have been reciting these rhetorical, why do you think Trump took a plane from Qatar? There's no solid proof, but you've been saying it. Why did Jared Kushner make this deal? You constantly invoke these rhetorical whys.
So to be clear, I'm not invoking rhetorical whys.
As if
The issue is that Kushner was the
Hold
guy
on.
who was the chief architect of the Abraham Accords, and Kushner's firm got $2 billion from MBS from Saudi Arabia. Or Donald Trump allowed Qatar to have a security agreement with the U.S. with Israel, and in exchange there was a $400 million jet that was authorized for Donald Trump's, I guess, Secret Service and his presidency.
No, he doesn't
Isn't
get
it
the
that Hunter Biden was never a public office official holder? So there is no, I can't draw the president. Now, Hunter Biden worked in the White House, or Hunter Biden had the same role that Witkoff had, that Elon Musk has, that any of Trump's children has. Then I could say, oh yeah, that is kind of like weird and bad. But you guys seem very focused on the hypothetical crimes of Hunter Biden, none of which the House is able to actually indict him on. But you have no concern about the open, rampant corruption that Donald Trump is engaged in. Where right now with a crypto coin, he can take donations from anybody around the world and nobody would know about it.
Actually put his son in a position.
Let's look at the jet from Qatar, because I think if we're looking at corruption, let's look and see what's going on here. So Trump, and this is one of the unique aspects of Trump, I guess, is
being a criminal president. Yeah,
this is not a criminal act.
I agree.
Trump is ultimately a transactional guy who acts as if the United States is his corporation and he's the CEO. So Trump thinks, the way Trump mind works, if I can get a foreign business to put $500 million into the United States, I'm scoring a big one for my company called the USA. Trump thinks that if I'm making a deal with Qatar and the Qataris as tribute want to give the United States of America, not Trump, a plane, we'll take your plane. It actually establishes who is paying tribute to whom. And Trump's point is, I can do these deals. Frankly, if it were the Biden administration, they would have given Qatar $400 million and got nothing out of it.
So if your company cut you a deal, your company a deal where your company now has to do work for Qatar, but the CEO gets to fly around in a $500 million private jet, you feel like the CEO is working for you?
You're saying, yeah, I do.
How does the $400 million jet help Americans?
So the $400 million jet is $400 million less that the United States would have to pay. Air Force One was
good. That's true, right? At the very least, okay. Qatar gave us a $400 million jet. Why don't you sell it and put the money into something that would benefit Americans? Think about how base that would have been. If Trump had done something like that, I'd be like, okay. Go off, King. But no, he keeps the whole damn plane for just himself. Like that, yeah, that's true. That is so true. Right? What if he had done it like with the pretense that he was going to keep the plane? And then he's like, "Oh, thanks Qatar for the plane. I'll take that, yoink," and sells it. Says, actually, Qatari stimulus checks.
has been Air Force One is being refurbished or displaced.
So instead of paying American workers in an American company to make a plane, we got one for free from Qatar, a country that you said is influencing our country via foreign affairs more than almost any other country on the planet.
I think you think you're making gotchas on me, but you're not. Qatar.
I'm just pointing out what you're saying.
Let me spell it out.
Okay, go ahead.
The nation of Qatar is extremely cunning. They understand that you've got the radical jihadis.
By the way, that'd be like no money, right? Because there's like, wait, how many adults are there in the United States? How many adults in the U.S.? 267 million. So what would 400 million divided amongst 267 million. Everyone would get $1. Everyone would get $1.50. Yeah, so useful. You know what? That would just be funny though. It would just be funny for like the lulz. It would just be funny for just to troll Qatar.
Over here, and you've got Israel over here. And the Qataris realize that there is a very important middleman role to be played by a broker who has access to the terrorists, but at the same time is willing to make deals with America. And so, for example, if you want to get the hostages out, it's not easy to deal with Hamas. And
I want to say that I do feel like I kind of like what he's wearing. I think I kind of like this like well, you know what? He's trying to look like a professor. He's trying to give off professor vibes. But then he himself just looks like a I don't know, a deformed turtle. But I feel like I think I like the colors he's wearing. Like I feel like maybe I'd wear like an outfit like this. But again, once I'm like better look, I'm too fat to get away with this right now. But once we gotta just get on our shit.
And so Qatar goes, listen, the guys in Hamas, they live in Qatar. We'll talk to them. We'll get some sense out of them. Now, this is the reality of the dirty world we live in. You have to work with these kinds of people. Are they duplicitous? Yes. Do they make promises? Yes. They go, listen, we want to run some joint air exercises with you on one of your military bases, but we are the good Muslims. We preach the Quran, but we don't want to bomb your buildings. And so you need to encourage the good Muslims to undermine the power of the bad Muslims. And so this is Qatar's sales pitch. Why do you think Georgetown took their money? Why do you think they own political science departments around the United States? They have a pitch. Now, what I'm saying with Trump Trump understands what the pitch is. But Trump is operating, I think, as no president that I've seen before him in the transactional world is something he is better at than almost anybody else I've seen in 40 years of American politics. The Biden people were so bad at this that they were giving away everything and getting nothing in return.
Why is it that Donald Trump is able to create all these crafty deals with people like Qatar? And when you talk about the terrorists and everything else that they were concerned with, they were probably concerned with the fact that Israel had just bombed them. I think that was a major impetus for them securing a peace agreement or a security agreement with the United States. Is because they didn't want Israel bombing them anymore. Number one. Number two, he has all this ability to negotiate so cleverly and craftily with all of his enemies. Why can't he make the same negotiations with, I don't know, Canada and Mexico?
Well,
he's turned ally to enemy of almost every country on the planet of the United States.
I'll tell you why. Because what Trump is dealing with is basically 75 years of European freeloading off of America. The Europeans after World War II got an amazing deal, which is basically we, America, will locate hundreds of thousands of troops in Europe to protect against the Soviet invasion. We will guarantee the protection of Europe, and we, the American taxpayer, will pay for it. Meanwhile, you can take all the money that you are spending on defense and use it on your welfare state. This deal has been in place untouched by Republican or Democratic presidents for 75 years.
Yeah, but guess what? You know what's so based and epic about that is not only was Europe able to pay for its welfare state through American money, we also were in a period of really epic flourishing after World War II called the 1950s that people like you have wet dreams about. So actually the crazy part about the United States is, yeah, we did carry the fucking world after World War II. And we've been, right? It's just only as of right now is our superpower status finally being threatened. But yeah, we were the superpower after World War II. We have been the whole time. But now, thanks to your spray tanned hero, that's no longer true.
And every time anybody has questioned it, the president or the president's team has basically said, we have to live with it. We realize we're being ripped off. And by the way, the same is true across the board. It recently came out.
It
recently came out that by and large, pharmaceutical drugs all over the world are dramatically cheaper than in the United States. Why? Because all the R&D cost is borne by us. And
I want my turn to cook like you do,
the actual cost plus a markup. So you might get the same drug for $7 in Canada, and it's $50 in the United States because our citizens are stuck with all the R&D costs. We didn't even hear about this for decades until
wasn't there a
recently.
president who was blacklisted trying to do like a public option, or was Biden trying to negotiate?
Irrelevant.
Hold
on. Is it a lie?
Yes, it's a lie. We always have known that drugs cost more in the United States. Why do you think Obama was trying to pass the Affordable Care Act? We always know these things are expensive. Why was regulated so that Medicare could actually negotiate with drug providers in order to have actual ceilings on prices? We've always known this. But for some reason, conservatives are just now catching up to 20 years of like, wow, wasn't this kind of a bad thing?
Hold on. You know, and this is really the story of this debate. Customarily, you shift the ground to you're taking it for granted that the drug should cost $50. And you're saying, now having ripped off the American citizen by making him pay the full R&D freight, let's now give democratically handouts to people so that they can now afford the $50, even though the price shouldn't be $50 in the first place. See, so with Trump, you go to the root of the problem, which is let's sit down these pharmaceutical guys from abroad, let's kick their ass a little, let's tell them, listen guys, you can't pull the scam on me anymore. I know exactly what you're doing. If you want this drug, you don't have to take it. You can let your people die of diabetes.
Again, right? It's like it's this mentality that like everyone else is just scamming you all the time because that's all he does. This man has to believe that the whole world is always constantly scamming because that's what he is. That's what he does. The only way he knows how to get ahead in life is to either scam or bitch. That's all he knows. He just scammed until it didn't work anymore, and then he had to go bitch to Trump for a pardon, right? And then just bitches that the courts are after him, and the bitches that Destiny is being unfair in the conversation. That's all he has is just scamming and bitching. That's it.
Or whatever, but if you want this drug, the company will amortize the R&D over the price of the drug worldwide. Americans are not going to pay higher prices. Whether we do Obamacare or not is a completely separate issue. But in your usual gymnastic way, you can't answer what I said. You pretend everybody
already knows. What is the question you've asked that you don't think I can answer?
The question I'm raising is this. You started out by asking me, why is Trump so combative and he can't make a deal with Canada? And I'm giving you the answer because those people have been enjoying a rip-off scheme for 75 years.
If all of these other countries have been enjoying a rip-off scheme in the United States, why are you outperforming all of them?
He's not fighting with all of them. He's made some
why are we outperforming all of them? Which European countries benefited so much from their one-sided, lopsided deal with the United States that they're doing so much better than us? Who's outperforming the US right now worldwide? 75 years.
That is what is known as a non sequitur.
I'm sorry, what is the damage? You said that they were all
non sequitur.
We're taking advantage of the state of. Let's just start with Europe, okay? The truth of it is not only does America pay a large portion of European defense costs, but they don't even pay their freight in NATO. They were getting away by and large with paying about 1% of their GDP to NATO. Under Trump, they raised to 5. Now, I can see why they're pissed about that. Nobody wants to pay 5. They'd rather have that money to spend on buying votes in their own country.
What are they even paying for? When you say 2%, 5% to NATO.
We're talking NATO is supposed to be funded by a collaborative. It's a collaboration of the United States and the major countries of Europe, and all of them are supposed to pay into the pot that bankrolls NATO. When we're fighting this war in Ukraine, who do you think's paying for all of it?
So well, the United States is the resident of the Republican leadership, but this is a percentage agreement that they agreed to put into their own military forces. It's not like we get that. It's not like NATO even directly gets that. And Trump is trying to separate himself from the security provider from Europe for the entirety of his presidency. But you keep saying these other countries are taking advantage of us. Has America not gotten in exchange for the security agreement with Europe, the strongest military on the planet, the ability to have so much precision that we can murder random Venezuelans in the ocean and get camera footage of it for Donald Trump and Christine to show off to the American public? Like we have like the strongest military on the planet. We have the strongest military on the planet. Everybody's trying to steal military secrets from us, the United States. You're acting like it's been a one-sided deal.
I'm making the point that this is like pure sophistry here.
Just saying it's not true.
Let me zoom into what we're actually talking about. Okay, you have Europe. You have these countries that face mutual threats from each other. For a long time, they faced the Soviet threat. They face other threats. The United States comes in and basically goes, we will pay the lion's share of your protection. Okay, now you're asking, don't we get something out of it? Of course we do. But any common sense transactor would know that while we get something out of it, they get a lot out of it. They can afford to pay. They might not have been able to afford to pay in 1946, but they can afford to pay a lot more to their own defense. But they refuse. But they refuse to do it because they would rather freeload off the U.S. taxpayer.
You're saying freeload. The United States has got to coordinate security on the entire planet almost, on our entire hemisphere. As a result of this arrangement, it's benefited us. We have the strongest economy. We've got the best trade arrangements. We've got the best intellectual property. We've got the world culture that we export from the U.S.
This is what I call global baloney. Okay, because the issue is a transactor in any deal. Okay, if a transactor in any deal is always going to think about not only what I get out of it, I obviously get something out of it, but if I'm protecting you and your family, let's say, okay, I'm going to get something out of it. We're allies. You're my friend. But then I realize that you're doing pretty well. In fact, you have a more generous welfare state than I do. And you're allowing me to pay your security costs and store your house alarm, put guards outside your house, and you are contributing little or nothing. And then I go, well, I got the best IP, I got the smartest people, I got the biggest. Who cares? It's not a reasonable deal.
They had nothing to do with our welfare. I'm just curious. We redirected what, $100 billion? Trump said $300 billion. It goes up every time because he's forgetful less than he said. How much money that we didn't give to Ukraine has now gone into American welfare? Oh no, wait, the one big beautiful bill.
Dinesh would love to simplify this whole thing, right? That's what I was just thinking about. It's just like, this is such a complex topic, and like, Stephen is like a force to be reckoned with when it comes to like neoliberal, like globalism, trade, trade barriers, like, and Dinesh wants this to be so easy, like it's just a matter of like you and your neighbor. Like that's in any way analogous, unless you like you'd have to set up a lot of you have to add a lot of factors to make that analogous. Yeah.
Tried to cut Medicaid for tax cuts for wealthy people. So why are we trying to pretend that the Republicans are taking away from security in Europe? You said that he got a 5% commitment.
It's like if you and your neighbor had control over like large systems of education and textiles and food and technology and supply chains. Like, it's not just like you and your neighbors like land and like random shit and like, oh, here's a better grill than I do.
For NATO guarantees that we've done less getting extorted by other countries. Okay, great.
Well,
where's all my welfare now?
You're as usual pivoting to an unrelated issue. The unrelated issue is what do we do?
Tried to cut Medicaid for tax cuts for wealthy people. So why are we trying to pretend that the Republicans are taking away from security in Europe? You said that he got a 5% commitment from NATO guarantees that we've done less getting extorted by other countries. Okay, great. Where's all my welfare now?
You're as usual pivoting to an unrelated issue. The unrelated issue is what do we do? So now following my train of thought, if you are able to convince your friend, look, you install the alarm. I'll provide a security guard.
This is
you pay for your own
unrelated.
protection, which benefits you the most. It benefits me. I don't want to see you harmed, but you don't want to see you harmed even more. So you pay. Now I have some more money. And when I say some more money, what I mean is that even after the Cold War, if the United States had said, we are in a different world, the Soviet threat is over, we're not going to have German battalions coming through the Volga Gap and swarming across Europe, we're in a different situation. Our defense budget can now probably be cut in half, or in a third, to a third. And if we did that, we now have a lot of opportunities, which governments are not very wise in the way they spend money, but we can deploy them any which way we want, which is a separate debate. But the country would have enormous added resources. Just look at how much we've spent on the defense of Europe since World War II. It's
What
a
is he
giant
saying here?
we're not going to have German battalions coming through the Volga Gap and swarming across Europe. We're in a different situation. Our defense budget can now probably be cut in half, or in a third, to a third. And if we did that, we now have a lot of opportunities, which governments are not very wise in the way they spend money, but we can deploy them any which way we want, which is a separate debate. But the country would have enormous added resources.
To add that
Just look at how much we've spent on the defense of Europe since World War II. It's a giant number. Now, what have we gotten for it? Have we averted any great wars?
We've got the world's largest economy. We extract intelligent people from them via our institutions.
We've averted
Leaders come and study here. We have foreign investment from these countries.
We've averted all of the wars. All of the we just now, as of very recently, we might possibly be on the brink of like another major world conflict. And you know why that is? Largely because of Trump. He will go down to the history books as being the one as a big part of the problem. Right? And Russia and all the other bad foreign actors that played their part. So did Trump. But we have, this is the whole point. This is the whole overarching point, right? That's why I can't be on the Republican side. They're just on the wrong side of history. They just are. The Republicans and MAGA will be the ones who will be looked down upon in shame. My kids, when they get into high school, are going to learn about Trump and everything he did. And they're going to be like, or like in college, maybe that's more when it'll be like far enough away from it. They'll be like, what the hell? Like, Dad, you remember this shit? And I'll be like, yep, I was there. I watched January 6th unfold live on TV. Bro, I just thought I was watching another David Pakman stream, and then all of a sudden they were fucking storming the Capitol. And I was like, am I seeing this? Is this real?
You don't
invest a ton in U.S. treasuries.
You don't think so the Europeans take our money and invest it in our treasuries so that they can then collect interest on that, and that's how we have a $38 trillion debt. And you think it's a wonderful arrangement in which we give them money to then loan to us, so we can then pay them the interest on that and go into the red to $38 trillion.
Sorry, as opposed to when you call them, when somebody comes up to you and they say, oh, what's your net worth?
I remember Pac-Man too. Like he was like, He was like, "Oh Lord, oh my goodness, there seems to be something happening here." And it's just like dry way. So it took me a long time to realize, like, oh, what the fuck? And I was like, oh, wait, what? Oh, what the fuck is that? And then I started like flipping around to other news because then other news started picking up on it. But Pac-Man just happened to be streaming it just because, right? But we had no idea something was going to go down like that. Yeah.
You know, I have $10 in my bank account. And then another guy, you're like, oh, you know, what's your net worth? Like, oh, I got like a $50 million loan out. Do you think the guy with the $50 million loan is the poor one in that circumstance? The reason why we have a $38 trillion debt and the reason why our interest rates are still relatively low despite having so much debt is because so many other people want to invest in the US economy. Our workers get paid more across basically every single sector. Everybody wants to come to this country to live. Like South Africa isn't begging, you know, Germany or Britain. If you want like surplus export economies, you can look at places like that, like Iran, or places like North Korea, or places like the United Kingdom is an export economy right now. Like, I mean, these are not favorable places to live compared to speaking to the United States.
What you say is not untrue, but it's not the reason that our interest rates are low. Look, people, first of all, with regard to Europeans coming to study in America, are you saying that Europeans would not come to study in America from the 40s to now, even though the United States is leading in technology? We have very good reasons for the Europeans to come study here.
Now, the current administration supporting them for protesting against Israel.
Switch to something else.
I'm not. The current administration talking about students going to the United States to study and
What did he pivot to?
Are you saying that Europeans would not come to study in America from the 40s to now, even though the United States is leading in technology? We have very good reasons for the Europeans to come study here.
Now, the current administration supporting them for protesting against Israel.
Now, switch to something else.
I'm not.
Everything's related, dude. Sorry, this is your boy. This is your president. You have to answer for his actions. Sorry that he's done so much unhinged shit that you have to defend. Sorry you weren't prepared for this debate. It's not Steven's fault.
Students from the United States to study, and the president is attacking all our universities, making it hard to get student visas. I say no, they wouldn't come.
You're a hit and run man because whenever I try to stay on a point, you will flip to something completely different.
We're on the same point.
Okay, same point. You said interest rates are low because Europeans invest a lot of money in the United States and hold a lot of our treasuries. And I think that is not even close to the seventh most important reason why interest rates are low. The real reason interest rates are low is far more insidious. And that is our government is constantly printing oceans of money. They have the ability to print money and dilute the money that is in your pocket. So you work hard to earn money. Your own government, as we speak, is printing money.
Get the cringy Austrian economic talking points in to make us believe he's still a libertarian, which is like, there's no way that's true anymore if you defend Trump.
When I came to the United States, I had $500 in my pocket, 1980. If I had saved that money, spent none of it, through great frugality, and if I had it now, the purchasing power of that same $500 today would be approximately $50. In other words, we save money and we practice deferred gratification. And the one thing we want is for our money to hold its value. We would rather it go up in value because we worked so hard to get it. But our own government, screws us by diluting our money because when they print money, they get to spend it, and the money in all of our pockets goes down.
Steven's just letting him do his little schizo monetary policy rant because he knows what this is. He's already been around this ringer before.
So treasuries is not printing money. Quantitative easing or other things are different factors that you can talk about when it comes to monetary policy. But the reason our interest rates are low is because a lot of people want to buy U.S. treasuries, so we can sell our debt at a very low interest. If not many people wanted to buy it, then we would raise the interest on our debt. Printing money and saying that that's magically making interest rates, doesn't make sense. It's not connected.
This is called. Oh, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, the interest rate is the price of money, right? How difficult it is to get money is what sets the interest rate. Now, let's just assume it's a thought experiment that I right now double the amount of money in circulation. Will the interest rate go up or down? Down, because the supply of money is vastly greater. Just go back to Economics 101.
Economics 101. If you were a German citizen and you wanted to buy a U.S. Treasury bond and it was paying 5% was the coupon rate on it, if you knew that the U.S. was going to double their money supply, why would you buy that Treasury bond for a lower interest? You would demand a higher interest rate on it.
You would. The reason you would buy that Treasury bond is because the German Bundesbank is tripling the amount of its own money. In other words, they're printing money too, and the United States is an abuser of the money supply, but not as big an abuser as other countries.
Okay, these countries are taking advantage of us. Don't have to abuse. Shouldn't they be abusing the money supply? They're taking advantage of us so much.
Like the reason that look, why was there runaway inflation of 15% per month in Argentina, and why do these interest rates and inflation rates vary so much around the world? There's more than one reason, but the primary reason is money printing, and you can see why it's very attractive for governments to print money. Here's why: if they didn't print money, let's just say we outlawed it, the U.S. government every time they spent money would have to come to you, the taxpayer, and tell you we're going to extract more $20 bills out of your wallet. And you would be like, no, if you try to do that, I'll vote against you.
And
so
you
the
can
government with a beautiful scheme. Let's not consult the citizens. Let's just steal from them by secretly removing $20 bills out of their pocket. And we do this by running this thing called the money printer.
If this was so bad for the economy, it's not true. Okay, sure. Well, let's say so horrible. Why does every single country on the planet have central banking?
Because central governments love money cartels. What could be better for the governments of the world than to have a cartel in which they control the money supply?
All of these governments. I like how he was able to pivot, but this is good. I'm glad they're having this fight because I want to see this.
All over the planet are engaged in this anti-democratic behavior. No citizens actually want this, but no individual countries figured out that if we don't do this, we'll be better than every other country. Wouldn't it be a lot simpler to think maybe they engage in central banking practices because that's just a better way to run an economy?
No. This shows a colossal level of naivete. But let me put it this way: the ordinary person thinks that our whole system, including our banking system, works completely differently than it does. So I asked my wife the other day, if you put $1,000 in the bank, what happens to it? She goes, well, it's in the bank. And I go, so if you want to get it anytime, you can just go to the bank and ask for it, and they'll give you $1,000, right? And she goes, yeah, right.
Yes, that is true. You know why? Because we have FDIC. Dumb turtle.
And I go, what if I told you that when you put $1,000 in the bank takes $1,000, they pluck out 1/10 of it, roughly, about $100, and they lend $900 to another guy, let's say Steve right here. But they don't actually give him the money either. They open up a checking account for $900 in his name. So now you have two guys who both think that they've got the same $900 in the bank, but it doesn't even end there. Let's say that Steve has a deposit in another bank. He goes to the other bank, let's call it Wells Fargo. He deposits his $900. What does that bank do? They take the $900, set aside $90, and loan $810 to another guy, or open up a checking account in his name. What I'm getting at is Whose $1,000 is it? And the answer is the bank by a cartel arrangement allowed by the Federal Reserve. This would be fraud in any other area.
So what you're explaining is called fractional reserve banking.
Yes,
It's what every country on the planet does. But then when your wife says, "Can I get that $1,000?" Would you tell her no?
No, I would tell her that. I would tell her yes. I would tell her because even though the money is fictional, it has already been lent out. If you go to the bank, let's just say all of us tomorrow decide to go to the bank and collect our money, and the bank didn't have it. What would they do? Answer: phone call to the Federal Reserve, print the money. So the backstop of all of this is the unlimited ability of the federal government to prevent bank runs of the kind that occurred in the Depression.
Correct. That's why
by
some things
running
are called FDIC insured. So like a savings account would be an FDIC insured product by the bank. Wouldn't it be better for that $1,000 deposited in the bank instead of just rotting there collecting dust to be mobilized in the economy so that people could actually do something with it, like have a mortgage for a house or invest in a business or do literally anything else besides?
This is what creates momentum, but this is what I keep saying though. We can't. The problem is we can't pump money into the economy and then directly follow that up with action and production, right? Because then the money doesn't mean anything then, right? If say, all right, we're injecting $4 trillion fucking dollars into the economy, go. Well, that means everybody really has to go. And if any part of that process hitches, that's when shit gets fucked. Yeah. Anyway.
I sit there as termite food.
Okay, so I don't think you need to go to this because you don't even know what you're talking about.
What did I say? Explain me the velocity of money. Explain to me why it's not good to have money sitting in a bank doing nothing than it is for it to be mobilized in the economy. Tell me.
Okay. No, we're not disagreeing about mobilizing the money. We're disagreeing about the mechanism of doing it and who is left holding the bag. So in the 19th century, we had no Fed. The United States became the largest economy in the world. In the 19th century, we had fractional banking. But if banks couldn't meet their obligations, they went bankrupt. And so there was free market competition among the banks. It was to prevent that free market competition that the Fed was set up. Essentially, what the Fed decided to do.
But the year is 2025, and you want to emulate the banking system we had when there were cowboys and Indians in the 19th, 18th century. How far back do you want to go? We live in a modern world that has modern demands for our monetary system. Why does no other country on the planet employ the obviously superior form of banking that you're talking about?
Because it is in the interest of every state has recognized for thousands of years that controlling the money supply is the key to controlling the wealth of the country. That is what, in the era of gold, what the governments used to do is take the gold coin and dilute the.
You know why they say this is because he would prefer if Trump could just kick out all of the Federal Reserve people, and then Trump just takes over the Federal Reserve, and then Trump has control of the money, and then by de facto, then Dinesh D'Souza would have control of our money. That's what he really wants. That's what he's saying. He wants Trump to be in charge of our money. That's what he wants. He knows that when you roll the money, you rule the world. Well, sort of. But that's why we don't put one singular person in charge of our money. It's multiple people, multiple groups, multiple organizations, multiple governments. Right? Because if the Fed or Jerome Powell tried to do anything shady or tricky, or too shady or too tricky, right? All the countries in the world will be like, what the fuck's happening with the dollar? That's a little weird. What's going on over there? Right? I mean, there's too much like writing on it. There's too much transparency just by like physical default.
The coin. Put base metal into the coin. So the coin, which was supposed to be pure gold, is now only 50% gold or 30% gold. So this racket has been going on for a long time.
So you think Trump should get rid of FDIC insurance and fractional reserve banking?
FDI insurance is a complete illusion.
So we should get rid of it and go back to the gold standard?
Not the gold standard per se, but we should go back to a free banking system, which would include Bitcoin, which would include all kinds of currencies.
We're talking about fake money and you support Bitcoin?
I said Bitcoin is not fake money.
Okay.
You think that something is fake money because, first of all, you give this rhapsody to modern technology, and when finally a form of money is created privately that cannot be inflated, that has a fixed supply, and that in fact has
cannot be inflated. Bitcoin has one of the wildest volatility indexes of any currency on the planet. It's like maybe Zimbabwe.
Do you realize that inflating a currency and volatility have nothing to do with each other? Volatility has to do with the market's appraisal of a new product. There is extreme volatility around all the internet companies for about 20 years.
There's volatility around Bitcoin.
There's a lot of volatility around Bitcoin because the market is full of people who look at this thing, don't understand, and go, "What's this? I've never had private money. To me, a dollar bill needs to be said. It needs to stay on the bill, backed up with the full faith of the U.S. government. Otherwise, it's not money." So this is an ancient way to think, and something like Bitcoin confuses you because it's new.
But to be clear, it doesn't confuse me. It just doesn't. It makes it so a country loses complete total control of their money.
Exactly, and that's why you oppose it, because you are a statist and you want your government to
control.
control
I oppose it because I took econ in high school and I realized that there's a value to a country being able to control the currency.
What is that value?
Well, in times of great economic depression, sometimes it's nice to be able to inflate your currency a little more because that's a preferential state of affairs than half the country going unemployed. Or like we did during the Great Depression. Or other times it might be nice to pull back on your currency if you want to deflate a market that might be running a little bit too hot, like the run up to the 2008 housing crisis.
So I reject this whole.
And you stand as central banking across the entire planet.
This is a whole Keynesian understanding that is itself has all these embedded false assumptions. The false assumptions are that you've got this thing called, quote, the money supply. That the money supply is kind of like a something that can be regulated with a faucet. You turn it up, you turn it down. This was Keynes' justification in the 1930s for an unlimited welfare state. Keynes was very explicit about his motives. He's very explicit about what he was trying to do. Frankly, he was not even an economist. But nevertheless, he advanced this theory, which has been regurgitated to economic students for almost a century now. All I'm saying is that money is valid. No money has intrinsic value. The $20 bill has no intrinsic value either. So if you say Bitcoin doesn't have intrinsic value, neither does a $20 bill. By the way, neither does gold if you don't count earrings and ornaments.
To be clear, the dollar has value because the U.S. government accepts it as payment for taxes. Nobody has to accept Bitcoin as payment.
Exactly. So what do you do? I take my Bitcoin, I change it to U.S. dollars, and I pay my taxes.
If somebody's willing to buy from you, yes. But you can't pay your U.S. taxes or U.S. obligations in Bitcoin.
So
Dinesh and Stephen, we do have about 15 minutes left. Just so you guys.
Money is valid. no money has intrinsic value. The $20 bill has no intrinsic. Assumptions are that you've got this thing called, quote, the money supply. That the money supply is kind of like something that can be regulated with a faucet. You turn it up, you turn it down. This was Keynes' justification in the 1930s for an unlimited welfare state. Keynes was very explicit about his motives. He's very explicit about what he was trying to do. Frankly, he was not even an economist. But nevertheless, he advanced this theory, which has been regurgitated to economic students for almost a century now. All I'm saying is that money is valid. No money has intrinsic value. The $20 bill has no intrinsic value either. So if you say Bitcoin doesn't have intrinsic value, neither does a $20 bill. By the way, neither does gold if you don't count earrings and ornaments.
The dollar has value because the U.S. government accepts it as payment for taxes. Nobody has to accept Bitcoin as payment.
Exactly. So what do you do? I take my Bitcoin, I change it to US dollars, and I pay my taxes to value. Frankly, he was not even an economist. But nevertheless, he advanced this theory, which has been regurgitated to economic students for almost a century now. All I'm saying is that money is valid. No money has intrinsic value. The $20 bill has no intrinsic value either. So if you say Bitcoin doesn't have intrinsic value, neither does a $20 bill. By the way, neither does gold if you don't count earrings and ornaments.
The dollar has value because the U.S. government accepts it as payment for taxes. Nobody has to accept Bitcoin as payment.
Exactly. So what do you do? I take my Bitcoin, I change it to US dollars, and I pay my taxes.
If somebody's willing to buy it from you, yes. But you can't pay your U.S. taxes or U.S. debt obligations in Bitcoin.
So
Dinesh and Stephen, we do have about 15 minutes left. Just so you guys know, and I thought maybe we should touch on Trump and political violence, if you feel like it.
Well, we actually haven't talked about the topic of our debate, which I took to be whether Trump on net is a good thing or a bad thing for America. And so I'd like to say a word about why I think a little bit about Trump, the man, and a little bit about what I think he's done for the country. And then maybe you can say the same, and we can kind of get to the heart of what we're talking about. So to me, Trump's first term was very positive for the most part, but kind of blasé. He was stopped in his tracks by 2 years of Russia collusion hoax, but he got a lot of things done. And the economy was in better shape, manifestly pre-COVID, in March of 2020, leading up to the election. Quite frankly, had it not been for COVID, I don't even think election fraud could have helped Joe Biden. But Trump was hit by this, was sideswiped by COVID. But, and that's a fact, Jane Fonda basically said COVID is God's gift to the left. So if you can't see the truth of that, I don't know what to say to you. The years of Biden were essentially the years of taking the American bus and driving it straight to the cliff. In foreign policy, with the Afghan disgrace, in domestic policy, inflation goes to the highest level that it was. Going to go back to the 70s to the OPEC era to find inflation rates of 9%. Biden achieved that. And an open, porous border, which is actually helping caravans of people coming from thousands of miles away. No vetting. Doesn't matter if you're a criminal. There were foreign governments that emptied the jails and boasted about it. And all these thugs, criminals, bad guys, terrorists are now in this country. I think if we had kept going in this way, it's hard to see how the country would survive a whole lot more of this. So Trump's great achievement was to come in and stop this dead in its tracks. The border is secure. You probably not only heard, but some of you may have bought into all the embellishment, all the rhetorical ballet. We need comprehensive immigration reform. There's no other way to secure the border. You heard all of this. You might have said it yourself. It's untrue. And Trump just proved it to be untrue by just showing you can't get in. However, we have somewhere between 8 and 10 million illegals who are here. What do you do with them?
Yeah.
Trump is doing the most humane thing he could do. If it were me, I would ask all 8 to 10 million to leave. I recognize that certain things are a fait accompli. You might have Americans who came 20 years ago and they've got kids here. They're embedded in our society. I'm willing to be prudent about the issue in some ways, but I don't see any reason why people who essentially came across the border in the last 4 years under Biden, as part of a cynical scheme to create future Democratic voters, why those people should not be asked to leave now. So I would go much further than Trump and try to get these people to self-deport. If they would not deport, I would try to think of sensible, pragmatic ways to get them out. But they have broken the law and they need to pay a price for it. Now, on the foreign policy front, Trump's view is really simple. I'm not going to get involved in expensive foreign wars, but there are many bad guys in the world and I will not hesitate to pulverize them. This applies to Soleimani. It applies to Baghdadi. If I have one criticism of Trump, I think he didn't go far enough with Iran. I think that Israel was pretty close to toppling the Iranian regime. That would have been excellent regime change. Many people who think regime change doesn't work don't realize that you're operating off basically 2 examples, Iraq and maybe Afghanistan, where it actually worked for a while, but was handled very badly in the overall. But regime change, if you look at the examples of the last 100 years, has mostly worked and worked for the better. And I think it would work for the better in Venezuela. I think it would work for the better in Iran. And I think Trump stopped it in Iran, which I oppose. I think he is trying to get rid of Maduro in Venezuela. My wife is Venezuelan. Pretty much any living Venezuelan who's outside of Venezuela will tell you they fled the country. Maduro is a one-party dictator. The reason Maduro loves Democrats is because he sees them as his allies. The question of displacing them under...
It's just like fudging the waters with Venezuela. I'm more worried about this like monetary thing now, because now I need to like reaffirm what my new monetary beliefs would be. Because obviously I don't have much problem with central banks and stuff anymore, because I feel like if it's just, well, yeah, because I feel like with money, again, if that's meant to be our standard of currency and value, like we definitely need to be on a very level playing field when it comes to like the thing that serves as half of every transaction, right? Yeah, that's like critically important for the government to have control over that. But like probably more oversight than we do now. Like I might be like more of a like still like an audit the Fed supporter, but no longer an end the Fed supporter. I think it's okay to audit the Fed. I think we should have oversight over it. I think there should be transparency there. But I don't think we should end it.
Biden never even arose, but I think his days are numbered, as Trump says. Trump will probably get him out. And then you look at the economic front, and Trump is doing 2 things. One is he is creating a kind of, he's essentially unleashing American energy. American energy, the United States, as it turns out, has giant energy resources, probably more than enough for the next 100 years. Main obstacles, we just don't go get it. And all kinds of reasons, environmental reasons, obviously people who are in the business have reasons to block it. Trump's point is, why don't we unleash energy? And so if we unleash energy, we unleash AI, we unleash robotics. We are looking at a potential era of abundance. By the way, Bitcoin is a big part of that. So Trump is turning the levers, of creating massive abundance in the United States. It may even be that some of our problems like the debt can be washed away in this abundance. You don't have to scrounge on Social Security. You don't have to screw the Gen Zs or screw the boomers. We will actually have the wealth to do this. Do you know that the Biden people were basically blocking AI under the pretext that we'll only allow it if we control it? This is what the Biden people were telling the high-tech guys. We'll only play ball with you if you basically turn over the levers to us. Otherwise, we're not going to allow it. So what we're seeing under Trump, I think, is something that's quite epical. It might take us years to be able to look and see what was unleashed. It's kind of like in the 1980s under Reagan. We could see something big was happening. Microsoft was starting. I ran into a conference. There was Michael Dell. The tech revolution was getting going. And it's done a lot for the world. So my case for Trump is that this guy, being transactional, actually understands very well how the world works, is not unwilling to use US muscle in trade deals or in the leverage of foreign policy power. And the best that his critics have are these kind of whiny, let's go back to the Mar-a-Lago case and look at an excruciating detail because we really could have gotten him then. This is a pathetic way to go after a guy.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back from the last you mentioned to the first. So what is Trump trying to do with tariffs?
What Trump is trying to do with tariffs is this. The United States sells stuff abroad, and other countries, India, Australia, many others, place giant tariffs on those products. Sometimes
what is Trump trying to do with the tariffs?
Trump is trying to do two things. One is he's trying to use the tariffs as a form of strong arming or arm wrestling, basically saying, I will put tariffs on you, and I will only take them off if you take off yours.
Then why does he keep changing countries like China?
Okay, so be aware that this has actually not even been seriously attended before.
Because it's illegal.
It's not illegal.
The president can't. Do you think the president of the United States is allowed to do unilateral econ policy?
The president of the United States has a lot of economic levers that he can use
in times of national crises.
Exactly.
Our debt is not a national crisis. If it was, Trump would be even worse for it. But
well.
So we have no trade deals.
I think that $38 trillion of debt. I think that a stagnating economy. I think that
I say that the first Trump term was a good one. He added to the debt more than he needed to, right?
He added to the debt, which you'd have to put into the negative column. I mean, all presidents have added to the debt. Just look at the essentially one out of every, I think, $4 in the country today was generated starting in 2020.
Trump is continuing to add to it even more.
Yes,
right? Trump won't have a single budget surplus by the end of his presidency.
Trump is look. You should be happy with him for this. Trump is in fact
no. He won't have a budget surplus.
Trump is a big spender when it comes to spending money. He's more like a Democrat in that regard.
Well, no, because Republicans have been the big spenders, right? Isn't a Democrat the last one with a budget surplus? Clinton?
Well,
Clinton
was.
Right?
Wasn't
Bush the Republican, the one that started all of the foreign wars?
The Clinton surplus was 100% the result of a peace dividend created by the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Surplus is a surplus.
A surplus is a surplus, but
okay. This is Donald Trump used to doesn't Donald
a
Trump
peace dividend. Like again, not finding any way to give credit to Democrats, right? Oh, it's because he was writing off the peace dividend that Reagan created. Okay. Good one. Did you know we had George H.W. Bush who fucked shit up so badly that's why Clinton was able to get elected, by the way? Like, yeah, let's just skip over HW, I guess, though.
9 country wars ended, so we should have tons of surplus then, right? Do you agree? You acknowledge that by the end of Trump's 4 years, we will not be at a budget surplus, right?
I agree.
Okay, so
you're missing the argument I made.
You just said he might solve the $30 trillion of debt, and you're saying it's not going to take away from the budget deficit.
Well, you weren't listening to me. What I was saying was one way to solve the debt is to start paying it off. That's a very painful way when you consider that not only the vast majority of our budget is currently in entitlements, but those entitlements are scheduled to increase dramatically. So this is a painful way to do it. You can see why our congressmen and senators in both parties don't want to do that.
Well, but the person who hurt paying off the most was Trump with the tax cuts, and they did it this year when they solidified the tax cuts, didn't they?
The very best way to pay off the debt is to enlarge the economic pie,
which he's shrinking more than he should be. It should be growing faster with the tariffs.
And what I was saying,
why did they solidify the tax cuts?
I was saying that the combined effect, in my opinion, of energy unleashing, AI, and robotics.
It's good to trip him up over these talking points because it's cutting through. Like dialogue free, right? Yeah.
The United States has been growing at a rate of somewhere around 1 to 2% for now decades. It was growing at 3 to 4% in the middle of the last century. If we can create growth rates of 5, 6, 9%, which are entirely in the realm of possibility,
when you hurt the trade relationship with every other country on the planet, like we've done with the tariffs, you acknowledge, for instance, when Trump held up the tariff sign, that all those numbers were a lie, right? None of those tariffs were accurate for any other country, right? Can you acknowledge that simple basic fact that all the numbers on that chart were a lie? They used a math formula.
What is not a lie? What is not a lie?
Was that a lie though?
What is not a lie? What is not a lie?
Though? When he held up the sign, didn't he lie to the American public, to you and everybody else in here, and the entire world, when he said these are the tariffs that every country has on us? That was a lie, right?
Well, it was a negotiating tactic.
So it was a lie to negotiate?
It was a negotiating tactic. Look,
it was a lie though. Because it was a lie, right?
Trump
who was negotiating with the Fox News ratings?
No.
His YouTube views? It was a lie.
Are you saying that if
I'm saying it was a lie? I'm saying those numbers were a lie.
I'm saying if I'm negotiating with you.
Yeah, and you lied to me. I wouldn't negotiate with you. Those numbers were a lie, right?
If I'm negotiating with you and an NPR reporter comes to me and asks me something and I say, this is going to be the result, I'm actually speaking to you, but if I were to tell the NPR, oh, guess what? Let me give you my actual negotiating position, okay? Because you can then put it on NPR and the Chinese will figure it out by tomorrow morning.
I think I would probably use the massive governmental apparatus I have to negotiate to do that because that seems like a more
no, because the massive governmental apparatus that we have is proven to be completely and utterly incompetent.
So that everything that comes from the Trump administration I should interpret as being potentially fallacious. It could all be a lie because he's trying to negotiate with other people.
I'm saying negotiation is a moving ball. I'm saying that Trump is very capable of putting on a tariff and saying, I'm going to put on this tariff on January 7th, and then he doesn't do it. Is he lying? No, he's not lying.
No, that's
he's threatening to do it.
Well, he did do it. Number one. The big chart was a lie. Why can't you admit that? This is what I'm talking about at the very beginning.
I'm saying that these bombastic claims
were lies.
In the course of the negotiation, it doesn't even matter because the real issue is what are you getting in the deal?
I don't know if you saw me walk up on stage, but if I put on my Tinder profile that I'm 6'2" and I show up at my date with really good posture, does that count as just being bombastic, or would that be a lie?
Let me give claims.
We're lies.
In the course of the negotiation, it doesn't even matter because the real issue is what are you getting in the deal?
I don't know if you saw me walk up on stage, but if I put on my Tinder profile that I'm 6'2" and I show up at my date with really good posture, does that count as just being bombastic, or would that be a lie?
Let me give an example for why.
Let's have an example. How about when the president held up the tariff numbers and they were all lies? Wouldn't that be a lie? Can we say that was a lie?
I'm saying that presidents, in the course of foreign policy and trade negotiations, every president lies to us all the time.
Give me an example of a single other example where a president has lied like that to the American public.
Okay, I would say that every deal that the United States has
one example.
Okay, I'll give you 10 examples.
Just one. I see one.
Yeah. Okay. So the United States, for example, lies about its dealings with terrorists. It lies about Reagan lied about,
national security secrets with
We're not
terrorist
talking about
secrets are not economic deals. We don't lie. The American president doesn't lie to the public about economic deals.
We're not talking about national security secrets. I'm talking about national security policies.
I'm talking about economic trade deals.
I'm saying economic for Trump. When you're dealing with foreign adversaries, the distinction between a trade deal and a hostage swap and a deal with Maduro to get out, these are all on a continuum.
Maybe that's the problem with Trump.
That's
Every
not a
single thing with him feels like a hostage negotiation.
Well, because it is. That's the way the world
is. That's not the way the world is. Though.
You know, it is the way the world is.
Trump was president. He holds our allies hostage. He has our economy hostage. He's holding immigrants hostage, sometimes illegally detained or otherwise, and he lies to us.
So
So
Maduro,
deals to personally enrich
Maduro
himself.
has a call with Trump. Maduro makes a call to Trump. Maduro says, I'm going out based on public reports. Maduro says, give me $100 million thereabouts. Let me stick in there for a few months. Let my handpicked deputy Delcy Rodriguez run, and I will actually have a free election. This is Maduro in the phone call to Trump. Trump says nothing about any of this. Trump comes and says something completely unrelated, which on the face
Notice
of
how we're not talking about the lie with the tariffs at all. You're talking about like national security, military related stuff. I'm just saying Donald Trump lied with the tariffs. It's very obviously lied. We have 0 trade deals right now. Even though we say we have 100 deals in 100 days, or 90 deals in 90 days.
Are you saying, okay, let me ask you this.
I'm saying he lied with the tariffs.
What amount of money does the U.S. Treasury have as a result of tariffs that it wouldn't otherwise have? What is that number?
Wasn't it 200 billion or something? I don't remember. Or was
You
it?
don't know.
No, because
You have no
it's
idea.
way less than what we would have got if we would have just not kept those tax cuts that Trump still had with the OBA.
So you don't even know what it is, but you are quite sure that it would have been more if he did Treasury have as a result of tariffs that it wouldn't otherwise have. What is that number?
Wasn't it 200 billion or something? I don't remember. Or was
You
it?
don't know.
No, because
You have no
it's way
idea.
less- was way less than what we would have got if we would have just not kept those tax cuts that Trump still had with the OBA.
So you don't even know what it is, but you are quite sure that it would have been more if he didn't do it.
Well, I know it's in the ballpark.
And so what I'm getting at is
What is the number? Wait, what's the number?
your-
Yes, it's about
it's a giant number, right? So the number.
You have no idea. I don't have an idea.
The number. Hold on.
Having no ideas are very different. I'm saying it's in the
We're
ballpark
talking-
of like 200 billion-ish.
Okay, I can estimate the number because we're talking about a number. We're talking about a $2,000 rebate to all Americans who
No,
make
we're not.
under $100,000.
That's not happening. That's not gonna happen.
Okay, all right.
It's not. I'll bet you. I can depend on it's on
Okay,
100 bucks if you want.
Oh, that's bad, dude. Like, and Steven even has some idea of what the number is, and Dinesh is not even willing to even make a guess. Just use Steven's guess. Oh yeah, maybe it's about. But the problem is if it's off from that, then you just look like you followed and copied him. So he doesn't want to do that.
Okay, let's put it this way. Okay. You are less curious about the actual tariff revenue benefit than you are to scoring a gotcha on a press conference where you go, Trump misrepresented the tariffs, which is admittedly a moving target, but the actual benefit to U.S. citizens is a matter of completely different to you.
Import taxes. Do you admit that a tariff is an import tax?
A tariff is an import tax that can be borne either by the no, it doesn't follow. It can be borne either by the producer or the consumer.
It's paid for by the consumer.
Okay, economic illiteracy 101. Let's look at an example. No, false. Let's say I'm Mercedes. Okay, I'm Mercedes-Benz, and I'm charging.
Let me
hold on.
because I already know the explanation. Because I already know the explanation faster. You're going to say that technically the producer or the supplier of a thing can actually decrease the price a little bit in order to make the price a little bit more bearable at home because of the import taxes that are being paid. And you'd be correct in that. An economic analysis, a true one would yield that it's about 50-50 paid for by the consumer and the producer. That's still a bad state of affairs.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Hold on. I already know the explanation. Because I already know the explanation faster. You're going to say that technically the producer or the supplier of a thing can actually decrease the price a little bit in order to make the price a little bit more bearable at home because of the import taxes that are being paid. And you'd be correct in that. An economic analysis, a true one would yield that it's about 50-50 paid for by the consumer and the producer. That's still a bad state of affairs. We're paying an import tax, and now we have the ability to import less, and the foreign suppliers are supplying us.
Okay,
As a result of it. You're going to the actual answer. That's fine. He's going to say the economist, by the way, that all supports central banking and currency controls everything else, by the way.
Well,
They're having this here, and they're all opposed to tariffs as a form of economic policy as well.
All right, well, all I'm saying
50
More time.
Okay, I'm Mercedes-Benz, and I'm charging.
Let me
hold on.
because I already know the explanation. Because I already know the explanation faster. You're going to say that technically the producer or the supplier of a thing can actually decrease their price a little bit in order to make the price a little bit more bearable at home because of the import taxes that are being paid. And you'd be correct in that. An economic analysis, a true one would yield that it's about 50-50 paid for by the consumer and the producer. That's still a bad state of affairs.
Okay.
We're paying an import tax, and now we have the ability to import less, and the foreign suppliers are supplying us.
Okay,
As a result of it. You're going to the actual answer. That's fine. He's going to say the economist, by the way, that all supports central banking and currency controls everything else, by the way.
Well,
They're having this here, and they're all opposed to tariffs as a form of economic policy as well.
All right, well, all I'm saying is that a minute ago, you said that tariffs were borne by the consumer. And then you suddenly realize that that's not true. And that Mercedes, if they're going to increase the cost of a Mercedes, let's just say by $40,000, now going to realize that many people would rather buy other types of cars or American-made cars. And so Mercedes decides, listen, we're making 40 grand on a car. We can't afford to eat the entire tariff, but maybe we can afford to eat 30K and we'll only make $10,000 on a car. And businesses make these decisions all the time. And you actually know it because you just admitted it.
I didn't
But
admit it.
earlier you were trying to con the audience.
I was giving a simplified answer to somebody who found out they just
Simplified answer, which is a wrong answer.
was debating was like
Hold
10
on,
years ago.
it's not a simplified
The
answer.
question is,
No.
at some point they will stop producing. They stop producing. They just won't make the
It's not a
products.
simplified answer. You were lying to the audience in the hope that you could get away with it. I called you on it. You quickly beat a retreat. And so, because you realize I can't get away with this lie, I now have to explain the process in which prices are determined.
Okay, you know
So
what?
back
You
off.
got me completely in a lie. Would you admit that an income tax isn't borne completely by a worker then? And then companies are forced to offer higher wages as a result of potentially higher income taxes?
Companies are not forced to do anything.
Oh my God.
Well, hey, Steven, Dinesh, final thoughts, guys. We got to do final thoughts.
I'll finish my thought. I have worked all my life in companies. Our tax rates, the tax rate when I started working in the early 90s, this is as a result of the Reagan tax cuts, by the way, the top marginal tax rate had dropped from 70% to 28%.
Well, this would have been miserable.
It's
if I
now
did
up
the
to
whole
about
thing at this
39.
speed, dude.
So all my adult life, I've seen
Horrible.
taxes go up from 28 to 39%. I have never been in a job, and I've been in many of them, where my employer said, oh, the government raised your taxes, we're going to raise your pay. The company might be nice and do that. You might be able to negotiate it through a union. But the idea, again, another like whopper, that it's somehow an automatic process, that if the government raises your taxes, that correspondingly companies raise, he said, are forced to raise your salaries commensurate with those taxes. And I'm saying that's simply untrue.
But for some reason, producers will lower their sales price.
I'm saying that producers will, because of the competitiveness of the market.
There's no
will be-
competitiveness in the labor market in the United States.
Exactly. There is competitiveness in the labor market. So if the government raises your taxes, companies, by the way, are not in any position where they have to do anything because the taxes are being raised uniformly.
Not
This is a
always. There's
very-
state taxes that are higher in some states than there are others. And guess what? Companies offer more compensation in those states than they do in other states.
Because they have to, in that case, yes, they have to attract labor from Texas to come and work in New York. So I agree with that. But I was talking about a federal tax which applies uniformly where those pressures
Well, that's
aren't there.
interesting. You bring up that different markets might engage in different tax behavior. Wouldn't it be harmful for U.S. markets if the U.S. was the only country that was levying these massive tariffs on other countries who were bilaterally tariffing us?
And
Doesn't that make our market less competitive than foreign markets now who don't have those same arbitrary U.S. tariffs that all came from a big poster board that was full of lies? Remember,
Well,
right?
here-
they don't
here
have
we-
those tariffs on them.
Here we get to the fact that there are many countries that don't allow our products in at all. And if they allow them, they have high tariffs in place. So here's my question. It's really wonderful to hear all these guys give economic analysis. Tariffs are self-defeating. They are horrible for countries. They undermine our own consumers. And here's my question. Why does every other country have them?
They don't. That's
they
the answer.
don't.
They don't.
They-
There's a reason why Ukraine wanted to join the European Union
So,
market.
let's talk about
versus
India.
The Russia.
India
well, here,
has
I think
tax-
we're like
India
at the end
has-
of our
India
We're
railing.
gonna have to save it for round two, guys. But can we at least agree on the importance of public intellectual debate like this?
I think we can. And this has been very spirited. I've actually enjoyed it. I knew I was kind of coming a bit in the lion's den, but I thought that I would take up the challenge. And I think it's been really interesting and really good. So I'm glad we had a chance to do the sparring.
I appreciate you
And,
for coming out. Yeah.
We need more of this. I agree.
All right, let's give them a big round of applause. This has been the battle for the.
Steven did not want to do that. He hates that. Like, it's just like this. It's like, no, I just want to end the conversation now. Like, this guy's a scumbag piece of shit, low life, psychopath, evil fucking scum of the earth. Like, I don't blame him either. Like, ugh.
Capital, Stephen Bonnell, Destiny, and Dinesh D'Souza. Big round of applause. All right, we are going to take a really quick break while we set up for the poster signing here.
Like
Everyone, feel free to mingle around, hang out, have a drink. Yeah, we're going to get set up just to the right of the Christmas setup there. We're going to be setting up a table, but stretch your legs, relax, use the bathroom, have a drink, and yeah, we'll get to it here.
Drive, go out and see what you find. All right, that's it for me.